Chapter 451 Tang Chen. In this year, Wang Ran almost traveled throughout Duluo continent. Even the Hokage sect, which has been hidden from the world, he has arrived. He even hired 2 teachers in the Clear Sky School. And Tang Chen discovered it in an underground city with the aura of a divine residence shortly after he left the Clear Sky School. As soon as they met, Wang Ran was taken aback by Tang Chen. Not because of Tang Jin's strength, but because of Tang Jin's breath. It was too chaotic. And it wasn't the general aura chaos. It was completely blinded by the power of the law. Originally, Wang Ran was about to turn around and leave. After all, the city was too chaotic and evil, and no one could meet Wang Ran's requirements. However, Tang Xiao, the sect master of the Hokage sect, who had just followed him at the time and had just become a teacher of the Taoist Academy, suddenly exclaimed. After a brief conversation, Wang Ran learned that Tang Chen turned out to be Tang Xiao's grandfather. Many years ago, Tang Chen went out to travel the mainland alone because he wanted to break through the level, and then he didn't know the news. Everyone thought he was dead, but he didn't expect to be here and become the king of killing. However, he seemed to know that even a genius like Tang Chen, who had become a limit Duluo by his own strength, failed on the road to becoming a god. Moreover, he became delirious, completely immersed in the killing. But no matter what, Tang Chen is also Tang Xiao's grandfather. And Tang Xiao is not Tang Hao, he is several years older than Tang Hao, and he can remember the existence of Tang Jin's size. So Tang Chen left important marks in Tang Xiao's childhood. Tang Xiao couldn't deal with Tang Jin's problem, but Wang Ran might be able to do it. Tang Xiao had clearly seen how mysterious and terrifying Wang Ran's methods were. Therefore, Tang Xiao directly asked Wang Ran for help, hoping that he could help Tang Chen. Facing Tang Xiao's help, Wang Ran hesitated. Tang Jin's problem is serious. It's not that it can't be saved, but that it's too risky. Because Tang Jin's body was entangled by 2 laws. Wang Ran was very sure that these 2 laws must all be the handwriting of God's mansion. It's easy to get treatment, but if it attracts the attention of the God realm, it won't be a simple matter. Originally, Wang Ran's time was very tight. What if it caught the God realm's attention in advance? That would be bad. However, after thinking twice, Wang Ran still agreed. Anyway, Tang Xiao is also his own. Wang Ran was still willing to satisfy his request. Although it is possible to face the attack of the gods in advance, but according to the information collected, it is impossible for those gods to attack ordinary humans. And myself, even though my strength is still unable to fight against the God realm, but if I run away, there is still no problem. At the most time, take a few of your own disciples on a run. Has he survived for 10 or 8 years? Wang Ran can still stand up. Therefore, Wang Ran took the shot. With Wang Ran's help, Tang Chen woke up smoothly. It's just that it is impossible for him to inherit the position of God's mansion here anymore. Because in order to restore his sanity, Wang Ran directly erased the power of the 2 entangled laws in his body. Even the divine power in his body was broken up. Wang Ran had to do this, otherwise, even if Tang Chen wakes up, he will be crushed to death by that divine power. Even if it is a seal, there is no way, because this supernatural power, it is not Tang Chen's own at all. He who cannot inherit the position of the divine residence will only die under this huge divine power. And without breaking up this supernatural power, Tang Chen couldn't continue to practice. Although there is an easier way, that is to let Tang Chen explode. Wang Ran could keep Tang Chen's soul, or he could create a body for Tang Chen. But in that case, it was tantamount to cutting off Tang Chen's future path of seeking Tao. After all, Wang Ran is not yet a creation god, and the body he created is still somewhat separated from Tang Chen's soul. This estrangement is simply an indelible gap in the path of seeking the truth. Wang Ran didn't want to limit Tang Chen, so he preferred to be more troublesome and expensive, and chose the best method. However, Tang Chen did not fail Wang Ran's treatment of him. So Tang Chen not only met Wang Ran's requirements for recruiting teachers in all aspects, but also actively asked to join the Taoist Academy after learning about the purpose of Wang Ran's trip. Become a teacher. Of course, Tang Chen also wanted to rely on Wang Ran and Taoism Academy to break through the mansion. Even though he had lost himself for decades, Tang Chen still did not give up his purpose. Although he was not awake before, but the memory was still so he knew Wang Ran's methods very well. He felt that this was a rare opportunity, not only to repay the favor, but also to hope to take the last step. Wang Ran is naturally happy to comment on this. As for Tang Chen's careful thinking, he didn't care at all. Isn't it also his purpose for Tang Chen to become stronger under his hands? So far, the Hokage school, known as the world's first school, has 3 people who have become teachers of the Taoist Academy. There could have been 4, because Tang Xiao recommended his younger brother Tang Hao for Wang Ran. In Tang Xiao's description, Tang Hao met Wang Ran's requirements better than Tang Xiao. However, it was a pity that Wang Ran traveled throughout the Duluo continent and did not encounter Tang Hao. This is also normal. Although Wang Ran has traveled all over the Duluo continent, he did not mean that he pushed the past at once, but stayed one city after another. If Tang Hao had been on the move, the possibility of missing out with Wang Ran was still quite high. Regarding this, Tang Xiao could only sigh inwardly that Tang Hao was hiding too deeply, and there was no way he could find Tang Hao. Of course, this time the luckiest thing was Tang Jin's recovery, which did not attract the attention of the God Realm. Although Tang Chen is the heir of the Shendi, he has failed for decades. As the Shura God who inherited this position, he was the law enforcement of the God Realm, one of the members of the God Realm Committee, and a group of people who were busy every day. How could he always pay attention to Tang Chen? It would be fine if Tang Chen could successfully inherit his position. But Tang Chen had failed decades ago, and the Shura had not paid attention to him at all. Although the God of Shura sensed that Tang Chen had changed, because Wang Ran directly dissipated the power of God of Shura, he also wiped out Tang Jin's power of law. Therefore, the Shura subconsciously thought that Tang Chen, his own failed successor to the throne, had died, and he did not have the consciousness to descend on the human world. After several decades, human death is considered normal, and it is still a loridon and confused person. It can only be said that Wang Ran's luck this time was really good. Chapter 452 Yuki on Aliu. However, Wang Ran had no idea about his good fortune. At this time, Wang Ran felt the dozens of teachers who were following him, including Tang Chen and Tang Xiao, 2 of whom were named Pench. www.xbqg5200.info Duluo. Wang Ran could not help but feel a long comfort. Take a breath. The purpose of my trip is also considered fulfilled. 43 people, plus a few big soul beasts in the far north. This time the Taoist Academy has no shortage of teachers. However, there are still 2 places in Duluo continent that he did not go to. One is Ning Rongrong's hometown, Kibao City, where the Kibao Glazed Glass sect is located. Ning Fengsi, Sword Duluo, and Bone Duluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect were more in line with Wang Ran's requirements. For these 3 people, Wang Ran is also confident that they will join the Taoist Academy as teachers. Therefore, he was going to go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect at last. And the other one was Yuhan City, not far away. To be honest, in Duluo continent at this time, I'm afraid that only Yuhan City can confidently claim that it has half of the heroes in the world. After all, not to mention those low-level spirit masters, just titled Duluo, there are no fewer than 10 in the spirit hall. However, Yuhan Temple itself enshrines the Evangels, and is a faithful believer in the mansion of the gods. After confirming that he would face the gods in a few years, Wang Ran was not prepared to deal with the believers and spokespersons of the gods' residence. That's why he gave up the mysterious Seagad Island overseas. After all, in his memory, although there are a large number of masters on the so-called Seagad Island, all of them are fanatics of the Seagad. Wang Ran didn't want to expose himself to the gaze of God Realm ahead of time because of his contact with them. But the sacrifice between him and the Evangels, that is, Qian Renxiu's grandfather Qian Daliu, had seen him. Wang Ran still appreciates Qian Daliu himself. What's more, because of Qian Renxiu's relationship, Wang Ran and Qian Daliu can be regarded as the same faction in a sense. So this time, Wang Ran was going to visit Yuhan City. However, this is the case, it is still unknown whether there will be any gains in Yuhan City this time. Therefore, at this time, Wang Ran's gaze towards Yuhan City contained a touch of contemplation. The team is not too far away from Yuhan City, so everyone's footsteps are all under Wang Ran's leadership. Slow down. As he slowly moved towards Yuhan City, Wang Ran also slowly asked Tang Chen behind him, "Teacher Tang Chen, you and Qian Daliu are strong in the same era. How deep do you think he has faith in the so-called divine residence?" Hearing Wang Ran's question, Tang Chen just thought for a moment. Then he answered, "President, don't you tell me. When I was still young, I was like-minded friends with Qian Daliu and Poseidon from Seagad Island. The 3 of us have lived together for a long time. Between each other, it can be said to know the roots. Belief in the mansion. Among the 3 of us, Bo Sexy is the most serious. Her belief in the sea god, it can even be considered fanatical. I despise it most, and I will never believe in those illusory divine residences. Qian Daliu is between faith and unbelief. At the beginning, if Qian Daliu had the ability to break through the position of the god's residence, he would definitely not choose to become a sacrifice to the of angels. Hear what Tang Chen said. Wang Ran's face also showed such an expression. Just as he thought, Qian Daliu's belief in the god of angels, it really wasn't that loyal. Also, like a genius like Qian Daliu, except for a few who have believed in divine residences since childhood, they all have their own Dao heart or ambition. No one doesn't want to advance to a better level. Although Qian Daliu became a god's mansion for offering sacrifices, his strength increased greatly. However, this also proves that his life has come to an end. If it wasn't that the strength of the angel god was too strong, Qian Daliu who accepted the gift of the angel god had no choice. I'm afraid that Qian Daliu would still consider the sacrifice of becoming the angel god. If Qian Daliu was really single-minded to the god of angels, I'm afraid that Qian Renxu would not agree to follow Wang Ran's practice and prepare to forcefully break through the 100 level mark. Instead, after seeing Wang Ran everywhere, they reported his situation to the angelic god, and let the gods make a decision. Of course, Qian Daliu's attitude towards the of angels is also inextricably linked to the conversation between Wang Ran and Qian Daliu about the essence of the divine residence. Without Wang Ran, Qian Daliu's belief in the of angels would have been more eager. It can be said that the appearance of Wang Ran has changed Qian Daliu's own worldview. However, this result is what Wang Ran hopes to see. In this way, the probability of gaining something from this action will increase a lot. Of course, Wang Ran was also glad that he had not paid attention to Seagate Island. Wang Ran didn't know if he had taken care of Tang Chen by himself, whether it was noticed by the Ashura or the realm of God, but according to the current situation, there is a high probability that there is number. But if he went to Seagate Island, he would definitely be noticed by the God realm. Because according to Tang Chen's statement, he had just stepped on the Shanghai God to find Bo Saixi on his front foot, and he might be betrayed by Bo Saixi to the sea god on his back foot. Although countless thoughts flashed in Wang Ran's mind at this time, in fact, time was only a moment in the past, and Wang Ran's face still looked calm and calm. After Tang Chen's voice fell, Wang Ran spoke again. You said, if Qian Daliu is given a chance to become a god, but in the future he may stand on the opposite side of the angelic god, will Qian Daliu make the same choice as you and join Dao Zhang Academy? Hearing Wang Ran's words, Tang Chen fell into deep thought and frowned. However, in just a moment, Tang Chen's frowning brow returned to normal. Looking at Wang Ran, Tang Chen said with a firm face, yes, Qian Daliu will definitely do it. With my understanding of Qian Daliu, his heart is very firm. If it weren't for the fact that there was no other way, he would not follow the family rules, accept the divine residence assessment, and seek a breakthrough. If there is a chance to become a god, Qian Daliu will definitely pursue it desperately. However, if he were to fight against the god of angels, I'm afraid Qian Daliu would not be a killer. At best it would be just self-defense. After all, the of angels is the shrine enshrined by the angel family of Qian Daliu, and is also the ancestor of their angel family. Ha ha, that's enough. Hearing Tang Chen's words, Wang Ran laughed ha ha, and then spoke. Chapter 453 Wang Ran's Duoling. Tang Chen and Qian Daliu are like-minded friends, and his understanding of Qian Daliu must be far away from him. A person's personality may change, but the persistence deep in his heart will be retained no matter what he has experienced. At most, I just bury it in my heart and don't think about it. But in any case, it will definitely leave a deep impression. So Tang Chen said so, and Wang Ran knew it in his heart. As for making Qian Daliu go to fight the angel god, Wang Ran didn't even think about it. I am here to recruit teachers, but not here to recruit thugs. Besides, if they really get to the point where Qian Daliu and the others fight against the divine residence, they won't be saved. Surrender as soon as possible and go to sleep. Therefore, Wang Ran didn't care about it in the slightest. With the exchanges between Wang Ran and Tang Chen, Yuhan City, which was not far away, was already standing in front of everyone. I have to say that Yuhan City deserves to be the base camp of the Yuhan Temple, and its majesty is not at all the capital cities of the two empires. Or even worse, the number of high-level spirit masters in other cities is not uncommon here. As for the low-level soul masters, they're like crucian carp crossing the river. On the contrary, ordinary people are extremely rare in this Yuhan City. However, Wang Ran and his party are all people who have seen big scenes, and Yuhan City is not new. Therefore, the majestic Yuhan City did not cause any shock to Wang Ran and his party. On the contrary, Wang Ran and his party also attracted a lot of attention. After all, such a team of more than 40 soul masters, and most of them exude a powerful aura. There are even some that are beyond the scope of everyone's detection. Such a team, even in Wuhan City, is hard to see. Therefore, when Wang Ran and his party arrived outside Wuhan City, a group of city guards immediately greeted them. These city guards, each one has strength above the third ring. According to the normal process, they only needed to wait for Wang Ran and his team to rank, and they stood and greeted them on their own initiative. This is to express their welcome and attention to Wang Ran and his party, and to prevent Wang Ran and his party from planning misconduct. Don't ask. Asking this is the special treatment for the strong. After the guards came to Wang Ran, the captain directly asked Wang Ran respectfully, "My lord, Wuhan City welcomes you all. I don't know what your purpose is to come to Wuhan City. We need to register. I hope you can understand." The captain is very respectful, even though he is a six-ranged Soul Emperor. However, in Wang Ran's team, no one was better than him, and the worst was the sixth-ring Soul Emperor. This point can still be sensed by this martial spirit city guard captain. As for why he asked Wang Ran, nonsense. Although I can't see the depth of Wang Ran's strength, I can tell at a glance. Wang Ran is the leader. Okay. Facing the respectful captain of Wuhan City Guard, Wang Ran didn't put on some so-called powerhouses either. This thing, he never has. Nodded directly, Wang Ran said, "It doesn't matter. Are we here this time? It's a trip to the mainland, right? Give you this. There should be no problem." Talking, Wang Ran directly threw a token to the captain of the guard. On the golden token, there are several patterns such as wings, hammer, Tyrannosaurus, and tower. And the back of the token is a big sign. This token was given to him by Emperor Xy and represented Wang Ran's own identity. Don't underestimate this small token. The information contained in it is extremely scary. Because this token, it is not something that ordinary people can own. It also has an alias, that is Duliu Ling. Behind every token of this style, it represents a title Duliu. Of course, this token is definitely not something the Emperor Dandu can issue. Each token of this level was issued by the Spirit Hall, and could be recognized by everyone in the world. If you want to have this token, you must personally go to the Duliu Hall of the Spirit Hall for authentication. Wang Ran has never been here, and it is logically impossible for him to have this token. However, Wang Ran was really hard to bear. At that time, Emperor Xy said that he would make an identity token for him, hoping that he would personally go to the Wuhan Hall to verify the strength of title Duliu. Of course, Emperor Xy also had his own little meaning. After all, Wang Ran is the Dean of the Taoist Academy, which is located in Heavendu City. Moreover, he was still the master of King. Under this circumstance, Wang Ran was a member of the Heavendu Empire in the eyes of the people of the world. After Wang Ran certified title Duliu, the prestige of the Heavendu Empire would also increase a lot. On the premise of pleasing Wang Ran, Emperor Xyi, who had his own careful thinking, would make such a request. However, this request was ruthlessly rejected by Wang Ran. Since time is running out, how could Wang Ran do such boring and useless things? What's the use of proving yourself? Jokes. Does Wang Ran still need to prove himself? Therefore, in desperation, Emperor Xyi had no choice but to bite the bullet and take care of the production of identity tokens for Wang Ran, and ran to Wuhan City in person. No way, I have said everything. Wouldn't it offend people not to do it? Fortunately, the Spirit Hall of this period had not yet smashed its face with the Dandu Empire, so Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall expressed a warm welcome to Emperor Xy's arrival. However, after hearing Emperor Xy's request, Bibi Dong's expression turned bad. Come to receive the identity token on behalf of others, and it's a Duliu order. Why, is there Wuhan Palace so low-end now? Which title Duliu in the world wants to have a Duliu order? Didn't he personally come to the Spirit Hall for authentication? Even Tang Hao, who is known as the youngest title Duliu, did not have his own Duliu order because he had not come to the Wuhan Hall for identity verification. Although there is a big reason for this, Tang Hao, who made the Wuhan Palace lose face. But in any case, Tang Hao is such a strong person, and his strength is the kind that has been verified. Why, Wang Ran, who didn't know where he came out, felt that he had so much face. Not only didn't people show up, even people who hadn't proven their strength wanted Duliu Ling. Really, when you open this new Oda Wuhan temple, if Wang Ran, the Dean of the Taoist Academy, was really given a Duliu order that belonged to him, where would they put the prestige of the Spirit Hall? If you change to someone else, Wuhan Hall will dare to throw Wuhan City for you without saying a word. But this person was the Emperor Xy of the Heavendu Empire, which caused Bibi Dong a headache. Chapter 454 Storm into the City Part 1. Although Bibi Dong has ambitions, she has no plans to tear her face with the Heavendu Empire. Therefore, she still needs to take care of Emperor Xy's face. But Bibi Dong was not ready to open this back door for Wang Ran and Emperor Xi. So based on this situation, Bibi Dong and Xi fell into silence for a while. But this silence did not last too long, because Qiandao was out of hand. The discord between the Pope Hall and the Hall of Worship is no secret in the Hall of Spirits. The Wuhan Temple of New Oda is also faintly divided into two major factions, the Pope faction and the Worship faction. However, the two belong to the Wuhan Hall after all. It can be said that there is me in you and you in me. There are people from Pope Bibi Dong who worship Qiandao Liu, and there are naturally people who worship Qiandao Liu at Pope Bibi Dong. Things like Emperor Xi's coming to the Wuhan Hall are naturally not hidden from Qiandao Liu. Qiandao Liu is not a person who is keen on power. If today is not Emperor Dandu but Emperor Xingluo, he would not care at all. But the reality is that the person here is the Xi Emperor of the Heavendu Empire, so Qiandao Liu is ready to come out and take a look. Nothing else. Just because Emperor Xi was the biological father of Xing, and now Xing was pretending to be his granddaughter Qian Renxiu. Just out of concern for his granddaughter, Qiandao Liu also met Emperor Xi. Therefore, the matter of Emperor Xi's request for a duo order for Wang Ran naturally fell into Qiandao Liu's ears. Not surprisingly, Qiandao came out. Bibi Dong didn't know Wang Ran, and it didn't matter if he didn't agree with Emperor Xi's request. Qiandao Liu agreed. Qiandao Liu knew Wang Ran's strength very clearly. Not to mention a duo order. If there is a order, Wang Ran would be qualified to get it. Bibi Dong only hesitated a little bit before agreeing to Qiandao Liu's tough statement. Although he was very upset with Qiandao Liu's performance, he was a great worship after all, and he was also a 9th level peerless duo. In the Wuhan Hall, Qiandao Liu's supporters are no less than Bibi Dong. Even the cutting-edge power in the Enshrine Hall, titled duo, was more numerous than Bibi Dong's. It can be said that 80% of the titled duo in the Spirit Hall belonged to the Hall of Worship. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for Bibi Dong to ignore Qiandao Liu's face. Of course, the most important thing is that mysterious Wang Ran, which made Bibi Dong feel a little solemn. Bibi Dong didn't believe that Qiandao Liu, who had been avoiding the world for many years, would rise up on a whim because of an unknown little person and embarrass himself. What he believed was that the mysterious Wang Ran's strength was definitely the existence of Tongchen, even compared with Qiandao Liu himself. Otherwise, Qiandao Liu couldn't take Wang Ran so seriously. Even if he didn't hesitate to offend himself, he would also imprison Wang Ran. Bibi Dong has great ambitions. Although he is not afraid of one more enemy, but if he can be a friend, who would choose to become an enemy with a strong one? Although it is not in compliance with the rules, but facing a strong person who is very likely to approach or has become a peerless duo, the rules can also be accommodating. That's it. Wang Ran became the first person since the establishment of the Spirit Hall that he had never been to the Spirit Hall for authentication. He had the existence of duo Ling. That's the gossip. In short, it is Wang Ran's duo Ling, whose origin can withstand scrutiny. It can be recognized by everyone in the world. All the people in the world? Naturally, it also includes the guard captain of Wuhan City who has received the token at this time. The captain of the guard who hadn't seen the token appearance didn't feel anything. After all, Wang Ran's movement of throwing out the token was too random. It was like throwing a stone at random. But after receiving the token, after seeing the token clearly, the captain of the guard admitted that he was confused. The duo order was issued by the Spirit Hall, but any spirit master with a bit of inheritance knew the existence of this thing. As the sole master of the Spirit Hall, how could the guard captain not know him? But knowing will know. Really speaking, he has not seen it. Is it? There are many titled duos in the Spirit Hall. But those people, who are not iconic figures in Wuhan Hall, their faces are equivalent to tokens. Besides, how could a character like Title Duo, a small six-rand spirit emperor, have too much contact? Although he was defending the city, he could only stare at Title Duo from a distance, and couldn't even say a word. How could he have seen Duo Ling? But just today, just now, he really saw the legendary Duo Ling. Moreover, the master of this Duo Ling was stopped by himself. This is so exciting. At this time, the captain of the guard wanted to look up to the sky and let out a long roar. Mom, I'm out of luck. Did you see that Title Duo was stopped by me? At this moment, the captain of the guard felt that he had completed the most proud achievement in his life, and his whole person was about to float. Of course, while drifting away, the guard captain's heart also became frightened, and the expression on his face became more respectful. Straightforwardly bent over, with both hands as Duo Ling Chao Wang Ran handed it over. While returning the Duo order, the captain of the guard respectfully said to Wang Ran, "Under this crown, Wuhan City welcomes you again. Please come with me, adults, and I will take you to Yuhan City. Listening to the words of the captain of the guard, Wang Ran responded with his own Duo order with one hand, and said, "Then trouble little brother." When Wang Ran said this, the guard captain's face instantly turned red. This is a greeting from title Duo. How many people in the world can have this kind of opportunity? Moreover, Wang Ran also called him a little brother. What a kind name, which is really proud of him. So, getting excited, the captain of the guard couldn't help but raise a few points, and he waved his hand to Wang Ran quickly. "It's no trouble, no trouble. It's my honor to be able to help my Anxia. How can it be troublesome?" How could Wang Ran think that this little Yuhan City guard captain would have so many dramas in his heart? If he knew it, he would definitely give the captain of the guard a golden figure. No way, the inner drama is too rich. I am sorry if I don't give a little golden man a performance. However, Wang Ran didn't know the inner story of the guard captain, and he was not surprised by the guard captain's performance. Without saying much, Wang Ran ended this meaningless conversation. He shook his head slightly, and then said to the captain of the guard, "In that case, please lead the way." Chapter 455 Storm into the City Part 2. Hearing Wang Ran's instructions, the guard captain did not dare to continue talking nonsense. Turning around, he led Wang Ran and his party toward the main entrance of Yuhan City. Ignoring the countless queuing people, the guard leader led Wang Ran and his party into the gate of Yuhan City swaggeringly. The guard captain who led Wang Ran with the 6th Soul Emperor cultivation rank was also a phase among the guards guarding the city. I can't say that he is the strongest one, but every guard captain will also sell him face. This is true for the long group, let alone the guards. Therefore, he took Wang Ran and his party along the green channel, and did not cause any villains to come up and look for trouble, and then waited for the plot of being beaten in the face. However, the behavior of the captain of the guard aroused strong curiosity among others. Not curious about the captain of the guard, but curious about Wang Ran. The reason why other people give face to the captain of the guard, in addition to his strong cultivation, is also an inseparable factor in being a person and treating his work harshly. However, it was such a person who treated the job extremely harshly and took the initiative to lead people through the back door. Isn't this clearly a problem? Even if they are pigs, they should understand that Wang Ran's identity is not simple, otherwise the guard captain would not be able to do that. However, there was no fool among these guards, who asked Wang Ran's identity at this time. Not to mention whether Wang Ran would be offended, even the captain of the guard would blame them. Anyway, the captain of the guard is here, and he can't run, so we'll ask again. However, the city guards were able to control their curiosity not to ask questions, but those who were waiting in line could not. Like Wang Ran, they all wanted to enter Martial Soul City. Why would Wang Ran be able to walk through the back door so they could only queue here? Suddenly, someone in the crowd became unbalanced, and he whispered, "Who is he? Why not have to line up?" "Yes, that is, shouldn't Yuhan City give us an explanation?" The imbalance caused by one person's complaints instantly made more people confess their inner unhappiness. 1, 2. But in a moment, the crowd suddenly became noisy. This situation became more serious after Wang Ran entered the city. The originally quiet team, it boiled instantly. Although these people's hearts are not balanced, they are not fools. Wang Ran is a group of people. At first glance, it is not a simple character. How could they rashly offend such people? Therefore, even though they were upset, they didn't dare to overplay when Wang Ran was there. Even if it is the mentality that the existence law does not blame the public, they only dare to whisper quietly. They dare not make a loud noise. But it was different after Wang Ran left. These people directly applied pressure on the guards of Yuhan City. It's just the guards of the city, although the back is against the Spirit Hall. But their one has no backing. Even though they are far from the Yuhan Hall, their own strength is also their confidence. If they really couldn't stand it anymore, they directly joined the Spirit Hall. With their strength, how could they have a higher status than these guards? Of course, every one of them understands that this matter will definitely not have any results. But most people have a mentality of blindly following the crowd. Coupled with the human nature of watching lively, under the lead of a few people with a little twisted heart, things have developed into this look. Sure enough, the situation was exactly the same as they expected. Faced with the pressure of so many people, is the captain on duty not there? These ordinary guards didn't know what to do. One by one, you look at me, I look at you, not knowing what to do. Are they? They are from the Spirit Hall, but their status as ordinary guards in the Spirit Hall is really not high. However, among the guards of the city, there are not people without high status. Those captains are all middle-level candidates for Yuhan Palace, not even without upper-level personnel. Not only that, each of them is the confidant of Yuhan Palace. After all, Guarding the city is such an important thing. The bottom guards can find it at will. But those team leaders with temporary decision-making power must be the confidants of their Yuhan palace. Otherwise, who would dare to deliver the safety of his city? So, just when the soldiers at the bottom were still unable to cope, those captains who were resting in the city, after hearing the noise outside the city, also came out to preside over the situation. As soon as this captain-level figure left the city and saw this appearance outside the city, his face instantly turned black. This is Yuhan City, the base camp of Yuhan Hall. If you make trouble here, is it true that their Yuhan Hall does not exist? Without a trace of hesitation, this captain-level figure instantly released his martial soul. 2 yellows, 2 purples and 3 blacks, a total of 7 spirit rings hovered around this long-level person. These spirit rings not only shocked the people in Yuhan City who were making trouble, but also represented his spirit sage level strength. With the release of the spirit ring, the captain of the Soul Saint coldly said to the people outside the city, "This is Yuhan City. If you dare to make trouble here, you can't afford the consequences. Those who take the lead, don't let me find you. Otherwise, hey." Hearing the words of Captain Soul Saint, everyone felt a chill behind their backs, and they shrank their necks subconsciously. The scene was silent. Wang Ran knew the noise outside the city, but he didn't care. Some irrelevant arguments, if they can affect him, then he is not Wang Ran. As for the suppression of Captain Soul Saint later, he didn't know. However, he could predict that, after all, Yuhan Palace could not be bullied by a group of outsiders at his door. Especially this group of outsiders, a group of people who are capable of returning food. At this time, Wang Ran, after entering Yuhan City, first walked around the city as a whole, wanting to see if there is a suitable candidate to become a teacher. I have to admit that Yuhan City deserves to be the base camp of Yuhan Temple, and there are really many outstanding people here. After just walking around in general, Wang Ran found a lot of good seedlings. Of course, there are many candidates who can become teachers. It's just that Wang Ran's time is tight, and he didn't have time to investigate their character, and meaning, but to write them down first. However, Wang Ran felt that few of these people who had been recorded by him could pass his own assessment. After all, as long as they can pass Wang Ran's assessment, it not only represents their character passing the test, but also has the hope that they can reach the level of breaking through and detaching themselves by virtue of their extraordinary aspects. Chapter 456. Enter Yuhan Hall. At this time, Wang Ran, who had already recorded many people, did not continue to wander the entire Yuhan City, but headed towards the center of Yuhan City. There is the holy land of all soul masters in the Duluo continent, the Hall of Souls. Wang Ran felt that the news of his arrival must have been known to the Spirit Hall. After all, if an existence holding a Duluo link came to Yuhan City, and the Yuhan Temple knew nothing about it, then what kind of holy land for the world's spirit masters? Sure enough, the situation was the same as Wang Ran had expected. As soon as Wang Ran and the others approached the gate of the Spirit Hall, a spirit master of the Soul Sage level quickly greeted him. In the face of Wang Ran, the title Duluo, the Soul Sage of the Yuhan Palace, did not dare to be arrogant. Of course, the Soul Sage is the Soul Sage after all, and he has his own pride in his heart, and he also has the spirit of the martial arts hall as his confidence. Therefore, although he did not dare to be arrogant when facing Wang Ran, he did not show the slightest flattery. It's just a mere Duluo, and it's quite common in Yuhan Hall. The Soul Saint had already determined their identities as soon as they saw Wang Ran and his party. There are a large number of people, and they are all strong, which is completely in line with the news. Therefore, the Soul Sage of Yuhan Hall did not hesitate at all, and came directly in front of Wang Ran, respectfully speaking to Wang Ran, "Dear Ran Duluo, Yuhan Palace welcomes you, and please follow you to the Papal Palace. The Pope wants to see you, so I am already waiting for you in the hall." Wang Ran, who had expected it long ago, was not surprised when he heard the words of Soul Saint of Yuhan Temple. However, Wang Ran felt quite unaccustomed to this name Ran Duluo. There was only a simple word Ran behind his Duluo order. According to the rules and customs of the Duluo continent, Wang Ran's title was naturally this point. Even Pope Bibi Dong thinks so. Wang Ran didn't care about titles or anything, it was just that he felt a little awkward because few people called him that. However, Wang Ran didn't say much, just nodded to the Soul Saint of Yuhan Hall. Pope Bibi Dong, although she was not the target of Wang Ran's trip, this did not prevent Wang Ran from being curious about her. After all, could he rely on a woman's body? The Pope who owns the Spirit Hall, the most noble identity in Duluo continent. This kind of thing can be called a legend on anyone. What's more, this object, or Qian Renxu's biological mother, BB Dong. Therefore, facing the words of the Soul Sage of Yuhan Temple, Wang Ran replied softly, "Yes, I would also like to see the Pope of Yuhan Hall. You can lead the way." Hear what Wang Ran said. The turn of the Soul Saint Palace of Yuhan Hall led Wang Ran towards the inside of Yuhan Hall. As the Soul Sage with the Spirit Hall lead the way, Wang Ran's actions in the Spirit Hall were smooth. No one came to ask Wang Ran's identity. Time wasted. It can be guessed that the personnel on duty in the entire Spirit Hall must have been ordered by BB Dong. Although Wang Ran wouldn't say anything about such trivial matters, he would keep it in his heart. For BB Dong, the Pope he had never met before, Wang Ran's evaluation also rose a little. The details can only be seen in small things. BB Donglian can notice such small things. Naturally, her methods should not be underestimated. The Yuhan Temple located in Yuhan City, as the base camp, it is naturally impossible to be the same as the Yuhan Temple with only one building in other cities. The Yuhan Hall in Yuhan City, the area, is extremely vast, the inner halls and other buildings, one after another. There are no fewer than 10 people along the way, only Wang Ran and his team have seen exactly. Therefore, even under the leadership of Yuhan Hall Soul Sage, Wang Ran and his party had walked for a long time before they arrived at the Pope Hall where BB Dong was. Looking at the majestic palace in front of them, except for Wang Ran and Tang Chen, the expressions on everyone's faces, there was a slight change. Of course, most people's faces are excited. After all, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, in a sense, he is also the idol of all spirit masters in the Duliu continent. However, there are only 2 exceptions. That was Tang Xiao, the sect master of the Clear Sky School, and another teacher from the Clear Sky School. There was no excitement on the faces of the 2 of them, and some of them were solemn. No way. Who made the culprit of Clear Sky School's retreat be the Spirit Hall? Although the retreat of the Clear Sky School happened when the previous Pope was in office, the enmity among the powers does not depend on who the leader of this power is. For the retired Clear Sky School, the Spirit Hall is their enemy. But today, they actually want to step into the private land of their enemy leader, really don't know how to evaluate. Therefore, Tang Xiao and the 2 of them have such subtle expressions. Of course, Tang Chen, who was also from the Clear Sky School, didn't know this. Otherwise, Tang Chen wouldn't be the same now. Instead, he had to roll up his sleeves and ask carefully how Qian Daily who managed the Yuhan Temple. However, the thing is obviously that Tang Xiao thinks too much. After all, BB Dong is still a man, not an omniscient god. Title Duliu is not a Chinese cabbage. So in BB Dong's eyes, Wang Ran himself is the only team in Wang Ran's team, who has the strength of title Duliu. Therefore, even though BB Dong attached great importance to Wang Ran, he was not prepared to meet everyone. He just set his goal on Wang Ran alone. Therefore, after arriving at the gate of the Pope Hall, the Soul Sage of Yuhan Hall directly said to Wang Ran, "However, under Duliu's crown, the Pope is in the temple. Please enter by yourself." After speaking, the Soul Sage of Yuhan Hall stood directly to the right of the gate of the Pope Hall, and together with the other one, formed the gatekeeper team. After hearing the words of the Soul Saint, Wang Ran nodded gently. Looking up at the majestic papal palace slightly, Wang Ran didn't show a trace of timidity. He opened his legs directly and strode towards the door of the Pope's palace. Immediately after Wang Ran left, the 2 guards at the Soul Sage level directly used their power, and the door opened to both sides in an instant. Wang Ran didn't even pause, and walked directly into the door of the Pope's palace, and when the group of people who had been following Wang Ran was about to follow Wang Ran in, the door slapped and suddenly the 2 guards closed it again. Seeing this scene, the steps of the crowd that were just about to move stopped in an instant, and their brows were also tightly frowned. Although it is not to be angry, this kind of thing is really irritating. Chapter 457 Nabai Dongso. They turned their attention to the door guard duo who closed the door, wanting to hear what kind of explanation they would make. Feeling the eyes cast by everyone, the 2 guards also felt a burst of hair. They are true soul saints, but are there no soul saints among the teachers of the Taoist Institute? Of course there is no shortage. Being watched by so many people of the same level or even stronger, the 2 guards are also miserable. In particular, there are still 2 men among these people, making them feel weak in their hearts. Even with the back of the Yuhan Hall, it still makes people feel a headache. In case it is not handled well, the 2 of them can't hold down so many people. However, they had no alternative. BB Dong confessed that Wang Ran was alone. Let them violate BB Dong's rules, they don't have the guts yet. Therefore, in the face of everyone's inquisitive gaze, the 2 Soul Saint level guards had to slowly explain to everyone, Your Excellencies, please forgive me. It's not that you are not allowed to go in. The Pope has paid too much attention to Ran Duliuo. I hope to chat with him alone. Hearing the guard's explanation, Tang Chen, who was the strongest in the entire team except Wang Ran, squinted at both of them slightly. An invisible mental coercion was immediately applied to the two of them. Tang Chen, who had lived for so many years, naturally knew that the two guards were just talking about the scene. Whatever values Wang Ran and what makes them wronged are all face-saving. However, it is true that the Pope is going to chat with Wang Ran alone. Tang Chen could still see this little content. Otherwise, he can feed the dog after so many years of experience. However, even though he could see it, Tang Chen didn't intend to go into it. After all, it is true that he is not too strong as a guest. Therefore, after staring at the two guards for a while, creating a lot of pressure for them as a lesson, the lines on Tang Chen's face suddenly softened a lot. In that case, let's wait a while. With Tang Chen's voice uttered, the hearts of the two guards suddenly relaxed. Touching the sweat on his forehead awkwardly, the two said with a dry smile, I would like to thank the adults for your understanding in advance. The attitude of the two changed a little, even if it was the Soul Saint who led Wang Ran in the beginning. He lowered his posture. Can't let him down. Although Wang Ran is strong, but he has never felt it, so he can still maintain his pride. But just after being watched by Tang Chen, the ghost knew how weak his heart was at the time. They had no doubt that as long as Tang Chen wanted to kill them, they couldn't hold it for a second. Because, just facing the pressure of Tang Chen, they couldn't afford to resist. The two guards are also the Soul Sage of Yuhan Hall anyway, so the knowledge is still very deep. They dared to use their heads to assure Tang Chen, a white-haired uncle, definitely had the strength of Title Duliuo. Offending Title Duliuo, even though it was unintentional, that was enough for them to lose their lives. At this time, only rejoicing remained in the hearts of the two. If Tang Chen really wanted their lives, would Yuhan Palace offend a powerful Title Duliuo because of them? Probably. Ignore what happened outside the Pope's palace at this time. At this time, Wang Ran just stepped into the Pope's palace with his front foot. He heard the door slam on his back foot and was closed. But Wang Ran didn't care about this, because his attention at this time has all been put on a woman not far from him, a woman sitting on the throne. Women are not others. It is the current Pope Bibi Dong of Yuhan Temple. At this time, Bibi Dongduan was sitting on the seat, with a crown on his beautiful hair, and a luxurious walking stick in his hand. The clothes were even more gorgeous. As for the face, based on Qian Renxu's overwhelming appearance, it can be inferred that Bibi Dong's appearance is naturally unique. Not only that, because of agent status, Bibi Dong still has a noble and intellectual temperament. However, at this time, Wang Ran focused his attention on Bibi Dong, not because of Bibi Dong's peerless face, or her charming temperament. The main reason why Wang Ran's attention was attracted was the power of law contained in Bibi Dong. Wang Ran is really familiar with this power of law, because the main reason that made Tang Chen's consciousness fall into chaos was the confrontation and entanglement of the power of two laws. The power of the law contained in Bibi Dong is exactly one of the protagonists of the power of the two opposing laws. Of course, the strength of this law of Bibi Dong's body is incomparable with the one that Wang Ran erased before. But this is so, and it is already amazing enough, because the power of law contained in Bibi Dong's body is completely controllable. In other words, the current Bibi Dong is on the same path of becoming a god. As expected to be the Pope of Yuhan Hall, he really has something extraordinary. Bibi Dong has already set foot on the method of becoming that is difficult for ordinary people to touch, and has not even heard of it. Looking at Bibi Dong, Wang Ran couldn't help feeling a little bit inside. However, in the next second, Wang Ran frowned slightly. Although Bibi Dong was already at the forefront of almost all Duliuo continents, she had to say that her own hidden danger was really great. Because Wang Ran could clearly feel that the power of the law in Bibi Dong's body was really too dregs, too crazy, too chaotic, and too evil. Although the power of this law is still very strong when used against the enemy, if it is not well controlled, it is also a weapon to hurt yourself. Needless to say, just being affected by the chaos, madness, and evil aura of this law, the users of the law may form an extremely extreme personality. Even a serious loss of one's self is not impossible to completely become a puppet of the law. Although the current Bibi Dong looks so graceful and elegant, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. However, according to Qian Renxu's situation, Bibi Dong was still affected by some laws. Some of her extremes and obsessions may have been subtly amplified and fixed. However, it may be because Bibi Dong has always had some lumps in her heart. She did not notice, or she did not want to correct it. Thinking of this, Wang Ran's frowning brows could not help but increase a bit. Seeing this scene, BB Dong's heart was also a little confused. Wang Ran is observing BB Dong, but isn't BB Dong observing Wang Ran? Chapter 458 Honest digging. From the moment Wang Ran entered the gate of the Pope's palace, BB Dong had already put all his attention on him. It is precisely because of this that BB Dong's heart is full of surprise. She is still very confident in her own strength. Although she has not reached the level of 19 level Peerless Duo, she does not think that she will be much weaker than Peerless Duo by virtue of the inheritance of the status and the advantages of twin spirits. But when BB Dong was so confident, when observing Wang Ran, he felt that the other party seemed to be an abyss without a bottom. Even with his own strength, he couldn't see the depth of Wang Ran at all. In this case, Yuan has already exceeded the so-called limit of Duo, because even if it was Qian Daliu, BB Dong wouldn't be able to tell the depths. And this shock became bigger and bigger in BB Dong's heart over time, because, despite BB Dong's various means, Wang Ran always felt like a vast ocean in her perception, with no end in sight. BB Dong didn't believe that the so-called limit Duo had the strength of Wang Ran. After all, he himself is not too far from that step. He has a certain say. Then, the reason for the present situation is relatively clear. Either Wang Ran, like herself, is a person who has accepted the inheritance of the divine residence. Not only is the inherited divine residence powerful, but the inheritance is nearing its end. Or, Wang Ran himself is a god's residence. Of these two guesses, BB Dong himself is more inclined to the latter. There is no other reason. No matter what inheritance Wang Ran accepts from the divine residence, his essence is still immortal before it is completed. At most, it's just that the aura of the divine residence he carries is different in depth. But from Wang Ran's body, BB Dong didn't notice any aura that didn't belong to him. It's no wonder that Qian Daliu, the old guy who hasn't shown a face for a year, took the initiative to help Wang Ran. It turns out that the root of everything is here. If Wang Ran was the divine residence, then no matter what Qian Daliu's attitude was, it would have passed. It's just that I don't know how Qian Daliu and Wang Ran met. As for Qian Daliu's ignorance of Wang Ran, BB Dong never considered it. After all, if you don't know it, Qian Daliu can't even know that Wang Ran has the strength of a god's residence. Even if he knew, Qian Daliu had no reason to help Wang Ran. Just when BB Dong was still guessing Wang Ran's identity and strength, Wang Ran's frowning movement was also caught by BB Dong. Seeing Wang Ran frown, BB Dong's originally shocked heart also cast a touch of curiosity. He didn't know what Wang Ran thought of before frowning, but BB Dong knew in his heart that the reason for Wang Ran's frown, it must have something to do with him. Although curious in his heart, but BB Dong didn't mention the matter for the first time, but said to Wang Ran, "Have you heard of the name of Ran Duo? When I saw it today, it was really extraordinary. Just don't know what is the purpose of our Yuhan temple crown today. Perhaps I can provide you with some help." BB Dong spoke calmly, placing himself on the same level as Wang Ran. Conjecture about Wang Ran's strength. She didn't mention it rashly. Since Wang Ran didn't take the initiative to mention it, then BB Dong was happily pretending to be stupid. Use an equal attitude to communicate with Wang Ran. Sure enough, BB Dong didn't mention Wang Ran's strength, and Wang Ran did not intend to blow himself up. Wang Ran, who was still meditating, after hearing BB Dong's words, he recovered instantly. The slightly frowned brows flattened instantly. The thoughts in his head were temporarily put aside by Wang Ran. Looking at BB Dong, Wang Ran chuckled and replied, "Your Excellency, am here this time. I actually came to the spirit hall to dig people." Hearing Wang Ran's slightly joking words, BB Dong raised his brows in surprise. Digging? Come to their Yuhan hall to dig people? If it weren't for Wang Ran to say this sentence, BB Dong would definitely feel that there was a problem with his hearing and he had heard it wrong. After all, the position of their soul hall is second to none on the Duo continent, and they have never been the only ones to dig people out. No one said that they were dug out by others from their soul hall. However, the person who said this is Wang Ran, which is interesting. But which one of the Yuhan temple entered Wang Ran's magic eye? Is it even enough for a person of Wang Ran's level to visit the martial spirit palace personally? Could it be that which of the golden generations are? However, even those of the golden generation can't say that Wang Ran should be so proactive, right? With doubts in his heart, BB Dong squinted slightly, opened his lips slightly, and asked with doubts, "Digging people? I don't know if that little guy is so lucky to be valued by my Anxia, and he can actually make my Anxia's arrival not far away." Now that my Anxia has spoken, I naturally hope that there will be a happy situation for everyone. My Anxia might as well say the name of that person. I will send someone to call him over. After listening to BB Dong's words, Wang Ran gently shook his head, with a helpless smile on his face. BB Dong was completely misunderstood. He didn't come to ask for a certain genius. Looking at BB Dong, Wang Ran said softly, "Your Excellency," said and laughed. "I didn't come for a certain person. Your Excellency also knows that I am the dean of an academy. As the dean, you naturally need to work hard for the development of the college. Therefore, the purpose of my visit this time is actually those who have become famous. It is precisely because of this that I have been traveling across the entire continent all year." Hearing Wang Ran's words, BB Dong was slightly silent. He didn't expect that Wang Ran's target turned out to be those who have become famous. For the strong, no matter which force is very important. Even the Yuhan temple is no exception. When Wang Ran saw BB Dong's silence, he also understood her concerns. So instead of BB Dong speaking, Wang Ran took the initiative to explain. "Don't worry about the Pope. I have traveled almost all over the continent, but I only recruited 40 teachers. Moreover, even if they join my college as teachers, it does not affect their original identity. In addition, I will focus on cultivating them so that they can go further along the way." Wang Ran's words are very clear, although from any aspect, BB Dong is currently unable to become a teacher at the Taoist Academy. But who said BB Dong was the Pope of Yuhan Hall? Chapter 459 Wang Ran's persuasion. Even if there were worshippers inside the Hall of Spirits and BB Dong Jiang Ting, no one could deny that the Pope was the leader of the Hall of Spirits. Wang Ran dug people from the Yuhan Hall, and BB Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Therefore, Wang Ran clearly explained to BB Dong about all these news, without any concealment. BB Dong felt relieved when he heard Wang Ran say this. In that case, this matter would not do any harm to their Yuhan palace. Not only can it pull in the relationship with Wang Ran, but those who are selected can also advance a distance in strength under Wang Ran's hands. Therefore, after Wang Ran finished speaking, BB Dong looked at Wang Ran with a smile on his face and said softly, "My Anxia said that. I naturally have no objection. However, although I am the Pope, it is impossible to force my colleagues to do anything. Therefore, if my Anxia wanted to recruit teachers from the Yuhan Hall, it would still be up to them." BB Dong's words were very euphemistic, but both she and Wang Ran knew that this was just a scene. Both of them knew that no matter who Wang Ran fell in love with, he would smoothly hire him back to the college as a teacher. With Qian Dalia's performance, he cannot offend Wang Ran. Therefore, if Wang Ran is interested in people who worship factions, there will be no resistance. And BB Dong himself would not be against Wang Ran, and the Pope faction had no obstacles here. There is no problem on both sides. Isn't it that the whole Yuhan Hall is okay? Therefore, Wang Ran showed a satisfied smile on BB Dong's answer. Nodding lightly, Wang Ran said, "If this is the case, then I won't nag the Pope too much." After speaking, Wang Ran turned around, preparing to leave the papal palace. Seeing Wang Ran's movements, BB Dong was stunned. Why does Wang Ran act so decisively? She still has no questions. Is this using her BB Dong as a tool? Are you ready to leave just after asking? May I ask anyone in the world who would leave so decisively when talking to BB Dong? And this person is still with a man. BB Dong, who had never experienced such a thing before, admitted that she was dazed at this time. Looking at Wang Ran's back, BB Dong opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But in the end, BB Dong's words didn't break through his throat. It came out of his mouth. But when Wang Ran's footsteps approached the gate of the papal palace, Wang Ran suddenly stopped. At this moment, Wang Ran's face flashed with entanglement. But the next moment, this entanglement disappeared. Slowly turning around, Wang Ran took a deep look at BB Dong, who was in astonishment. "Take a breath," Wang Ran slowly said. "In fact, there is one thing I shouldn't tell you. After all, each one has his own choices in one way of cultivation. But you are Xiexu's biological mother, and I am Xiexu's master." Although Xiexu seems to have a lot of resentment towards you, but in her heart she still yearns for your mother's approval. I don't want Xiexu to be sad, so I'm still ready to remind you. There is more than one way to become a god. Although you have chosen the most stable path, but the power of the law of the you inherited is a bit confusing. If you can't control it, I'm afraid that in the end it will only be the bamboo basket. Even more serious, dementia and death is not impossible. After that, Wang Ran didn't stay in the Pope's palace. He turned around and opened the door, stepped out of the Pope's palace. Only BB Dong was left in a daze. BB Dong at this moment, his heart is really complicated. Originally, when Wang Ran said that he was Qian Renxiu's master, BB Dong was still very surprised. After all, he couldn't figure out how Wang Ran and Qian Renxiu got in touch. To be honest, BB Dong is not very concerned about Qian Renxiu. Especially in the past 2 years, he has to allocate energy to complete the assessment of the God's Mansion. In addition, Qian Renxiu's plan to change the civet cat for the crown prince was secretly planned by herself. Apart from Qian Daliu, only the two titled Duoluo who protected her knew about the entire Yuhan Hall. Therefore, in Bibi Dong's impression, Qian Renxiu has been actually enshrining the temple to be cultivated by Qian Daliu. Now that she suddenly heard that Qian Renxiu was Wang Ran's disciple, how could Bibi Dong not be surprised? However, if Qian Daliu knew Wang Ran, he could explain it well. However, even though Bibi Dong was surprised in his heart, he was still not standing still on the spot. What really stopped him was what Wang Ran said next. Not the part about the influence of the law on her, but the part about Qian Renxiu. In fact, sometimes even Bibi Dong himself doesn't know what his attitude towards Qian Renxiu is. Although she is her own biological daughter, Bibi Dong still hates Qian Renxiu because of Qian Renxiu's father, Chihiro. Sometimes, I can't wait for Qian Renxiu to die. But Qian Renxiu is her flesh and blood after all. Deep down, Bibi Dong still loves Qian Renxiu. However, this love is completely covered by hatred. Bibi Dong couldn't face Qian Renxiu directly, so Hulina appeared at this time. As Bibi Dong's only disciple, Hulina can be said to have all Bibi Dong's favor. But who can say that Hulina is not a substitute for Qian Renxiu? Bibi Dong treats Hulina so well. Isn't it really because of treating Qian Renxiu wrongly? No one can be sure of this. There are not many people who know about Bibi Dong and Qian Renxiu in this Yuhan temple, and these people will not go to Bibi Dong to talk about it. But today, just now, Wang Ran directly solved a scar in Bibi Dong's heart. But the strange thing is that Bibi Dong's anger is not a lot, and more of it is still confused. Wang Ran said that Qian Renxiu wanted to get her mother's approval in her heart. If she had an accident, Qian Renxiu would be sad. But is this really the case? Does Qian Renxiu really value her incompetent mothers so much? Bibi Dong was unwilling to admit it, but she had to admit it. In fact, it really is. Wang Ran had no reason to lie to her, and she was not a fool herself. Over the years, Qian Renxiu's various performances have all revealed the fact that she longs for Bibi Dong's approval. It was just because of hatred that Bibi Dong selectively ignored this matter. But no matter what, the matter is here. Qian Renxiu loves Bibi Dong and values Bibi Dong in her heart, eager to be recognized by Bibi Dong. But what about Bibi Dong? Does she also value Qian Renxiu in her heart? Chapter 460. And this question has also been asked by Bibi Dong in his heart. But until Wang Ran walked out of the hall for a long time, Bibi Dong still did not give himself an answer, because he was also very confused, and his heart was also very confused, not knowing what his true thoughts were. However, after such a long time of entanglement, she has taken Wang Ran's question to heart. After all, Wang Ran wouldn't speak falsely, and what he said naturally made sense. After writing down Wang Ran's words in his heart, Bibi Dong directly turned and entered the depths of the Pope's palace. She needs to take a good look at her own affairs. She doesn't want to live as a puppet yet. No longer worrying about what happened next to Bibi Dong, at this time, after Wang Ran stepped out of the door of the Pope's palace, he directly addressed the recruited teachers and said, "Teachers, please wait a while, I will go there." After hearing Wang Ran's voice, all the teachers nodded, indicating that they were fine. Upon seeing this, Wang Ran naturally wouldn't say anything more, and left the place directly. Where Wang Ran went, he naturally lost the search for Qian Daliu. The so-called worship hall is located on the top of Yuhan Mountain, so it is naturally not difficult to find. Besides, with Wang Ran's tyrannical spirit, on the entire Duoluo continent, the one who could hide his position by Wang Ran's side. Therefore, Wang Ran shouldn't be too easy to find Qian Daliu. Okay. Moreover, the news of Wang Ran's arrival had long been known by Qian Daliu, and he took the initiative to release his breath and tell Wang Ran where he was. Under this situation, Wang Ran could not find Qian Daliu. Then he can find a piece of tofu and kill him. Just a moment of time. Wang Ran appeared directly on the top of the mountain. Looking at the majestic palace in front of him, Wang Ran's mouth showed a smile, because he could perceive that Qian Daliu was in the hall, waiting for his arrival. Without hesitation, Wang Ran walked directly into the hall. Sure enough, things were the same as he had expected. Qian Daliu at this time had been waiting in the hall for a long time. The moment Wang Ran entered the door, Qian Daliu's face revealed a touch of easy danger. Sure enough, it's just as I guessed. Your lord has come to the Yuhan Hall. He must come to see me. Facing Wang Ran's figure, Qian Daliu immediately greeted him. Facing the old acquaintance, Wang Ran also responded with a smile. The next thing is very simple. After a few simple exchanges, Wang Ran directly expressed his intention. And Qian Daliu, after a short inquiries and thoughts, also agreed. It seems like a long time, but in fact, Wang Ran spent less than a total of time in the worship hall of Qian Daliu. Qian Daliu's promise was agile, and Wang Ran handled things neatly. After Qian Daliu agreed, I took Qian Daliu directly into the team of teacher Dazang. And with Wang Ran's return, Qian Daliu and Tang Chen, two friends from the previous era, also sighed for a while. Wang Ran stayed in Wuhan City for 2 days. During these 2 days, in addition to searching inside the Wuhan Hall, he passed the examination of the batch of good seedlings that he wrote down. Things were indeed the same as Wang Ran had expected. These seedlings who felt good before can pass Wang Ran's assessment, only a few people. But how many selected from His Highness Wuhan? The number of this teacher's team officially broke through the 50 mark. Although the proportion of people who passed Wang Ran's assessment was not high, but I was afraid that it was Wang Ran, so I had to praise that Wuhan Hall was worthy of being the holy land of the world's spirit masters. A total of 7 people joined the Daozang Academy to become teachers. This also has to eliminate those who did not agree to it for various reasons. With 7 people in a city, this ratio is already ridiculously high. You know, Wang Ran has visited almost the entire continent, only to find about 40 people. Sometimes, after walking through several cities in a row, there is no one who meets Wang Ran's requirements. This situation is still very common. Therefore, Wang Ran is already very satisfied with the results of this trip. Wang Ran was not greedy, and left Wuhan City directly after 2 days, leading a group of teachers and galloping towards the last destination of the human world. The destination this time was not a nearby place, but Ning Rongrong's hometown, Qibao City. Everyone is a spirit master with a powerful cultivation base. Although the distance between Wuhan City and Qibao City is not close. But with Wang Ran's intentional or unintentional help, everyone came to Qibao City very quickly and easily. Although Wang Ran had set his goal this time, he still searched the Qibao City seriously. Sure enough, unexpected joy will always be born inadvertently. Although Qibao is not comparable to Wuhan City, because of the existence of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, the world's most wealthy sect, Qibao City still has a lot of powerhouses. Under the huge base range, Wang Ran really found a soul master who met his requirements. The start was abrupt, the process went smoothly, and the ending was beautiful. Under the guarantee of Wang Ran's powerful strength, this soul master also officially joined the Taoist Academy. Not only him, but Wang Ran's original goal, Ning Feng Si, Sword Duo, and Bone Duo, the 3 pillars of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, also happily joined the Taoist Academy. 50 for people. A full 50 for people. Although the number is small, this is the top talent selected by Wang Ran from the entire continent. It can be said that any of these people Literature Museum www.xguan.info can become the protagonist of a novel. It's such a group of people. All of them now become teachers of the Taoist Academy. This situation can even be said to have gathered the vast majority of the fortune on the Duluo continent into the Tibetan Gate. Wang Ran's requirements are so high, and this result is naturally worthy of his requirements. It was also from this moment that Wang Ran's journey around the mainland to find teachers for the academy was completely over. After leaving Qibao City, a teacher who followed Wang Ran first asked, "Master Dean, are we going back to the college?" To be honest, I have been preparing to become a teacher for nearly a year, and now I can't wait. Haha, so are we. I really don't know I will have those lovely students. Hearing what the teacher said at the beginning, everyone couldn't help but joked. Even Wang Ran, with a sense of relaxation in his heart, looked at the teacher who spoke first with a smile on his face. Chapter 461 Far North, pick up people of these teachers. The longest one has been with Wang Ran for nearly a year. Therefore, Wang Ran is familiar with the names of every teacher. It was like the one who asked the first question. Wang Ran clearly remembered that his name was Xifang, a soul sage from the Stardew Empire, a martial arts crown with 7 stars. Not only him, but everyone's information is clearly stored in Wang Ran's mind. Looking at these excited teachers, Wang Ran chuckled and said, "Haha, Teacher Xu, and other teachers, don't worry. As the saying goes, if you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, wherever the college and students are, you will see it soon. However, now we have to pick up a few people, who are also your colleagues." Upon hearing Wang Ran's words, all the teachers showed smiles on their faces, and they all smiled and said, "Haha, since that's the case, what are we going to do? Hurry up and pick up those colleagues. Dean, we can't wait." As everyone agreed, Wang Ran did not hesitate, pinching Yinj with both hands, and the space around him instantly began to fluctuate. It was just the time between breathing. Everyone's figure became blurred, until everyone's figure disappeared in place. Because it was to pick up people, Wang Ran directly chose the fastest spatial technique. When they reappeared, they were already in a white world of ice and snow. With the rapid changes in the surrounding environment, everyone's expressions were taken aback. In the next second, a biting chill passed from around, and the unsuspecting people shuddered subconsciously. However, everyone is strong after all. Although the extreme north is chilly, with everyone's spirit power running, this chill is instantly blocked out of the body. Dean, isn't this a place in the far north, right? Looking at the white surroundings, a teacher in the team suddenly asked. Hearing this teacher's question, Wang Ran nodded calmly. Then he answered, naturally, those few of your colleagues. They are all soul beasts in the extreme north. If we don't come to the extreme north, then where are we going? Hearing Wang Ran's words, everyone felt speechless. Even the strongest Qian Daliu and Tang Chen were no exception. They are not the matter that Wang Ran said that their colleagues are soul beasts. Being able to be selected by Wang Ran, everyone's horizons will naturally not be limited to such a small range as humans and soul beasts. Besides, Wang Ran had already told them that there were many soul beast teachers in the Daozang Academy. They had already accepted this matter. What they are speechless is that Wang Ran has such an unpleasant tone. Although Wang Ran is very strong, he is a god's mansion level existence, but you can't give Duluo Dao a face so much, right? Where is the far north? The northernmost part of Duluo continent. And it was in Kibao City just now to the central area of Duluo continent. The result was only a moment. They came to the far north. Moreover, Wang Ran brought more than 50 of them together at once. This kind of earth-shattering method of weeping ghosts. Don't say so easy. Is it good? But everyone's speechlessness only disappeared in an instant. How powerful is Wang Ran? They had already accepted it in their hearts. So, no matter how incomprehensible things happen, they are also acceptable. Wang Ran is the same. He doesn't take this matter to heart, so naturally he won't keep talking about it. After explaining to everyone, Wang Ran didn't move too much. Instead, he directly released a touch of his own breath. This breath is not strong, but it can make most of the far north, can be clearly felt. Following Wang Ran's breathtaking method, inside the far north, several pairs of closed eyes opened instantly. Random, a powerful breath burst out from the depths of the far north. Every breath is extremely powerful, and the weakest is at the level of a human 93rd rank title Duluo. And with the burst of these breaths, in the next second, soul beasts of different body shapes directly appeared in the sight of the teachers of the Taoist Institute. The huge Titan Snow Demon, the colorless Ice Bear, the cold icy Scorpion, the fleshy Big Worm, a humanoid soul beast with a perfect owner, come from different locations in the deep north. They are the overlords of the far north. Of course, they must eliminate the Tanmen Ice Silkworm. At the same time, they are also teachers recruited by Wang Ran for the Taoist Tibetan Institute. Although Tanmen Ice Silkworm's current combat effectiveness needs to be improved, but there is no doubt that the auras of several people are very powerful. All the teachers of the Taoist Academy can guess that these 5 soul beasts are probably the few of their colleagues that Wang Ran said. Therefore, although the character of the few soul beasts is not yet clear, but seeing the strength of the group of soul beasts that quickly walked over, a sense of identity rose in everyone's heart. And as the distance between the soul beasts got closer and closer, everyone suddenly discovered that their size was getting smaller quickly. Not only that, but their appearance has become blurred. When they were about to approach Wang Ran completely, they had transformed from the appearance of a soul beast to the appearance of a human being. The burly man is Artai, the same burly but white man is Xiao Bei, and the Tanmen Ice Silkworm has turned into a young man. As for the Bing Dai, her human image is also extremely beautiful, even fighting with Xdi. It's just that one is petite and the other is slender. Transformation? No need to ask. It must be taught by the Dean. Looking at the northern soul beasts transformed into human forms, and the people behind Wang Ran took a peek at Wang Ran, he thought in surprise. Although they haven't learned it, and there is no need to learn it, they still heard it from Wang Ran. At this time, the 5-member group of Far North spirit beasts, as they completely transformed into human form, directly respectfully greeted Wang Ran. I have seen the Dean. Are you here to pick us up at the college? Hearing the questions from Emperor Xu and the others, Wang Ran nodded gently and said, that's right, your clone method is already well practiced. Let's quickly separate one, and we will return directly to the academy. Hearing Wang Ran's words, all the faces of Xu showed a relaxed smile. Looking at Wang Ran, Xu confidently said, don't worry, Dean, our avatar technique will definitely not disappoint you. As Xu's voice fell, the hands of all the soul beasts quickly pinched Yinju, and a sworn smile appeared on their faces. Except Tanmen Ice Silkworm. Chapter 462. Back to college. Almost for an instant, With the exception of the Tanman Eye Silkworm, the soul beasts of the northern territories that had transformed into human forms radiated a soft light. And with the disappearance of this soft light, several big soul beasts also successfully transformed from one into two. Except for the difference in strength, the clones, which are almost the same as the main body, are standing quietly beside their main body at this time. Wang Ran can clearly distinguish which one is the main body and which one is the clone. Although the method of this clone is strong, there are still many differences between the clone and the ontology. Not to mention anything else, just take the strength as an example. As long as the body does not no longer practice, then the strength of the clone will never catch up with the body. Even if the body stops practicing, the clone's strength is at best equal to the body. If you practice after being balanced, you can only feed back your own body first. It seemed that now, even the weakest Xiaobei among the Xdi and others, the clone had already touched the threshold of title Duliuo. But compared with the main body, it is still far behind. Of course, the body can also improve its own strength by removing the fusion clone. However, although the clones of Bingdai, Xdi and others were doing well in their cultivation, Wang Ran didn't pay attention to them. With a slight glance, Wang Ran directly placed his gaze on Tanman Binkan. No way, the Tanman Ice Silkworm is so special now. Among the 5 great soul beasts in the far north, only the Tanman Ice Silkworm did nothing. Don't look at who he saw. In fact, it was not just Wang Ran, all the eyes of everyone present were on Tanman Ice Silkworm. Everyone was very puzzled, especially the few soul beasts in the far north. The human teachers who followed Wang Ran can also guess whether the Tanman Ice Silkworm has not yet learned this clone technique. However, the few big soul beasts in the far north clearly knew that the Tanman Ice Silkworm was able to do so. Moreover, with strong spiritual power, Tanman Ice Silkworm was the first one of them to learn. Don't ask why they know it too, because when Tanman Ice Silkworm learned this clone, he immediately separated one to find the Ice Emperor. You can guess what Tanman Binkan's temperament can do. Facing Tanman Ice Silkworm's harassment, what if his body came? Maybe the Ice Emperor looked at the face of the same soul beast or a colleague, and just cursed a few words. But what came was only a clone with a weak cultivation base. Hey, don't blame the Ice Emperor for his grumpy temper. Unsurprisingly, Tanman Ice Silkworm sent blood. So under this circumstance, Tanman Eye Silkworm's current behavior is very strange. While everyone was looking at Tanman Bing Silkworm in doubt, Tanman Bing Silkworm was also looking at Wang Ran solemnly. Didn't wait for Wang Ran to ask. Tanman Binkan took the initiative and said, "Dean, I am going to leave the far north with you and go to the college." As he said, Tanman Binkan took a deep look at the far north and also looked at the Ice Emperor. Although Tanman Eye Silkworm has been asleep most of the time for so many years, but only scattered waking time is enough for Tanman Eye Silkworm to mature. So, his decision at this time was not a whim. It was the result of careful consideration. As the only soul beast on the Duliuo continent with a million-year-old, although Tanman Eye Silkworm is usually faceless and skinless, he still has dreams. No one doesn't want to be detached, doesn't want to be strong. Before, because of ethnic restrictions, Tanman Eye Silkworm could only survive on its own slickness. But this does not mean that Tanman Binkan, he does not want to become a strong man. For this, he must leave the far north. Because he is in the far north, his heart has been confused. Although he didn't know why, but he was sure that he really liked the Ice Emperor. If he continues to stay by the Ice Emperor's side, his mind can no longer be immersed in cultivation. Although Bingdai's clone will also go to Taoist Academy, it is better to be in the far north than Taoist Academy. Of course, Tanman Binkan's decision this time was not without the elements of pursuing his own happiness. After all, the Bingdai also said that the person she likes must be stronger than her. For this reason, Tanman Eye Silkworm must improve its strength as soon as possible. Therefore, he only raised this matter at this time. And Wang Ran, after hearing Tanman Binkan's words, was silent for a moment. Not only him, but Xdi, Bingdai, Artai, and Xiaobai were all silent. Everyone could see part of Tanmen's mind. They had never thought that Tanmen's Ice Silkworm, who had always been timid and lazy, would make such a decision. You know, the far north is simply a comfort zone for Tanman Eye Silkworm, especially now. All of them have become teachers of the Taoist Academy. If Tanman Ice Silkworm is in any danger, they will definitely help. But under these conditions, Tanman Eye Silkworm decided to leave the comfort zone of the far north. Although Daozang Academy is also another comfort zone in a certain way, but if it is only the environment, the far north is definitely more suitable for Tanmeng Silkworm. I don't know if it should be said that Tanmeng Binkan succeeded or that he failed. Because of the previous impression, the current Tanmeng Silkworm has only made a small change, which has already caused everyone to look sideways. Even the Titan Snow Demon King Artai still admires the spirit of Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, who can break through himself for love. After a moment of silence, Wang Ran gave a soft smile. He naturally saw Tanmeng Binkan's mentality. Although Wang Ran didn't care whether Tanmeng Silkworm was ambitious or easygoing, after all, Tanmeng Silkworm was already a teacher at the academy. If he could pursue something, Wang Ran would still be happy to see it. Therefore, facing Tanmeng Binkan's request, Wang Ran didn't say much, and nodded slightly and agreed. As Wang Ran nodded, the matter was concluded, and no one raised any objections. After the matter was settled, Wang Ran was not prepared to stay in the extreme north. Directly pinch Yin-Chu with his hands. A large amount of energy instantly envelops everyone present except the main soul beasts. The light suddenly appeared, and all the people who were wrapped in Wang Ran's energy disappeared in place. And everyone just felt a flash in front of them. When the vision stabilized again, the surrounding scenes had changed from ice and snow to mountains and jungles. At this time, they had already arrived outside the gate of the Taoist Academy. It's just that as they saw the sight in front of them clearly, their faces became a little strange. Chapter 463 Dugabo and Ross. It's not that they were shocked by this magical spatial technique. After all, after so long, everyone can already accept it. It is not because the specifications of the Taoist Institute did not meet their expectations. Their expectations were not so high. The reason everyone showed strange faces at this time was because at this time, on the front mountain square of the Taoist Institute, a man with green hair and a burly middle-aged man were facing each other. Although there were only two people facing each other, quite a few people watched the excitement. The number of students in the Taoist Institute alone has reached nearly 1,000, and even this number is constantly increasing. Therefore, the teleportation ray on the square has never stopped for a moment, and even the arrival of Wang Ran and others did not attract Anun's attention. Regarding this scene, whether it is Wang Ran or the many teachers behind him, it can be seen that the burly middle-aged man is obviously from the Taoist Institute. In this way, a man with long green hair is naturally on the opposite side. Indeed, the burly middle-aged man is not someone else, it is Rose, who has been sealed by Wang Ran's cultivation strength. Faced with such a situation, Wang Ran gently raised his hand, and signaled the many teachers behind him not to make a random noise. Because he found out at a glance, Datongma Huai, who was hidden in the crowd, was waiting for the teachers. And Wang Ran also wanted to see what was going on. Facing Wang Ran's gesture, everyone naturally readily agreed. After all, it's lively, who doesn't want to see it? At this time, Wang Ran and the others were located outside the gate of Dezang Academy. Although there is still a short distance from the mountain gate, the attention of everyone on the square is also on Rose and the man with long green hair. But this does not mean that everyone is not at risk of exposure. After all, such a group of living people is still very eye-catching. So when he arrived at the Taoist Academy, Wang Ran was around the crowd and realized the method of concealment. How could the concealment method that Wang Ran performed personally be discovered by these people present? Therefore, even if Wang Ran's team was very conspicuous, it still didn't attract Anun's attention. Without paying attention to staying in place, Wang Ran led everyone directly to the Daozang Academy on the square. There is no meaning to hide it. It just passed under the eyelids of everyone in such an upright and swaggering manner. But none of the people present found anything. It wasn't until Wang Ran patted the hidden Ditan on the shoulders that the teachers of the Taoist Academy didn't realize that Wang Ran was back. Ditan, what's the situation? Facing this sudden beat on his shoulder, Ditan's body instantly straightened. But the next second, his body relaxes, because Wang Ran's figure was already reflected in Ditan's eyes. My lord, you are back. President, you are back. Wang Ran's voice naturally attracted the attention of other teachers, so everyone spoke at almost the same time. Are you in the academy? Everyone is naturally called the dean rather than the master. Of course, because Ditan is Wang Ran's contracted beast, he is not like others. Wang Ran is called the master of the door, but an adult. The same. Not only was Wang Ran discovered by everyone, the newly recruited teachers behind him also caught the eyes of a few people. How many people know? These people will be their colleagues in the future. But, now a few people didn't ask questions. After all, I know new colleagues. There will be more time in the future. At this time, facing Wang Ran's question, after greeting Wang Ran, Ditan quickly replied, My lord, this is how things are. This 9th level Contra who calls himself Dugabo, I don't know where I heard about Xiao Wu, so he just came to the door. wanting to come and kill the transformed Xiao Wu. Hearing what Tishan said, Wang Ran looked at Tishan and the others with a weird expression. If I remember correctly, some of them still hurt Xiao Wu, right? Now they are all hitting the door? You guys don't even put a fart. As for the Dugabo on the opposite side, the name is a bit familiar. Green hair, isn't this the poison duo? It's just that the current Dugabo hasn't obtained the 9th spirit ring. Although his spirit power has reached the 90th level, it is still just a contra. However, although the original book described poison duo quite a bit, Wang Ran didn't care. It was just a titled duo, so Wang Ran just had a flash of thought and stopped paying attention. Seeing Wang Ran's expression, Li Tan also instantly understood Wang Ran's thoughts, and quickly explained, "It's such an adult. I originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but Senior Rose said that this matter was left to him, so we just waited here." Rose? Hearing Li Tan's words, Wang Ran was even more surprised, and even couldn't help making a sound. He was not surprised by Rose's strength. Although Rose was sealed by himself, he was worthy of a 9th level contra only by relying on his body. The Dixie Dishan and others of Ross also knew this, so Dishan and the others knew this too. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to trust the matter to Rose. Wang Ran was surprised that Rose actually took the initiative. You know, Ross' current identity is better to be the gatekeeper of the Taoist Academy. If it is a bit ugly, it is Wang Ran's captive who was sent to look at the gate. Under such circumstances, Ross' ability to look at the door steadily is already a manifestation of Wang Ran's personality charm. As a result, Ross actually took the initiative to solve the Daozang Academy. How is this possible? With doubts, Wang Ran frowned in surprise and asked, "Dishan, what's the matter? I have only left for a year now. Is Rose's affection for the Academy so deep, and he took the initiative to help the Academy solve the problem?" Hearing Wang Ran's words, Li Tan's expression became a little awkward, and he shook his head. Li Tan opened his mouth and said to Wang Ran, "My lord, you have misunderstood. How can we do things that you haven't done?" Senior Rose is still the same as before. There is a reason why he chose to shoot. Do you remember the last time when recruiting freshmen, Senior Rose accepted a disciple? When Li Tan said this, Wang Ran raised his eyebrows and said, "Rose's disciple? Is that the newcomer's second place? Why, this time is related to him." Wang Ran is still a little impressed with the matter of Rose's apprenticeship. But because after recruiting new students, Wang Ran's clone quickly left the academy, and his body had been practicing in the Stardew Great Forest, so Wang Ran just knew that this happened. Therefore, after hearing Dishan's words, Wang Ran was so surprised. Chapter 464 Dugabo. Regarding Wang Ran's doubts, Dishan didn't sell anything, so he answered directly, "My lord, Lord Rose's shot is indeed related to his disciple." Your lord, you also know that although Senior Rose is powerful, he is just a gatekeeper in the academy. Regarding his strength, it is impossible for us to actively promote it. Therefore, although the students in the academy did not show anything to Eric, who was the second age at the beginning and now the third, but had worshipped Dorman as a teacher, they still felt more or less in their hearts. There are few regrets or even mockery. But Eric's kid is really good. Although Senior Rose has never shown his strength, but the kid's attitude towards Senior Rose has always been very respectful. Therefore, this time Senior Rose made a shot. In addition to trying to save Eric's face, he was also prepared to teach him. After listening to Dishan's explanation, Wang Ran raised his brows slightly, and said with some relief, "It turned out to be like this. This is a good phenomenon. It is estimated that this fellow Rose has changed a lot from the beginning." Hearing Wang Ran's words, Li Tan, who stood aside respectfully, nodded without denying him. At this time, the confrontation between Dugabo and Ross on the square had also fallen into a white-hot stage. Looking around, Dugabo was about to make a move. Above the square, Dugabo, who had been blocked for a long time, was really upset. For this action, he actually had great confidence in his heart. Because of many years of immersion, he didn't know much about Taoism and Tibetan Academy. Just a month ago, after his spirit power successfully broke through the 90th level, he was completely surprised. Without a moment's hesitation, Dugabo left the Sunset Forest directly, ready to find a suitable soul beast. The effort paid off. He found a soul beast of 60,000 years old in the Stardew Great Forest, and it was still a snake-like soul beast that was very suitable for him. Originally, he had planned to use that soul beast as his 9th soul ring. After all, although the age of this soul beast was a little lower, but it was extremely suitable for him. Even if he continued to search, it would be difficult for him to find a soul beast that was older than it but also suitable for him. As a spirit master, when choosing a spirit ring, choosing a spirit ring that suits you is more important than choosing a spirit ring with a high age. But there is a special situation. That is, the lifespan of the spirit ring has exceeded 100,000 years. Owning an 100,000-year spirit ring is much more important than having a spirit ring that suits you. Originally, Dugabo thought that he would never have a chance to have a 100,000-year spirit ring in his life. After all, a 100,000-year spirit beast could not be dealt with by him as an individual. It turned out to be a coincidence. When he was tracking the snake soul beast with a cultivation base of 60,000 years, he encountered a soul master team. Dugabo is not a good person either. Although he could deal with a 60,000-year-old soul beast, he was already very reluctant, and even had to pay a lot of price. So, this soul master squad that can trespass into the depths of the Stardew Great Forest, is Dugabo targeted? I want them to be cannon fodder first. Although this team seems to be from aristocratic background. But what about it, if all are dead? Who would doubt his Dugabo? Dugabo with this kind of mind quietly followed behind this soul master squad. Without a trace, they led them towards their target soul beast. But, because of this, he heard a news that made him tremble all over. When a middle-aged soul master in this group of soul masters was boasting about his son, what did he say? That there was a soul beast in the Taoist Academy where his son was. This news directly excited Dugabo. 100,000-year-old transformation spirit beast. That is simply a walking treasure mountain. Although I don't know if what this person said is true or false, even Dugabo himself thinks that this man is more likely to brag. But this news is already worth his visit. As for the so-called Taoist Academy, in the eyes of Dugabo, it is not worth mentioning. Even a transforming soul beast can't be found. Where can it be so strong? At most, the harvest at that time will be evenly divided with this academy. He only needs his spirit ring and his soul bone is given to this academy. After making the decision, Dugabo was originally going to catch one or two in this team and ask about the situation. But just when he was about to do it, the means he had arranged before broke out. The soul master team and the soul beast faced each other. Under this situation, Dugabo gritted his teeth and left the Stardew Forest. After leaving the forest, Dugabo inquired about the location of the Daozang Academy, and he found it smoothly. Without a moment's hesitation, Dugabo came directly to look for the transformed soul beast. In this case, even if there is no transforming soul beast in Daozang Academy, there is still time to turn back and look for the 60,000-year-old snake-like soul beast. But now, as soon as he entered the gate of the Daozang Academy, he was stopped by the guard. And it took so long to stop. Therefore, at this moment Dugabo coldly looked at Rose, who was in front of him, and Dugabo's patience for this man who had no spirit power fluctuations had reached its limit. Although this is an ordinary person, if you continue to stop him, don't blame him for being rude. Even if he accidentally injured some of the students behind him, Rose took the blame. At this point, Dugabo said coldly to Rose, "Asshole thing, for stopping me, don't blame me for being impolite. Honestly, let me go in and find the transformed soul beast, or you can bury him with it." Hearing Dugabo's words, Xiaowu, who was already in the crowd, couldn't help but jump out and yell at him. But before she could move anything, she felt her shoulders being pulled. Looking back, it was Bridget who had always treated him best. In fact, Bridget had been observing Xiaowu, and if Xiaowu hadn't been impulsive, she would not come out. Although Xiaowu's identity as a soul beast, there are rumors within the academy that it doesn't matter. But if there is a lot of trouble on the road, waiting for Xiaowu to go out to practice in the future, it may be troublesome. Therefore, Bridget stopped Xiaowu at this time. And the one thing Xiaowu stopped her was Bridget, who quickly said, "Aunt Bridget, don't let Uncle Rose hold on. You can quickly cure that old immortal. Really you are a dish." Hearing Xiaowu's words, Bridget knocked her little head angrily, and said warmly, "How many times have I told you that I want to call me a teacher in the college? Also, if a girl wants a lady, you don't have to worry about that. Dugabo, Senior Rose will take care of it." Chapter 465 Ruthless Crush from Ross. After Bridget knocked her head on her head, Xiaowu stuck her tongue out a little mischievously, and then said with a little doubt, "Oh, people know, Teacher Bridget. Teacher Bridget, can Uncle Rose beat that bad guy? Although I think that bad guy is very unpleasant, but he seems to be very strong." Upon hearing Xiao's words, Bridget suddenly said, "Don't worry. There is no problem, just watch it with peace of mind." Sure enough, as Bridget's voice fell, the form of the field changed instantly. Therefore, behind Rose in Belgium, a 7 or 8-year-old boy was standing behind him, and a big iron sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Time to return to when Dugabo just finished his harsh words. After hearing Dugabo's threat, Rose didn't respond to him, and didn't even look at him directly. On the contrary, Rose turned and beckoned to Eric in the crowd. Summoned by his master, Eric naturally rushed to his side immediately. Rose didn't say much, but from behind Eric, he drew out the big sword he asked Eric to keep on his back. And Rose's move completely angered Dugabo. He was a 90 level spirit duo, and he could only obtain one more spirit ring, which was titled duo, one of the people with the highest status in the entire duo continent. But now, he was ignored by a little college guard. Moreover, the guard was an ordinary person without spirit power. This is really tolerable or unbearable. Without hesitation, Dugabo snorted angrily and rushed towards Rose quickly. He wants to tear Rose in half with his own hands, or else it's hard to understand his hatred. However, facing Dugabo's menacing blow, Ross did not show any expression on his face. Thinking about it, Eric, who was standing behind Rose, had a flash of worry in his eyes. Although he has been apprentice for a year, Eric really doesn't know Rose's strength. Although Eric respects Rose very much, but combined with Rose's identity, Eric is not optimistic about his strength. After all, there were 8 spirit rings shining on the man with green hair on the opposite side. Master, can he really take the attack of this strong man? In Eric's worry, Rose gently swung the iron sword in his hand. Is it such a simple wave? Dugabo's terrifying attack seemed to hit the air. There was no ripple. Even the seemingly powerful Dugabo actually flew out under Ross' counterattack. In this scene, not only was Dugabo who launched the attack dumbfounded, even all the students present were dumbfounded. They never imagined that this uncle who watched the door on weekdays would be able to withstand the attack of the terrifying strong man so easily. Yes, they are here to watch the excitement, but their confidence is definitely not from Uncle Rose, the doorkeeper of the academy. It is the powerful teachers in the academy. But at this moment, this is extremely ordinary on weekdays. Uncle the doorman, who might not even be able to see even for many days. It shocked them so much. But this is not over yet. After repelling Dugabo, Rose gently said to Eric, Eric, be optimistic. This is how my sword is used. Finished? Rose's body instantly moved towards Dugabo. Seeing this scene, the students exclaimed, and Wang Ran also sighed lightly and said, Ross' strength is still very good, but the weapon is just an ordinary fine iron sword. In this level of battle, I'm afraid that a single blow will damage it. Indeed, the big sword used by Rose was just an ordinary fine iron sword. After all, it was only a weapon for Eric's training. Even if it wasn't for Dugabo's failure to use all his strength, plus Ross' skillful use, the sword should have broken just now. So Wang Ran's sigh is quite reasonable. But in the next second, Wang Ran's face changed, because in the process of sprinting, Rose, who had not yet launched an attack, squirted out a burst of blood shining with golden light. This bit of blood did not mean that Rose was injured, but that Rose actively forced it out. The moment the blood left Rose's body, it turned into a light red blood mist, which was tightly attached to the surface of the iron sword. In an instant, the silver-white iron sword was stained with a faint scarlet, and it looked a bit solemn. Wang Ran's face suddenly changed because of this. Wang Ran saw at a glance what the purpose of Rose's behavior was. You know, the blood that Rose forced out contains his essence and blood. The importance of essence and blood to a person is self-evident, and the person's strength is still sealed. It can be said that the blood of Rose has at least lost 3,000 years of cultivation. Of course, these 3,000 years are in the world. And as this bit of blood adhered to the surface of the iron sword, it not only made the iron sword of ordinary material extremely hard, but also gave the iron sword spirituality. Even if the chance is enough or the master of the iron sword is high enough, the iron sword can always evolve. Rose's move was not only to defeat Dugabo with a sword, but also to give Eric a precious gift. Thinking of this, Wang Ran whispered, Rose has lost his money this time. As Wang Ran's murmur sounded, Rose also launched his own attack on Dugabo. Without any use of soul power or divine power, Rose just relied on his own power to slash a sword at Dugabo. Between the opening and closing, Dugabo even saw the judgment of fate on him. However, Dugabo is a rare powerhouse on the Duo continent after all. Facing Rose's attack, he reacted immediately, and I have just eaten a small loss for the independent bike size Gubo. Now how can I look at Rose with the eyes of ordinary people? Although time was short, Dugabo still used all the skills he could use. In an instant, the spirit possession was activated, and the first and second spirit rings on his body suddenly lit up. Without warning, a large amount of mist emanated from Dugabo's body. These mists are terrifying poisonous mists for the enemy, but for Dugabo, they are equivalent to stimulants. However, although Dugabo's reaction was timely, his opponent was a second-level divine residence, even though it was sealed. Under Ross' sword of opening and closing, the momentum of the whole world seemed to be driven. The mist that spread out, under Rose's sword, was like a cut cake, violently scattered to the sides. and could not touch Rose's body. Chapter 466. It's useless to admit defeat and ask for mercy. There was no spirit power fluctuation, but Dugabo, who was facing Rose's attack at this time, felt that he had never thought that he was almost dead now. Without hesitation, Dugabo frantically mobilized the soul power in his body and exhausted all his strength to resist the attack from Rose. Dugabo is very strong. Although he is not a spirit master who is good at defense, he is a 90 level contra after all. No matter how bad the defensive power is, he will not be weaker than the defensive soul sage. But who is Dugabo's opponent? That was the second level Rose, who was best at attacking. Although he could not use divine power and spiritual power, just the physical power of Ross could not tolerate Dugabo's underestimation. What's more, there is also Rose's swordsmanship that has been practicing for many years. The result was not unexpected. Dugabo, who insisted on taking Ross' attack, spewed out a bit of blood. The body was like a kite with a broken string, flying violently towards the distance. The knocked out Dugabo struggled to control his body in the air. The moment he was just hit by Rose, Dugabo could feel Rose's hand, because at the end, most of the power in Rose's hands disappeared. Regarding this situation, although Dugabo felt that he had no face, he didn't know what to say. Could it be that Rose should not keep his hands? He didn't want to die. Although Rose's full blow didn't seem to be able to kill him, Dugabo at that time was more than just vomiting blood. Ross is very strong, and Dugabo already has a deep impression. But he didn't understand why Rose didn't summon Yuhan to fight. In that case, he might have already lost the blow just now. Although it's not much better now. Dugabo is a wise man. He is not ready to entangle with things he doesn't understand. Now the situation is obvious, and I have taken care of it. Because of the excitement of the breakthrough and the temptation of the 100,000-year spirit ring, he hadn't investigated the Taoist Academy before coming, so he didn't know the Taoist Academy at all, and then underestimated the Taoist Academy. So that now, let himself be in danger. Just a doorman, you can already make yourself unable to cope, so you can change to the Dean of the Academy. Then what is it like? At this moment, the excitement of breakthrough and the temptation of the 100,000-year spirit ring are all in Dugabo. Dugabo finally broke through the 90th level, but he didn't want to die here like a clown. What's more, he has a lovely baby granddaughter. How could he want to die here? Therefore, Dugabo is ready to admit counsel very simply. After all, in his opinion, he was about to become a titled Duo, and he was also considered a sign in this Duo continent. Although this Taoist Academy is very strong, no one would refuse to join a title Duo. If Rose's men were merciful just now, if they weren't ready to recruit him for a while, Dugabo would dare to broadcast the handstand and fly. It's a pity that ideals are full and reality is very skinny. If Dugabo's thoughts were placed on other forces, there would be no problem at all. But it's a pity that the power that Dugabo faces is called Taoist Academy. And his opponent, Rose, is not an insider of the Academy, but a forced part-time job. Under these conditions, Dugabo's guess was not true to reality. The reason why Rose was merciful was entirely because Dugabo was a good target, and he was going to instill more of his own way in Eric. So, before Dugabo could say to admit defeat, Rose rushed towards Dugabo again. Seeing this scene, Dugabo's face turned black. Today is really a Mercury retrograde. How can I not even give a chance to give in? But this time, Dugabo also had plenty of time to prepare. Without daring to be careless, the seventh spirit ring on Dugabo suddenly burst into a dark light. Yuhan real body, launch. In an instant, Dugabo's body began to change crazily, but while breathing, it completely turned into an aquamarine giant python. After using the martial spirit real body, Dugabo's strength also skyrocketed instantly. Not only the attack power is greatly improved, but even the defense power is also improved. Of course, the opposite is the rapid consumption of soul power. But at this time, Dugabo could not have time to feel distressed about his soul power. Facing Rose's majestic face, Dugabo threw out his tail in an instant, and hit the big sword fiercely. With the collision of the two, a crisp sound, along with the impact that radiated, instantly resounded through the entire square. Those low-powered students not only tightly covered their ears, they even couldn't control their body shape, backing back again and again. Under Dugabo's counterattack at all costs, Rose, who could not mobilize his divine power, fell into confrontation with Dugabo for a while. Of course, this is also the reason why Rose's sword power has not been fully utilized. But at this moment, the two of them are indeed deadlocked on the square. Seeing that he was blocking Rose's attack, Dugabo also let out a long sigh of relief, although he knew that he would definitely not be able to hold on for long. What's more, Ross hadn't summoned his martial spirit or used his spirit power yet. However, Such a respite is enough. After all, he is going to invest, not to resist to the end. Without hesitation, after temporarily resisting Rose's attack, Dugabo quickly said, "My lord, I admit defeat, and I admit that this time I offended your college. I hope you have a large number of adults, and spare me once. In return, I am willing to join the Taoist Academy and become a teacher." In the pressing time, Dugabo didn't dare to negotiate terms with Rose, and directly stated his bottom line. He was afraid that time would be delayed, and the other side would not give him a chance to bargain. It can be said that this choice of Dugabo is already very interesting, but unfortunately, Rose doesn't care about these at all. Ignoring Dugabo's begging for mercy and surrendering, Rose said faintly to Eric, "Eric, I'm going to use my strength next. Take a closer look and see what the most important trend is in our vein." Following Rose's words, Dugabo's face instantly changed wildly. He never expected that Rose would directly ignore his begging for mercy and admit defeat, and even use him too much as a target to teach students. However, at this moment there is no room for Dugabo to say anything, because as Rose's voice fell, Rose's momentum instantly soared. Chapter 467 Tragic Dugabo, Wang ran shot to save his life. This skyrocketing momentum does not mean how much Rose's physical strength has improved. On the contrary, Rose's own strength has not changed in any way. This sudden surge of momentum is completely blessed by the general trend of heaven and earth. At this moment, the iron sword covered with Rose's blood seemed to be alive. Even without the blessing of any divine power, the sword body still emits a hazy light. In the next second, Dugabo, who was still evenly matched with Rose, flew out instantly. The tail that turned into the real Yuhan body was also chopped off by Ross. Not only that, but Dugabo's Yuhan real body has such an illusion of 1 or 2 breaths. This is no longer just a physical injury. The most important thing is that Dugabo's spirit has also been traumatized under Ross' sword power. If it wasn't for Dugabo to have such a few tricks to stabilize his spirit, I'm afraid that he would have been beaten to withdraw from the real state of Yuhan. But how could Rose miss such a good target as Dugabo? If you really let him go, he can kill him with just 1 blow, so why bother? In any case, Dugabo provoked the matter. He has started the matter, and when this matter will end and how it will end, it is up to Dugabo to call the shots. Therefore, Rose did not stop his offensive, and after severely wounding Dugabo in 1 blow, Rose's body caught up again. Without using all his strength, Rose is now simply using his sword and sword power to attack Dugabo. If he used all his strength, Rose would really be afraid that Dugabo would die here at once. But if the right to choose is handed over to Dugabo, at this moment, he definitely hopes that he will be cut by Rose, because the current Dugabo is really miserable. 1 sword, another sword. I don't know how long it has passed. Ross dealt with Dugabo, as if to use all his sword skills for countless years. In the current Dugabo, Yuhan's true body had long been broken up, and his body was full of sword wounds. I don't know if I can survive. Anyway, Dugabo already has the capital to brag. After all, he used to be able to allow his second-level divine residents to use every effort to completely defeat it. But this time Dugabo does not know. Now he has reached a critical point. The vague consciousness is telling him all the time that you are no longer good, and you are about to die. But Dugabo did not dare to pass out, because he did not dare to die. If he dies, his most beloved granddaughter will lose the last relative in the world. Without him as a backing for her granddaughter, a little girl who is only a teenager, how could she live comfortably in this power-oriented world? However, no matter how strong the will is, when facing absolute strength, it will only increase pain and vain. After all, Dugabo is not the son of the world. How could he burst into the small universe at the last moment? So, with Rose's attack, Dugabo couldn't hold on anymore, and the whole person fell into a coma before falling to the ground with a bang. Seeing this scene, Wang Ran in the crowd felt very speechless. Obviously, no matter what, they were the one who was victimized. According to the current situation, how can they have a sense of sight of a big villain? He even thought about the content of the story. A dream-seeking old man, for his dream, boarded the college above the mountain. And here, not only did he fail to realize his dream, but instead was tortured and killed by the gate guard of the academy with absolute strength, and eventually no bones existed. Next, is it true that the descendants of the old man, through unremitting efforts and amazing opportunities of jealousy, eventually grew to be #1 in the world, and then went up the mountain to kill the academy that killed his relatives? Thinking of this, Wang Ran shook his head quickly. This situation is impossible. Even if they are villains, they are also the villains with the strongest strength and firmly occupy the world's first position. How could their Taoism Institute be the villain? Wang Ran hurriedly through the weird thoughts in his mind. Looking at the dying Dugabo and Rose, who was preparing for the final blow, Wang Ran shook his head gently, and then tapped his lips. In an instant, Wang Ran's voice rang in Rose's ear. "Forget it, Rose. The lesson is enough. Although this man is guilty, he is not guilty of death. And you should be the materials for teaching students, so you should give them a little benefit anyway. Let him be alive this time. I guess he wouldn't dare to come to the Taoist Institute to cause trouble again." Although I don't know when Wang Ran came back, Rose still had to treat Wang Ran's order carefully. So after hearing Wang Ran's words, the movements in Rose's hands instantly stopped. He didn't really care about Dugabo's fate. If it weren't for Wang Ran's attitude toward this kind of thing, he wouldn't have planned to kill Dugabo. Since Wang Ran has said so now, he naturally won't do anything to increase his murder. Because Wang Ran had communicated to Rose alone, Rose just nodded silently, and didn't say anything. After nodding, Rose placed the sword directly under Dugabo. As the sword body picked up, Dugabo's body rose into the sky in an instant, and flew towards the bottom of the mountain. Many students present thought that Dugabo was dead, and even if he did not die, he would not have his life if he fell from such a high mountain without realizing it. Therefore, the students present did not pay attention to Dugabo at all after his body vacated. At this time, the eyes of many students were all on Ross and Eric. What Ross bears is surprise and yearning. Such a powerful doorman is estimated to be placed on the entire continent, and it is also the scorpion pulled with only one. Eric has endured the envy of almost everyone. After all, with such a powerful master as Ross, not everyone has the chance to be able to worship him. Therefore, apart from those teachers, none of the students present noticed a light green light flashing from the crowd, shooting into Dugabo's body. This pale green light is the energy urged by the healing technique, and the source of its three is naturally Wang Ran. It's just that Wang Ran didn't cure Dugabo all at once, but only suspended his life. After all, the lesson should be left to Dugabo. And Dugabo, who was severely injured but still hanging by the crowd, was rescued by a luxurious carriage after falling down the mountain. Chapter 468 Hangout. The owner of this carriage is not someone else, but the Prince Xing, who is going out to do errands and preparing to return to the city. Maybe it was a fate, although things started differently, but Dugabo was eventually saved by X crossing. As for the next Dugo Expo, what choice will it make? Was it the same as his original destiny, he became the worship of the Tandu Empire, or was it because of the Taoist Academy and retired? At this time, no one can tell. Of course, no matter what decision Dugabo made, Wang Ran and others would not care. After today, the grievances between Dugabo and Taoist Academy are gone. What choice he will make has nothing to do with the Taoist Institute. Dugabo's next fate will not be mentioned for the time being. At this time, the Daozang Square is extremely lively. Rose, who took Dugabo down the mountain with a sword, suffered a lot of admiring gazes. His expression did not change, and he remained calm. Walking gently to Eric's side, Rose reinserted the iron sword in his hand into the scabbard behind Eric, and then asked softly, "Eric, do you understand? Know what your own sword should look like in the future?" A trace of confusion appeared on Eric's face when he heard Rose's question. Some ignorantly shook his head. Eric subconsciously shook his head and replied, "Master, I seem to understand, but I don't seem to understand." Hearing what Eric said, Rose didn't say much. Eric's performance now is considered normal. If he really understands now, then it would be strange. Rose's requirements were not so high. He was just planting a seed in Eric's heart just now. Therefore, after Eric's voice fell, Rose spoke softly, "It's okay. It's normal if you don't understand it now. You can just think about it slowly in the future." Happiness. As Rose's voice fell, a burst of clear applause sounded from the crowd. The owner of this voice is naturally not someone else, but Wang Ran, who has been hiding behind the crowd. Rose, not bad. Now you have become a good master. With the sound of the voice, Wang Ran's figure slowly moved from the back of the crowd to the front of the crowd. Facing Wang Ran's praise, Rose hadn't responded yet, and a scream suddenly sounded. "Ah, master, you are back. You really want to die and be proud." This scream was naturally made by Ning Rong Rong, Wang Ran's youngest disciple. Because Dugabo came to look for things, nearly a half of the low-level students in the entire college came to watch the excitement. How could Ning Rong Rong, who has a lively and leaping personality, miss such things? It can be said that Ning Rong Rong was the first batch of students to rush over. That's why she appeared here, and she saw Wang Ran after she appeared at first sight. Wang Ran split out a total of incarnations. The clones were out for a year, and the body was still in cultivation. Therefore, the little girl Ning Rong Rong had not seen Wang Ran for a year. This made Ning Rong Rong, who was very close to Wang Ran, feel uncomfortable. Even Ning Rong Rong secretly wiped tears in the bed because he missed Wang Ran too much. However, because the little girl has a good face, she has not let others know. Under this circumstance, Ning Rong Rong's excitement about seeing Wang Ran was conceivable. Excited, Ning Rong Rong ran towards Wang Ran directly after shouting. After struggling to make a leap, Ning Rong Rong directly rose into the air and fell into Wang Ran's arms. In the face of excited Ning Rong Rong, Wang Ran naturally caught his precious disciple with a smile on his face. Ning Rong Rong missed him, so he didn't miss Ning Rong Rong, a clever ghost. As for the other students, they silently shifted their admiration from Ross to Wang Ran, although there were a lot of people present, and the environment was very noisy. But when Ning Rong Rong shouted so loudly just now, many people could still hear it clearly. As for those who didn't hear clearly, under the discussion of people around, I also understood what it was. No one in the room knew who Ning Rong Rong was. Even further speaking, there is no one in the entire Taoist Academy who does not know Ning Rong Rong. Of course, the reason why Ning Rong Rong is so famous is not because of how noble her identity is. After all, in the Daozang Academy, even if the status is noble, it is useless. If you don't work hard, it may not take long to be persuaded by the academy. The reason why many students in the college knew Ning Rong Rong was because Ning Rong Rong was the leader of the second grade and even beat the first in the third grade. In other words, Ning Rong Rong is the eldest sister of the entire Taoist Junior Division. That's right, Ning Rong Rong, an auxiliary soul master, is the eldest sister of the junior department. Although her offensive ability may not be better than the spirit war masters like Eric and Xiao Wu, but in terms of overall strength, some Ning Rong Rong who Wang Ran taught himself, that was the number one deserved. With the large attribute bonus and terrifying recovery ability, Ning Rong Rong was simply a nightmare for his opponents. Even if her offensive power is not as good as the opponent's, she can consume the opponent to death by consumption alone. Ning Rong Rong, the eldest sister of the junior department, naturally has no secret of her social relationship. For example, what is the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the future heir, what is the direct disciple of the dean of the academy, and so on. Therefore, following Ning Rong Rong's actions, Wang Ran's identity was directly exposed in front of a group of students. The founder of Taoism Institute, their dear Dean Wang Ran. Those third grade students are fine, after all, they really get along for a year. Even Wang Ran taught them personally. But the second grade and the first grade are not good enough. It just blows up the pot. After all, the students in the second grade had only met Wang Ran, and those who had just entered the first grade hadn't seen it in a year. Therefore, at this time, the entire square was full of exclamations. Wow, is that the dean? Sure enough, he looks like a world-class expert. Yes, yeah, and looks so young. Wang Ran, who was holding Ning Rong Rong, smiled even better when he heard the exclaims of twittering around. But so many students are surrounded here, it really doesn't seem like a thing. So Wang Ran put Ning Rong Rong in his arms on the ground and slowly said to the students, "Students, don't surround themselves here, and quickly go back to the college." Chapter 469 On track. Wang Ran's voice was not loud, but what he said clearly passed into the ears of every student. And as Wang Ran's voice fell, Ditan, Bridget and other college teachers also showed their bodies and warned the students to go back quickly. Although the students felt a little regretful, not only did Wang Ran say that, but even the teachers in the college spoke up, so they naturally didn't want to stay much. Of course, this matter cannot be tolerated by them, because just after Dishan and the others spoke, several old teachers directly used teleportation techniques to send the students back to the academy. Although the number of students is quite large, the teachers are all extremely powerful, so accurate transmission of them can still be done easily. With the departure of a large number of students, the Dazang Square was instantly empty. Ning Rong Rong took Wang Ran's palm and asked while shaking it, "Master, what have you been doing this year? Rong Rong almost misses you." Hearing what Ning Rong Rong said, Wang Ran chuckled and touched Ning Rong Rong's head, and then said, "This matter is a bit complicated. I will tell you about it later. However, today it is not the master who came back alone. Look at who is over there." With that said, Wang Ran gently shook his head and motioned to Ning Rong Rong. Seeing Wang Ran's signal, Ning Rong Rong subconsciously looked in the direction Wang Ran signaled. In the next second, Ning Rong Rong, who was already excited, became even more excited because she actually saw several people in Ningfengzi. Although Ning Rong Rong did not return home this year, it has been 2 months since he went home last time. So after seeing Ningfengzi and the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect, Ning Rong Rong asked excitedly, "Dad, Grandpa Jan, Grandpa Bones, why are you here?" However, Although seeing Ning Fengzi and the others made Ning Rongrong more excited, Ning Rongrong didn't mean to let go of Wang Ran's big hand. Seeing this scene, Ning Fengzi and the others couldn't help but feel a little bit silly. However, they are just a little taste, and have no other meaning. Facing Ning Rongrong's question, Ning Fengzi laughed and said, "Rongrong, Dad is here to be your teacher this time." Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but his eyes widened. Seeing this crowd of people, Ning Rongrong asked in disbelief, "Dad, are you serious? You are not all here to be teachers, right?" With that said, Ning Rongrong also raised his head and glanced at Wang Ran, with questions in his eyes. It's no wonder that Ning Rongrong was surprised. There were too many people. In response, Wang Ran and Ning Fengzi both smiled and nodded. After getting an accurate answer, Ning Rongrong's already brilliant smile became even brighter at this time. She feels that nothing makes her happy more than now. Not only did the master come back, but even the father and others came to him. Seeing Ning Rong, who was in joy and unable to extricate himself, everyone smiled dozingly. No one would dislike such a clever, eccentric, cute and loving child. And when Ning Rong was in joy, Jian Duo suddenly bowed to Rose on the side. Moreover, while bowing Sword Duo, he said, "Thank you, Lord Rose. Your kendo has really benefited me a lot." Although he knew in his heart that Rose did not perform the kendo for him, since he received the favor, he naturally wanted to express his gratitude. Rose was also a little astonished by Sword Duo, but he quickly reacted. Feeling the somewhat familiar aura on Sword Duo, Rose could not help but nodded, and then said, "You don't have to be polite. Since you have gained something, it is your chance. However, you are really good. If you stick to it, you will definitely achieve something." Hearing that everyone was about to chat, Wang Ran gave a helpless laugh, and then interrupted. "Well, you don't want to be in a hurry to chat at this time. This is not a good place to chat. When you enter the college, you can talk about it. In a moment you will bring the new teachers to familiarize yourself with the environment, and arrange courses for them by the way." When Wang Ran said so, the Ten and the others nodded and said yes. Rose shook his head slightly, and then said, "Dean, go back. I won't go. Eric has just come into contact with a lot of things, and he needs a good training to digest." Hearing Rose said this, Wang Ran nodded slightly, expressing his understanding. Then Wang Ran came to Ross and Eric and said with a smile, "Ross, you have become a good master, and Eric, right? You have to cherish your master's teaching. I believe your future will be very broad. In addition, you should cherish the sword on your back. After you grow up, it will be a good embryo." Hearing Wang Ran's words, Rose didn't say anything, except for a smile on his face. Eric nodded firmly. Although he didn't understand some of Wang Ran's words, he still kept it in his heart because he respected Wang Ran. Seeing this scene, Wang Ran chuckled slightly, and the energy in his body instantly flowed into the earth. In the next second, on the entire Dazang Square, there were only two people, Ross and Eric. As for Wang Ran and others, they returned to the interior of the Taoist Academy. After returning, Wang Ran directly summoned a few of his disciples to check their progress in practice. For some of their problems, he also helped them solve one by one, which is regarded as fulfilling his responsibilities as a master. Of course, Wang Ran also described his experience this past year with several people. As for the new teachers, they were initially integrated into the fresh academy life under the arrangement of Dishan and others. No one knows that the current Taoist Institute is simply Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. These seemingly ordinary teachers, if you pick out one, are all the existence that can be famous in the mainland. Of course, from top to bottom, those in the academy who knew everything had no intention of propaganda. As for the ordinary students, it was only the next day that they suddenly found that they had a lot of teachers. Of course, a lot of courses have been added along with it, but they didn't care. Isn't it normal to recruit teachers in the college? Of course, the reason why they don't care is completely because they don't know the strength of these teachers. But it doesn't matter anymore. Out of trust in the college, no student will struggle with the teacher's ability, because the facts have proved how good their college is. Chapter 474. Years later, graduation assessment. The days seemed to fall into peace all at once. It's not that the mysterious dean doesn't meet people all day long. In addition to practicing, Wang Ran also teaches several of his disciples for a long time. Even, from time to time, he would suddenly give the college students a few lessons. Many teachers, like model workers, are working hard to complete their tasks. Even if the teachers are like this, most of the students in the academy have worked harder to study and practice. As for the part that didn't work hard, every bit was persuaded by the college. At this point, I have to say that as the number of students in the college increases, this atmosphere of hard work and enterprising is really getting stronger. And this situation lasted for 4 years in a stable manner. In the past 4 years, on this Duluo continent, Taoist Academy seemed to have become a legend. Except on the day when new students are enrolled, you can feel the Dao Zhang's almost capped power. On weekdays, even a junior student is not something ordinary people can meet. After all, nothing happens on weekdays, and all students will stay in the academy to practice. Even if it is a spirit ring that needs to be advanced, there is also a teleportation array inside the academy that directly connects to the spirit beast forest. Even if you are willing to contribute, you can ask the academy to customize a spirit ring for you. After all, Wang Ran's original research results were not patents prepared by his disciples. Of course, there is no need to worry about their combat experience. Except for the soul beasts in the Stardew Great Forest, the numerous arenas are already enough for students to use. Not only can students learn from each other, but also can release the mirror to temper them. Needless to say the rest. As for other vacation time, why don't the students go home? Of course, if the holiday is long, they will also go out for a tour. After all, the college also encourages them to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. It's just that they are still junior students and need a lot of time to lay the foundation, so they have never gone out alone. I haven't seen those seniors, so they just hide their identities and travel. Because of this, Taoism Academy has become almost more and more mysterious in this 4th grade. However, people's yearning for the Taoist Academy has not diminished at all. Naturally, the inside of the college will not change due to outside attitudes or comments, and there will be a vibrant look everywhere. However, Wang Ran, who had been so peaceful and stable for 4 years, felt more and more uneasy in his heart. He knew that this was not an illusion. Next, I'm afraid that something big will happen soon. Moreover, this important matter is closely related to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel so clearly. Is the God Realm about to strike? Sitting cross-legged on the futon in the room, Wang Ran took a long breath, then thought silently in his heart. This is the only thing that can make him feel so sensitive. Lifting his head calmly, a flash of light suddenly flashed in Wang Ran's eyes at this time. Although the questioning of the gods was about to come down, there was no fear in his heart. That technique has already been portrayed partly, and it should be able to display some power. I just don't know. Can we compete with those divine residences in the God Realm? Wang Ran's lips opened slightly, and he whispered softly. However, before Wang Ran could think too much, there was a knock on the door of the room. Buckle buckle. What's the matter? Depressing the thoughts in his mind, Wang Ran looked at the door and asked. And the person who knocked at the door, after hearing Wang Ran's question, quickly replied, "It's such an adult. This year's graduation assessment is about to begin. All the teachers and students have already arrived at the arena." The generous voice is no stranger to Wang Ran, and the person here is the #1 fierce beast, Ditan. After hearing Dishan's answer, Wang Ran slowly stood up from the ground. Opening the door, Wang Ran spoke to Ditan, who was standing at the door. "Let's go. If that's the case, let's pass too." As Wang Ran's voice fell, Ditan nodded lightly, then turned round and recovered his body directly in the air. Wang Ran didn't say much, and jumped directly onto Ditan's body, standing firmly on top of Ditan's head. In the next second, as Ditan twisted his body, the two flew towards the distance instantly. Although the Taoist Academy is very large, the speed of Ditan cannot be underestimated. Even if Dishan didn't mean to hurry, he just walked like ordinary people. However, only a moment later, he and Wang Ran have already arrived at the arena of the Taoist Academy. Speaking of which, the arena of the Taoist Academy and the arena of souls on the mainland are somewhat similar. It's just that all the venues here are connected. Everyone can see all the arenas outside the arena. Of course, the two parties who usually fight on the arena can choose to hide their duel. In this case, the arena will be shrouded in formations, and people outside cannot see what is happening inside. Of course, the arena of the Taoist Academy is still very large, far from comparable to those of ordinary fighting spirits. However, with such a huge arena, it did not appear empty at all, because in addition to the teacher and the master of the graduation assessment, the 6th grade students, many high-level or low-level students also came to the scene. After all, the graduation assessment is a rare and easy task inside the Taoist Academy. In response, Wang Ran's face was just a smile, and he didn't say much. Directly gestured to Ditan, and the two quickly landed on the high platform of the arena. All sitting here are teachers from the college. Wang Ran's arrival naturally attracted everyone's attention. After all, even if Wang Ran was not visible, he would still see the huge figure of Ditan. Therefore, when Wang Ran landed on the high platform, all the teachers respectfully greeted him. "Dean, you are here." Hearing everyone's greetings, Wang Ran nodded with a chuckle, as a response. Then Wang Ran turned to look at the many students on and off the court, cleared his throat, and calmly spoke to encourage them. Wang Ran's speech was brief, but only for a moment. Therefore, the new graduation assessment of the Taoist Academy is about to begin. And when Wang Ran announced the start of the assessment, there was a loud cheering in the entire arena. Chapter 471, How to Treat Others, How to Treat Themselves. The off-site assessment is in full swing, and the 6th grade students of the Taoist Academy are the grade of Ning Rong Rong. It can be said that this year is already regarded as the golden batch of the Taoist Academy. Although the other grades are not bad, but if they are really compared, this group is better than one. Apart from anything else, when a higher grade exists, it has always occupied the top 3 positions in the junior department. Which one can do it? That is, last year, the first batch of students graduated from the junior division. After Ning Rong Rong and the others became the leaders of the junior division, the rankings seemed normal. Moreover, after 6 years of postgraduate entrance examinations, although many of this group of students have been eliminated, most of them still remain. So for this reason, the graduation assessment of Ning Rong Rong and his group of students is even more eye-catching. Not only the students below the stage think so, but also the teachers on the high stage. You know, every student in the junior department has been carefully taught by them. They can line up and say that they know a lot about each student's situation. That is, after the students enter the high-level department, they will choose a person to apprentice and concentrate on learning a certain path. Therefore, it can be said unceremoniously that every student in the junior division of the Taoist Institute is their painstaking effort over the years. Therefore, the level of concern for these students participating in the assessment should not be underestimated. After the assessment began, each of them looked back and forth on the numerous arenas. Because the actual combat part of the graduation assessment is composed of 2 parts, mirror confrontation and students-free confrontation. Therefore, these teachers now have enough time to observe and evaluate, because now the opponents of the students are still a mirror image of the illusion. It is precisely because of this that on the high platform at this time, a group of teachers are asking these students for leave. Listening to the voices of these teachers, Wang Ran smiled softly. Such an academy full of vitality from top to bottom is what he wants to see. In this environment, Wang Ran's interest also increased. Together with many teachers, we discussed these students enthusiastically. Although they are talking about it, what everyone discusses is which one belongs to the 4th place. After all, for this group of students, everyone has reached a consensus. Unsurprisingly, the top 3 were taken over by Ning Rong Rong, Xiao Wu and Eric. Although the others are also good, compared with these 3, the gap is quite obvious, especially Ning Rong Rong, that was the well-deserved head of Daozang in the junior ministry. Under Wang Ran's teachings, Ning Rong Rong's strength really broke ordinary people's perception of auxiliary spirit masters. Not to mention the auxiliary skills, it is only the attack power. The spirit master of the same level may not be able to beat Ning Rong Rong. Didn't you see Ning Fengxi, Bone Duoluo, and Jian Duoluo with their 3 smiling eyes almost missing? They even looked a lot younger. The 3 of them also had Xiao Wu and Eric's battle for the 2nd place. And they might still be worth seeing. It's just possible. With everyone's understanding of Eric, his chances of defeating Xiao Wu are estimated to be lower than that of defeating Ning Rong Rong. This is not to say that Xiao Wu's strength is stronger than Ning Rong Rong, nor that Eric's strength is not good. After all, if you really do it, Eric's sword is not a vegetarian, and the attack power can be said to be the best in the junior department. It's just that Xiao Wu really eats Eric to death. I don't know what handle Xiao Wu grabbed Eric. Anyway, Eric was intimidated by Xiao Wu. Therefore, the current ranking of the top 3 is already fixed. That is, who belongs to the 4th place, which made everyone interested and even had differences. After all, other children are also very good beings. More than one, in the 6 years of learning career, bloom their own light. Listening to the arguing among the many teachers on the high platform, Wang Ran also observed the students who were talking about. I have to say that everyone's argument is still very reasonable. The strength of those students is really among the best. Maybe the one who is careless, Mr. Move and will lose. In this case, even Wang Ran couldn't be sure which one would win. With curiosity, Wang Ran turned his head and saw Rose with a pensive expression. Although strictly speaking, Ross is just the guard of the academy. In fact, Ross' status in the Taoist Academy is different from other teachers. After all, the incident 4 years ago increased Rose's popularity among students. In addition, he and Wang Ran are quite able to talk, so this high platform Ross is still qualified to come. These are naturally not the point. The point is that after seeing Rose with a pensive look, Wang Ran suddenly smiled and asked Rose, "Ross, you usually have a lot of contact with these students. Tell me which one can win the 4th place?" Hearing Wang Ran's voice, Rose's contemplative face paused slightly, and then it became a little black. He is very unhappy now. because his plan has gone bankrupt. At the beginning, his purpose of accepting disciples was not only to inherit his own mantle, but also to hope that his disciples could defeat Wang Ran's disciple. As a result, after the past 6 years, Eric never defeated Ning Rong. Not only that, Eric was also eaten to death by Xiao Wu. If it wasn't for Rose's heart to value Eric too much at this time, he would have to give Eric a vicious meal. Therefore, after hearing Wang Ran's words, Rose snorted softly, and then replied, "Where do I know that those children are all the same? It depends on who is more cautious." Upon hearing this, Wang Ran nodded in agreement. Rose himself fell silent. After a while, Rose spoke to Wang Ran, "Dean, you don't have much time. The top." With that, Rose pointed his finger to the sky. He did not finish what he said, but Wang Ran knew what he meant. To be honest, Wang Ran was still very pleased with this. "I treat you like a gentleman, and you treat yourself like a gentleman." Over the years, although Rose has not said it, Wang Ran knows very well that he still likes Taoism and Tibetan Academy and values it here. Similarly, he didn't want any accidents to happen to him. Otherwise, with regard to the incident of the God Realm, Ross could only be the joy of being liberated, and it is absolutely impossible to be the worry that almost always shows up now. Chapter 472. During the assessment, therefore, seeing such Rose, Wang Ran couldn't help showing a knowing smile on his face. Gently waved his hand towards Rose. Wang Ran said to him, "Don't worry, Rose. I haven't been defeated so easily. The academy and the sect will only get better and better." Hearing Wang Ran said this, although Rose didn't know where Wang Ran's confidence came from, since he said so, naturally he has his own reason. Therefore, after Wang Ran's voice fell, Rose was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly and said nothing more. The rest of them looked at Wang Ran and Rose, who looked mysterious, wondering what the two of them were talking about. Just when everyone wanted to ask questions, the arena on the court suddenly fell silent. This means that the first phase of actual combat assessment has ended. Similarly, this also means that the next assessment will require many teachers to serve as referees. Therefore, Wang Ran did not give the teachers a chance to ask questions, and directly said to them, "Okay, I'm going to bother you all next. Let's look at the issue that has been arguing for so long and what the result is." Hearing what Wang Ran said, although the teachers were still a little curious in their hearts, none of them came out, and they were all crushed in their hearts. After all, they still know the priorities. Everyone chuckled lightly, and arched their hands at Wang Ran and said, "What the dean said, this is our responsibility. However, we are also looking forward to this result." Not much to say. "I'll go ahead later." As the voice just fell, the figures of the teachers slowly became illusory. In the next second, more than 50 teachers appeared on different arenas in an instant. For 4 years, although most teachers have not obtained the way to practice space. However, in order to save time, Naruto World's instantaneous movement, which is a relatively cool movement method, is still very common. Not to mention this, as a group of teachers appeared on the arena as the test venue, the students who were still a little noisy instantly quieted down. Because everyone knows that the highlight of the graduation assessment is coming. After all, fighting with the mirror image, where is the excitement of fighting with these classmates who are close to you? Sure enough, after a group of teachers appeared on the stage, the voice of Wang Ran sitting on the high platform instantly rang in the ears of the students. This year's assessment rules are the same as in previous years, adopting a random match and circular confrontation model. After each battle, there will be a teacher to recover the injuries and consumption of the participating students. Competitive competitions are divided into singles, doubles, 3-players and 5-player team games. The point accumulation mode is adopted, and each person's initial points are 5 points. 1 point for a win, no score for a tie, and 1 point for a loss. Those with a negative score will automatically lose their assessment quota and the ranking will be frozen. Each person has a total of 10 games, ranked according to points. In the end, the players with the same points will be a group, and the group will compete in a single round robin to determine the final ranking. Have you understood? Understood. As Wang Ran's voice fell, a deafening answer instantly sounded across the arena. In response, Wang Ran chuckled lightly, and then said, "Very good, I announce. The assessment begins." As Wang Ran's voice fell, the huge screen in the center of the arena instantly began to scroll through pieces of information. Don't ask why there is such a thing as a screen in Duo Continent, let alone others have similar things. Even if it doesn't, with Wang Ran, who has gone through 3 worlds, can't it be tricked for you? Besides, even if there is no such technological product, there are countless alternatives in the collection of Zangman. It's just that there are more convenient methods. Why not use them? Therefore, the emergence of this kind of computer science and technology products will not cause any insecurity. Not only that, There are countless small screens in the arena to watch the situation on each arena. Ignore these unimportant things. At this time, on the huge screen in the center of the arena, the scrolling range of information has slowed down. Sure enough, within a few breaths, the messages appeared on the screen smoothly. Arena 1, Wang Hu vs Li Bing. Arena 2, Eric vs Ning K. Arena 3, Xue Yun vs Xiao. Pieces of information were lying quietly on the screen, and everyone present could clearly see it. Those students who have been drawn are all walking quickly towards the venue they have drawn. Each one, with the blessings of friends around him, wants to shine with his own light in this graduation examination. Therefore, almost everyone's face is full of seriousness. And under this serious expression, there is a determination to win. Of course, there are a few people with wry smiles on their faces. They are some of the students from Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Eric, who are known as the Big Three in the junior department. Although each of them is excellent and confident, however, they still have some self-knowledge. After drawing 3 of them, the points in his pocket have already gone to 1 point. Unless it is in the next multiplayer confrontation, 3 of them are drawn as teammates. However, although it is clear in my heart that I cannot win the competition, but the college has cultivated them in the past 6 years, and their current worldview will not allow them to give up this kind of inevitable competition. Even if they know that the result is a failure, they have to use their best energy. Do your best to let your opponent know that you may be strong, but I am definitely not bad. It is precisely because of this belief that they can successfully go to the graduation assessment in the Taoist Academy. Ping pong pong. On top of the arena, there are constant collisions between different students. No one keeps their hands, because everyone knows that the opponent they are facing is definitely not to be underestimated. Even Ning Rongrong and the others, when facing their classmates, if they don't cheer up, they will easily lose. Therefore, the intensity and excitement of the assessment can be imagined. When they were fighting, all the students who were watching the battle subconsciously held their breath, staring at both sides of the competition without blinking. It's as if they were distracted a little bit, and the next second of the test will show me the result. Chapter 473. The God Realm 1. The progress of the assessment was advancing bit by bit. Wang Ran, accompanied by Rose, sat quietly on the high platform and watched the game on the arena. At this time, Wang Ran's deep eyes were constantly shining with a light called comfort. In 6 years, he let a group of children who don't understand anything slowly grow into young men who can be called elite geniuses. If placed in an outside college, these students, no matter which one, can definitely be said to be the elite of the elite. And before he knew it, Wang Ran had already regarded these students as his descendants. Seeing them become talents, Wang Ran's heart is not only gratified and proud, but also because they feel deeply proud. However, this kind of tranquility did not last too long, because just before the end of the assessment, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared in Wang Ran's perception. In an instant, Wang Ran's face changed slightly. Not only him, but Rose sitting next to Wang Ran is the same. Although Rose's cultivation base was sealed, this kind of soul-derived induction could not be hidden from him. Raising his head suddenly, Rose looked at the sky and said to Wang Ran, "Dean, it's really here this time." Rose stopped halfway through what he said, but Wang Ran understood what he meant. Waving his hand, Wang Ran also raised his head, looked at Rose and said, "Ah yes, but it's not a big problem." As Wang Ran's voice fell, a slight distortion appeared in the space around Wang Ran in the next instant. Then, another Wang Ran suddenly appeared on the high platform. This Wang Ran who appeared suddenly, dressed in a black robe, had a very deep light in his eyes. Seeing his heart quiet, it seemed as if he would fall into it at any time. Rose was not surprised by this sudden appearance of Wang Ran, because he didn't need to guess that he knew that this sudden appearance must be Wang Ran's body. Indeed, the sudden appearance of Wang Ran was the body he had been cultivating in the Stardew Great Forest. With the appearance of the ontology, Wang Ran's ontology and the clone looked at each other, and then the ontology suddenly said, "Thanks." The object of the body speaking is not others, but its own clone. It is equivalent to Wang Ran saying something to himself. Although their thoughts are not synchronized in real time, this feeling still feels weird. It can only be said that Wang Ran still has some innocence in his heart. No, just after Wang Ran's body had finished speaking, the clone was connected. It should be. Fortunately, this dialogue is over here. After Wang Ran's voice fell, Wang Ran's body extended an arm toward the clone. In the next instant, Wang Ran's clone turned into a burst of energy, which entered the body from the palm of his body. And as the two merged into one, Wang Ran suddenly appeared in momentum, and it was still rising. It was just that it was hidden by Wang Ran himself in an instant. In the next second, Wang Ran said to Rose without looking back, "If I haven't come back after the assessment, you can tell them and disband directly. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Rose nodded slightly, and agreed. The next moment, before Wang Ran left, Rose suddenly said, "You unlock my seal. If it really doesn't work, I can help take care of the college." After hearing Rose's words, Wang Ran's figure paused a bit. He did not expect that Rose would say so. As for whether Rose lied to him, Wang Ran believed in Rose's character. He would not do it. I saw Wang Ran slightly towards Rose, and for an instant, Rose felt like a grandson monkey who had suddenly come out after being crushed by Wazishan for 5 million years. The whole person is unspeakably relaxed, and familiar forces are constantly emerging. In this regard, Rose was also stunned. Wang Ran was surprised at his attitude, and he was also surprised at Wang Ran's attitude. He also didn't expect that Wang Ran would actually unlock him. He just raised his mouth slightly, and didn't hold much hope. As a result, Wang Ran really lifted his seal. Rose wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, Wang Ran's figure disappeared instantly. What Rose wanted to say was also pressed against his throat. I can only make up my mind silently, and I must do my best to protect the college. Wang Ran had a gambling element, but he was right. He did not miss Rose. Regardless of Rose, after Wang Ran left the high platform at this time, his figure instantly appeared on a sea area unknown many miles away. On this vast, invisible sea, with Wang Ran's appearance, there were two figures instantly. The other was a man in blood armor who had also just arrived. With the appearance of Wang Ran, the man in the scarlet armor suddenly raised the big sword in his hand vigilantly. At this time, Wang Ran, who had already appeared, also narrowed his eyes to look at the vigilant man facing the vigilant. To be honest, this man is somewhat similar to Rose who first appeared on the stage. The same blood-colored armor, the same two-handed sword. Even the temperament on his body was a little bit like. It's just that there is a big difference in the aura between the two. Although Rose was the best in the second-level Divine Mansion, he still had a big gap with the man in front of Wang Ran. Wang Ran can be sure that the man in front of him is definitely a first-level Divine Residence. Sure enough, following the fighting pose, the man in the blood-colored armor slowly spoke. "I am the God of Judgment, a first-level law enforcer in the gods. You have the power of a divine residence, but you have never been to the divine realm and compiled in the book, but stealing the human realm to affect the balance. This is a sin." In addition, 10 days ago, the level 2 law enforcer of the lower realm, Ross, lost contact in Duluo continent, and you, as a stealer, have serious suspicions about this matter. Therefore, I will arrest you on behalf of the God Realm. If you don't want to add to the crime, please cooperate. Hearing the words of this first-level law enforcement officer who claimed to be the God of Trial, Wang Ran didn't have any expression on his face, and he couldn't see what he was thinking at all. Staring at the God of Judgment, Wang Ran slowly said, "Don't doubt it, that's what I did. However, I was not hostile, and Rose did not have any accidents." Hearing Wang Ran's words, the eyelids of the God of Judgment also sank slightly. Staring at Wang Ran, his divine consciousness was relying on the law at the same time, spreading rapidly around him. Chapter 474 The God Realm Strikes 2. He needs to verify whether what Wang Ran said is true or not. After all, the trial also needs evidence. As the of Judgment, he naturally understands that it is impossible to do things that violate the rules. Relying on the power of the law, the God of Judgment was spreading across Duluo continent at an extremely fast speed. Soon, Rose's breath has appeared in the perception of the God of Judgment. Upon careful induction, the God of Judgment discovered that the facts were indeed exactly what Wang Ran said. Nodding lightly, Rose's matter will be discussed for a while, and Wang Ran's problem still needs to be solved. At this point, the God of Judgment spoke to Wang Ran again. "In that case, let's leave the matter of Ross aside for the time being. Next, I will arrest you in the name of stealing, and you will be judged by God Realm." As the voice fell, the God of Judgment did not stop, and then he swung a big sword towards Wang Ran, as if he was a pragmatic faction. Watching this scene, Wang Ran's face turned dark. Originally, he still had a little room for discussion. After all, his backhand didn't know if he could make the entire God Realm jealous. As a result, there is no room for negotiation at all. "I haven't said a few words yet, so I have to do it." Fortunately, although the God of Judgment started suddenly, Wang Ran was still prepared. So at the moment the God of Judgment attacked, the ninja rod appeared in Wang Ran's hand instantly. The invisible ripple also followed, and instantly resisted the attack of the God of Judgment. Seeing that his attack was resisted by Wang Ran, the eyes of the God of Judgment narrowed slightly. Not only that, but the God of Judgment looked at Wang Ran's gaze with a dignified look. "The first-level divine residence? Unexpectedly, on this Duluo continent, there will be a powerful existence like you. From this point of view, Your mind is really not simple, and you need to be brought back to the God realm for a good investigation. A trace of dignity was revealed on the originally calm face of the God of Judgment, and he slowly spoke to Wang Ran. And after the words of the God of Judgment fell, the giant sword in his hand burst into a light instantly. Trial. During the breath, the light almost condensed into a ray of light, with the aura of ruining the sky and destroying the world, and slashed hard towards Wang Ran. Under this attack, the entire space became a little unstable, and cracks began to appear. And the most terrifying thing above this attack is the power that is so rich that it can't avoid the law. Represents the trial, represents the decision. Facing this attack is like facing sanctions on the entire world. In an instant, Wang Ran's complexion became ugly. Indeed, in the past 7 years, although his energy has not been fully focused on improving his strength, Wang Ran, who is already on the verge of a breakthrough, has broken through a small level. That is, the first level divine residence of Duo world. However, if you have broken through, you have broken through. That is just a preliminary step. There is still a big gap with the old first level divine residence like the God of Judgment. It seems that now, the God of Judgment is able to issue an attack of this intensity in such a short time. If this were put on Wang Ran, it would be very difficult to do. Of course, if it were to compete for overall strength, Wang Ran would not be afraid of the God of Judgment. The big deal is to fight the war of attrition. Anyway, Wang Ran is confident that he can drag the of Judgment to defeat. However, what Wang Ran needs is not a difficult victory. If he wants to make God Realm jealous, he needs to be a gorgeous victory. Even if possible, it is best to defeat the enemy with one blow. Thinking of this, Wang Ran's brows condensed slightly. His eyes widened instantly, and a bright light appeared in Wang Ran's eyes, mysterious and profound. At this moment, Wang Ran's 2 eyeballs were like the stars in the dark night. Several shining points of light like stars were quietly imprinted in Wang Ran's eyes. If you can zoom in unlimitedly, you will be able to find that these light spots are entirely composed of meridians, transformed into countless mysterious runes that make people headache at first glance. As I said before, Wang Ran's energy over the years has not been focused on improving his cultivation, because Wang Ran knew that such a short period of time, no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible to raise his cultivation level to the point where he could ignore the entire God realm. That being the case, he naturally focused his energy on improving his strongest means of attack. And these mysterious runes in his eyes are exactly what he has gained in the past few years. A powerful pupil technique called the Eye of God. Of course, the powerful Eye of God was completely beyond the reach of Wang Ran. But you have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to go step by step. Although the current Wang Ran could not completely display the Eye of God, even the rune brand of the Eye of God could not be branded in his own eyes. But this first step, he can still try to step out. It was like now, even though he only touched the fur of God's eye, Wang Ran could still use the power of a complete pupil technique. Seeing a flash of light in Wang Ran's eyes, the aura on Wang Ran's body instantly became a little illusory. The whole person is like being integrated into the whole world. At the same time, Wang Ran attacked the God of Judgment with one hand, raising the ninja rod in his hand high. In an instant, a golden beam of energy emitted from the top of the ninja rod, rushing towards the attack of the Judgment God. At the same time, a peculiar wave instantly enveloped the light cut by the God of Judgment. As if the ice and snow melted, under the peculiar wave of waves, the attack that originally contained the power of the infinite law seemed to have been purified, leaving only the huge amount of energy. Although it is still scary, it is nothing to God's mansion. Even an ordinary 3-level divine residence can resist it, let alone Wang Ran. Sure enough, the golden beam of light shot by Wang Ran in the next second of the God of Judgment's attack disappeared. Not only that, but Wang Ran's attack seemed to have not received any influence, and he rushed towards the God of Judgment. The same face changed drastically, but this time the target was no longer Wang Ran, but the God of Judgment. He was terrified now. Not only that Wang Ran, who was obviously weaker than himself, resisted his attack, but also that his current control of the law had dropped to a freezing point. Chapter 475 The God Realm Strikes 3 The unknown is the most terrifying, as if it is now. The God of Judgment is born with the control of the law of judgment. As long as he inherits this identity, he can naturally master the law. Therefore, since the God of Judgment became a god, he has never encountered such a situation. Even in the face of Shura God, the of killing, the way of judgment as one of the branches of killing will not be out of control. At most, it means that the Shura has natural restraint against the of judgment. But now, the God of Judgment actually feels that the law of judgment has been faintly out of his control. In this case, how could he not panic? The God of Judgment knew that this matter must have something to do with Wang Ran. But what was the relationship? He couldn't guess. Indeed, what happened to the God of Judgment was caused by Wang Ran. Although he couldn't use the Eye of God perfectly now, even none of the skills in the Eye of God could be used. However, Wang Ran could still use the runes imprinted in his eyes to raise the power of his own law control to a higher level. If Wang Ran himself has a high degree of control over a certain law, it is not impossible to directly control the law. It seems that now, after Wang Ran's control over the power of the law has improved, he can even compete with the God of Judgment for his authority. Although Wang Ran hadn't practiced the judgment rules, the reason why the Eye of God can be called the Eye of God, the most important point is that it is like a real God's eye, representing the true form of heaven. As one of the laws of heaven, the law of judgment naturally cannot escape its control. This is also the reason why this technique is so difficult to practice. However, the stronger the Eye of God, the more dangerous the situation of the God of Judgment at this time. Although Duliodalus' divine mansion is strong, it still uses more mechanical rules for its laws. Just like the current God of Judgment, although it has been a mansion for many years, it has not made a deeper level of control over the rules of judgment. Even the temporarily promoted Wang Ran can compete with him for the control of the law. With Wang Ran's interference with the power of the God of Judgment, the God of Judgment's cohesion of the power of the law has degraded very seriously. His own strength is greatly reduced. However, Wang Ran would not be merciful because of the weakening of the God of Judgment. The golden beam of light slammed towards the God of Judgment with an unrelenting aura. Even this beam of light still carries the power of the law of destruction. However, the God of Judgment at this time had no way to use his peak strength to resist. Even with the power of the law, there is no way to condense too much. In a hurry, the God of Judgment could only barely hold a giant sword in his hand in front of him, shrouding the sword with his own energy and the few laws that he could mobilize. However, these are all in vain after all. The golden beam of light instantly impacted on the great sword of the God of Judgment, and with the impact of the beam of light, the figure of the God of Judgment violently flew out towards the distance. His divine sword, which did not know how many demons had been shocked, and how many worlds had been suppressed, was also like a mirror. Under the impact of Wang Ran's attack, pieces of it shattered. Not only the divine sword of the God of Judgment, but also his armor, hung on the body piece by piece like torn. At this time, the God of Judgment had no elegant image of God's mansion at all. The whole person is like a big soldier who has experienced a great battle. Aside from the tattered equipment, the blood-stained body, the pale as paper face, and the dangling body are enough to prove that he is almost exhausted. Sure enough, just after the God of Judgment swayed in place for a few seconds, he could no longer control his injuries. With a thump, he fell into the sea, unconscious. Seeing this scene, Wang Ran, who was standing far away, let out a long sigh of relief, with a hard smile on his face. Sure enough, his judgment was not wrong, and things were as he imagined. However, the second after he showed a smile, Wang Ran's figure swayed a little unsteadily. How could such a powerful skill of the Eye of God allow him to easily display it? Just like the God of Judgment, Wang Ran's face was also pale at this time. In just a few seconds, the energy in Wang Ran's body was about to burn. If the God of Judgment resisted the attack just now, then Wang Ran's fate would be obvious. Fortunately, Wang Ran's choice this time was correct. The 7 years was only used to cultivate the Eye of God, although it only improved a little bit in his cultivation. However, he had a whole card enough to make the God Realm jealous. Wang Ran was confident that if he hadn't done it deliberately just now, the God of Judgment would never have survived. There is even a high probability that it would be directly turned into ashes. And this kind of trump card was enough for Wang Ran and God Realm to break their wrists. However, even though he defeated the God of Judgment, Wang Ran did not dare to relax at all, because he knew that although the God of Judgment was strong, he was still not too important in the God Realm. Next, it must be a big figure in the gods who will appear on the stage. Like the 3 big law enforcement gods, and the 2 big kings, they are very likely to appear. Only when they are jealous can this matter be completely turned over. Moreover, these people have no idea when they will come. It may be the next moment, or it may be years later. Therefore, at this time, Wang Ran could only endure a feeling of emptiness coming from his body, and took the God of Judgment out of the sea and placed it next to him. And he, after doing this, seized all the time to recover his consumption. Wang Ran felt that everything he did was being monitored. This feeling was strongest when he just started the Eye of God. And those who can do this are undoubtedly the group of people in the God Realm. Therefore, Wang Ran didn't dare to have the slightest slackness, and could only seize all the time he could turn around. At the same time, in a space filled with fairy mist and compelling aura, there were two existences, one man and one woman. At this moment, they were sitting quietly in a palace, watching everything that happened between Wang Ran and the God of Judgment. One is wearing a black robe, the other is white, the other is evil and the other is elegant. Two people with such a huge contrast, sitting together actually have a slight sense of harmony. Here in the God realm, a man and a woman are naturally the two great kings of the God realm, evil and good. Chapter 476 Talk of Good and Evil. At this time, the two great kings, good and evil, both sat in the hall with serious faces, looking at the scene that appeared in the sky. Suddenly, the evil laughed fiercely, and a playful expression appeared on his face. At this moment, the originally serious atmosphere was instantly broken. Kindness looked at evil, helplessly lifted his brow, sighed and said softly, "Evil, you can laugh at this situation." This guy who popped up suddenly knew it was not easy to deal with. Even the trial was so confused and lost. "Really? Sometimes I really don't know what you are thinking." Hearing the kind words, the evil curled his lips indifferently, staring at Wang Ran sitting cross-legged, and said indifferently, "How about it? Should I cry if I don't laugh? Besides, he can't deal with it, it's hard to deal with it. Anyway, I don't think it's very likely that he will be an enemy of us. I didn't see Ross and the trial is fine." Upon hearing the evil words, Kindness couldn't help sighing weakly. The appearance of the evil scumbag really made her want to beat the evil severely. However, the important issue now is not to anger with the evil, but to discuss how to deal with Wang Ran. Therefore, although the kind heart is unhappy, they still speak towards the evil. "Don't you think this guy is related to the two peculiar spatial fluctuations before? If this is the case, then he has a big secret." Hearing what Kindness said, the evil stretched out his right hand to touch his smooth chin, and said thoughtfully, "Indeed, there may indeed be a relationship between him and those two strange spatial fluctuations. I feel that if we can study clearly the kind of spatial fluctuations that even you and I can't catch, we will definitely be able to touch the barrier and be one step closer." Hearing what the evil said, the kind heart felt a little more comfortable. Looking at Wang Ran sitting cross-legged on the surface of the sea, Kindness spoke softly and asked evil, "Then what do you think we should do?" Hearing this, the evil brows frowned slightly. After thinking about it, the evil said directly, "If he really has something to do with that mysterious wave, then we definitely can't torture him. After all, he may be someone outside." After speaking, the evil pointed towards the sky. If ordinary people see this evil movement, they will definitely be confused and have no idea what he is talking about. But Kindness is different. She clearly knows what evil is talking about. As the only two kings in the gods, they are naturally unique compared to others. For example, the two of them could faintly feel that there seemed to be a barrier in this world. And this feeling, as their strength gets stronger, it becomes more and more true. Therefore, the two called the outside of this barrier. Regarding Wang Ran's origins, the two agreed that if he is really related to that peculiar spatial fluctuation, then he might really be someone outside the mysterious barrier. The evil voice did not stop. When the good heard his words and nodded, the evil spoke again, "However, we also need to give him a good start, so that he can't make him feel that our god realm is not strong enough. The trial has been folded into his hands, and that Rose is likely to be his defeat. So next, I will personally shoot. After winning, I will let him go. If he is really an outsider, I will cooperate with him on behalf of the entire god realm. If he is not, I will treat it as recruiting talents for the gods." Hearing the evil swearing words, in conjunction with his stinky expression, Kindness couldn't help but spit out, "Then what if you lose?" Lose. Hearing the kind words, the evil voices can't help but raise a little bit higher. An unbelievable expression also leaked out of his face, looking towards Kindness. Without pause, the evil spoke directly to the good and said, "Please, I am an evil god. How can I lose? Besides, although he is not weak, he has just stepped into the threshold of the first-level divine residence. Although it can easily defeat the trial, it is obviously a secret technique to improve strength. Moreover, it was the secret technique that could not be maintained for a long time. Do you think there is any secret technique that can allow first-level divine residence to defeat this divine king in a short time? If this is the case, it goes without saying, I admire him. In the days to come, he will be a guest of our god realm." Hearing evil's endless words, Kindness couldn't help but regret it. "You said, I was fine just now." However, he also approves of evil. At this point, the two can be regarded as reaching an agreement on Wang Ran's handling method. Therefore, Kindness hurriedly said, "Okay, what you said makes sense, so go ahead and solve it sooner and end it sooner." Hearing what Kindness said, the evil stopped his babbling, nodded. The evil immediately got up and walked outside the hall. Just as he was about to leave, The evil suddenly turned around and said to the good, "The candidate to take our class must also be quickly identified. Don't find a way to break through when the time comes. In the end, I am constrained by the position under the buttocks." When he heard the evil words, Kindness gave him a fierce look. She knew that the evil self-financed guy was definitely pointing at herself, really a stingy man. Looking at the evil, Kindness spoke to him with no anger. "I see, leave it to me to find someone, and you can go quickly." After hearing the kind answer, the evil face burst into a joyful smile. This time, not only was able to fight well, but also left the hard work to Kindness. Don't think that the heirs of the god's mansion are so easy to find. If it is so, their entire god realm will not be able to come to a new person in 10,000 years. After all, geniuses are hard to find, and geniuses who can inherit the position of god's mansion are even more difficult to find. It is even more difficult to find two gods who can inherit the throne of good and evil at the same time, and still have enough tacit understanding. What's more, even if it is found, the successors must be recognized by the two gods. Although they want to pass on their status, no matter what, if they let them pass on their status to someone they don't like, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. So for the evil, this wave, he really made a lot of money. Chapter 477 Live to death without hesitation. In order to prevent the good from repenting, the evil left the hall directly. Even without stopping for a moment, the evil left the realm directly. He has already made a plan in his heart. No matter what the outcome of this time is, he will stroll around the human world after the end. As for whether the Kindness will run away, wait until he goes back to talk about it. Anyway, he has already left the realm of God, and Kindness has absolutely no time to come down. He has been busy for so many years. What happened to the rest? The big deal is that after I go back, it'll be soft and beaten. At this time, the Kindness, although I faintly felt something wrong in my heart, but because there was still some upset in my heart, I didn't think about it. After leaving the god realm, the evil did not delay time, but went to find Wang Ran as soon as possible. After all, he still knew the priorities. Although the whole thing seems to be just a few words of effort, it is also a few words of the gods. At this time, Dulio continent, not a short time has passed. How long is this time? Even Wang Ran, who has consumed a huge amount of time, has recovered to his peak state with the supplement of various pills. Even at this time, he has been waiting on the sea for a while. However, because there has been no movement, Wang Ran thought that God Realm hadn't noticed him yet. Just when Wang Ran was about to leave, his heart suddenly became vigilant. Without hesitation, Wang Ran directly moved away from the distance, while also performing several defensive spells. Sure enough, just as Wang Ran dodged, a black bolt of lightning, as if straddling an endless space, struck directly to where Wang Ran had just stood. In an instant, in that space, it seemed to have become a vacuum, and there was no brilliance at all. Even the originally unusually stable space around it has become a little distorted at this time. Seeing this scene, Wang Ran not only shed a drop of sweat on his forehead. He understood that the powerhouse of God Realm had arrived. He guessed it at the beginning. This time the person must be very strong. But he didn't expect that the one who came this time would be too strong. With this attack just now, it is not comparable to the previous God of Judgment. If it is hit, it will be ashes in the first place. Because the power of this attack is not only the intensity of the terrifying energy, but also the power of the incomparable law. Even Wang Ran wondered if he could really compare with the master of this attack after using the Eye of God. However, the reality has no room for Wang Ran to think more, because in the second after this attack fell, a voice suddenly rang from Wang Ran's ear. Yeah, not bad. The reactivity is still quite high. With the sound of this voice, a figure of a man in a black robe suddenly appeared not far in front of Wang Ran. The coming person is exactly the evil god, one of the two great kings in the gods. Seeing this man who appeared suddenly, Wang Ran's nerves were already tense to the extreme. Don't dare to be careless. God's eye is directly activated. In an instant, the aura on Wang Ran's body directly became ethereal. But this is only for ordinary people. Under the powerful perception of evil, Wang Ran's body was filled with an indescribable sense of majesty at this time, especially in his eyes. At this moment, even the evil self, there are some who dare not look at each other. Although the evil heart was very surprised, but he did not stand still. After all, Wang Ran had already started, and if he didn't move, he could only be a living target. But the evil of this Hansen is not much felt. The power of the law that was originally in his hands is extremely gentle, and now it is like a machine without lubricating oil, both jerky and dull. At this moment, the evil also understood how the trial was lost. If he is like this, hasn't the trial been directly separated from the control of the law? In a battle at the same level, There is no reason for the undefeated side that cannot use the law. However, the of evil is the of evil after all, and one of the only kings in that realm, far beyond the comparison of the of judgment. Although the control of the law was quite jerky, the evil still easily resisted Wang Ran's attack. Above the endless sea, a black lightning and a golden beam of light slammed together. In an instant, the entire sea boiled. Just the aftermath that leaked out blasted the endless sea into the air. Under this terrifying momentum, all marine creatures swam out frantically within an unknown radius. Whether it is the 100,000-year-old soul beast that usually smashes a party, or the ordinary fish and shrimp, under the guidance of the instinct to survive, they are all madly fleeing this sea area. Regarding these, Wang Ran naturally didn't have the energy to take care of it, and the evil would not take care of it. At this time, Wang Ran, although strengthened by God's eye, was already able to stand on the same level as a king like evil. However, this is only in exchange for a lot of consumption. With just one blow, most of the energy in Wang Ran's body has gone. But even so, Wang Ran still only drew a tie with the evil. That's right, the two attacks that were enough to destroy a planet just now have all been reduced to nothingness under each other's consumption. And as the attack was offset, Wang Ran's face also showed a pale white. Not only because of consumption, but also because of reality telling himself that he is indeed not an opponent of the gods. Is it possible to give up? Wang Ran asked himself crazy in his heart. If he gives up now, he can still escape easily. I believe that with his current strength, even evil cannot stop him. What's more, this is one of his previous plans to face the variables. As long as he escapes, it won't take hundreds of years. He will have the confidence to surpass the evil in cultivation. Even under the blessing of God's eye, it was easy to destroy the entire God realm. However, the thought of giving up only existed in Wang Ran's mind for a moment, and was thrown out of his mind. Even if he had planned, but when the choice really came, he still couldn't make the decision to escape. Wang Ran has been teaching students and disciples not to have fear in their hearts even in the face of great danger. So, at this critical moment, how can he escape? What's more, he escaped. What should his disciples and students do? Could it be that Wang Ran could really let go of them and didn't care about their life or death? Chapter 478 Win? Defeat? The answer to this question is naturally negative. Although Wang Ran felt that even if the people in the God realm were unhelpful, they would not embarrass some ordinary people. However, how can this kind of thing be said clearly? After all, we must eliminate the roots. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Ran had already given up the idea of running away. In this case, there is no other way but to fight to the death. At this point, Wang Ran's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. He knew that in his current state, it was absolutely impossible to be an evil opponent. As for a protracted war, it is even less likely to be an opportunity to break the enemy. If you want to survive the attack of the God realm now, you can only do everything to defeat the evil with one blow. So at this moment, Wang Ran's momentum rose. In the same way, an abnormal redness appeared on his face before. Now Wang Ran is not only burning his own blood, but also burning his own spirit. The terrifying coercion continued to gather in Wang Ran's hands. It can be said that this is the blow of Wang Ran's life. The pressure was still increasing. Under the burning of blood and mental power, the ninja rod floating in the air suddenly seemed to be sensed and floated directly in front of Wang Ran. A light blue light slowly released from the top of the cane and enveloped Wang Ran's entire body. In an instant, Wang Ran's abnormally empty body caused by the burning of essence and blood was as if he had been injected with a potion of tonic, and he was relieved in an instant. And this is far from over. Not only the ninja rod, but also the hidden beads that had been nurtured by Wang Ran in the sea of knowledge, at this moment also released a mysterious energy wave. This soft, invisible energy fluctuation, at this time, was like a pair of gentle hands, gently stroking Wang Ran's spirit. The mental power that had been consumed quickly at this time also slowly stabilized. However, the condensed attack on Wang Ran's hands did not stop. The Tibetan beads and the ninja rod seemed to merge with Wang Ran at this moment. Not only did Wang Ran's rebirth a burst of energy, but it also made Wang Ran's spirit fit further into the entire avenue of heaven and earth. Wang Ran could feel that the control of the law that he had raised because of the use of God's eye had risen to a level at this time. Wang Ran doesn't know what the situation is now, but Wang Ran understands that this is definitely beneficial to him. Without hesitation, Wang Ran tried his best to grasp the power of the laws of this world and let them gather together to integrate into his ultimate blow. The whole world was trembling, and the space barrier felt a little broken at this moment. Wang Ran could feel that his hand was condensed with an attack capable of destroying the entire Duoluo star. As long as he shifts his target, the entire Duoluo star will disappear into the universe in an instant. Even if it is the will of the planet itself, it will not change this result. However, Wang Ran's goal was not Duo Star, but the evil not far away. At this time, the evil was also dignified, and Wang Ran could feel it, and he could naturally feel it. He even felt a threat of death in Wang Ran's body. The most terrible thing is that it was just a jerky rule for him just now. At this moment, it seemed like he wanted to leave his master aside, without any intention of being close. Want to mobilize. I don't know how much more difficult it is than before. Naturally, Wang Ran would not give the evil time to prepare, although his attack seemed to have been condensed for a long time. But in fact, Wang Ran's attack was only completed between the electric light and flint. In such a short period of time, the evil can only stubbornly condense the power of the laws that are both familiar and unfamiliar. However, before the evil could make an effective counterattack, Wang Ran's attack had already been released. With a palm shot, a dazzling beam of light headed towards the evil. The whole world seemed to change colors, and the air was filled with dull breath. And the evil that hit Wang Ran directly. I have a deep understanding of this. He didn't dare to be careless, even if the power of the law was not enough. The evil still opened his hands toward Wang Ran's attack. In an instant, the dazzling beam of light directly hit a grey barrier. The two are constantly in a stalemate, but as long as you pay a little attention, you can find that the grey barrier is rapidly darkening. It only takes a moment for Wang Ran's attack to break through this defense. Ah, break it for me. Upon seeing this, Wang Ran roared frantically, and his original energy exploded again, directly injected into his own attack. There is not much energy, but this seems to be the last straw to crush the camel. In an instant, the barrier raised by the evil shattered, and the dazzling beam of light directly hit the evil body. There was an endless explosion, and in the dazzling light emitted by the energy explosion, it was impossible to see what had happened. But at this moment, Wang Ran couldn't hold it anymore. Not only the energy in his body, but also his mental power had been burned by Wang Ran to the point of exhaustion. If Wang Ran's willpower were not strong enough, he would have passed out long ago. But even so, Wang Ran passed out immediately after breaking the evil defense. With a thump, Wang Ran fell directly into the sea, too late to investigate the evil situation. As for the evil, at this time it is already overwhelming. Wang Ran's attack, under the dual burning of essence, blood and spiritual power, had already broken through the level of the king. Even if it is the evil in its heyday, it will be a little difficult to want to follow. What's more, in the current situation where the power of controlling the law is disturbed, and there is no way to play a perfect state. Therefore, almost half of Wang Ran's attacks were hit on the evil after all kinds of offsetting. The evil can only choose to resist hard, and there is no time to prepare other means. Fortunately, because of Wang Ran's Kuma, his control of the power of law has been restored, able to condense the power of the law to attenuate the power of the law in the attack. But even so, when the explosion disappeared and the evil appeared in sight again, it still shocked the goodness who had been watching the battle in the gods. Because of the evil at this time, there is no majesty and grace of the king, not to mention the tatters all over his body. At this time the energy in his body was almost completely consumed. Opening his mouth, a puff of blood suddenly flowed from the corner of the evil mouth. Chapter 479 Sleeping Under the Sea. The assessment is overlooking at the place where Wang Ran, who had sunk into the bottom of the sea, was just now. The evil face couldn't help but twitch. His current state is very bad, not to mention the huge consumption of energy and spirit. Even his body has suffered serious damage. Even the evil felt that his consciousness began to blur. But in this battle, the two sides only fought for 2 rounds. It's not that the evil has never experienced such a fast battle, but it's all about crushing the opponent. Although the battle seemed to be won by himself, after all, he was still standing. But to a certain extent, how could he fail completely? Only the evil itself knows what the situation is. What's more, just now, in the Temple of the Gods, the evil vowed to say that he would never lose. As a result, he slapped his face when he came. It's just stepping into the threshold of the first-level divine residence. In their god realm, this is the newcomer who has just passed on the position of God's mansion. However, it was this kind of newcomer who defeated his veteran king with 2 tricks. Subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky. The evil seemed to be able to hear the sound of goodness mocking himself. The wry smile at the corner of the evil mouth did not last long, because with the thump, he also followed Wang Ran's footsteps. Although the consumption of evil was not as terrifying as Wang Ran, it still made the veteran king of evil a little unable to hold on. Especially now his thoughts are rather chaotic, so the evil immediately passed out in a coma. This scene directly caused the kindness who was sitting in the temple to stand up. Just forget the evil and embarrassed appearance. After all, Wang Ran just now was indeed a bit against the sky. However, such a veteran king of evil, even the strongest person in the realm, went straight into a coma. It's really been a long time to see it. Kindness has existed for so many years, it's the first time I have seen it. Without hesitation, Shanks indirectly initiated the God Realm Committee meeting, preparing to gather the gods and talk about Wang Ran. As for Evil and Wang Ran, let's take them on the seabed for now. Oh, forgot there is another god of judgment. Anyway, they have already condensed the divine body, which is different from ordinary creatures in essence. So even at the bottom of the sea, it will not die, and it is even less likely to receive damage from ordinary creatures. Even if it was eaten into the stomach by spirit beasts, those spirit beasts could not digest a few people. Therefore, for the status quo of these guys, Kindness directly chose to ignore. The few people who were ignored by Kindness were already sinking to the bottom of the sea. After all, the bodies of several people are completely impossible to measure with ordinary people. Under the strong mass, the buoyancy of seawater is basically equivalent to nothing for several people. The dark seabed is a real forbidden zone for life. There is not only some powerful pressure, but also the fear of endless darkness. Except for some natural treasures and special creatures, ordinary creatures have no way to survive on the seabed. However, such an environment is obviously not a problem for Wang Ran and the others. Not to mention this, even in the center of the sun, several people can rely on their bodies to resist for a few seconds. Therefore, in the darkness where no fingers can be seen, the bodies of 3 people lie so quietly. With the help of occasionally flashing the treasure light on the bottom of the sea, you can see that the distance between the 3 is not very far. It's just that, in this environment, it seems so strange. However, Wang Ran and others who were in a coma didn't know, especially Wang Ran. Don't look at him now in a coma, but in his conscious world, there is a bright light. Countless exercise books drifted back and forth under Wang Ran's gaze. He seemed to be integrated with the Tibetan pearl that had been warming in the sea of knowledge. At this moment, he is the Tibetan pearl, and the Tibetan pearl is him. There are countless divine texts and classics for him to taste, and there is no need to worry about the sea of knowledge being burst. Even his understanding has been greatly improved at this time. Those runes that are usually obscure and difficult to understand, at this moment, seem to be a matter of course, and are easily in the hands. Even those mysterious and unpredictable laws can get twice the result with half the effort at this time. It can be said that Wang Ran's situation is an epic chance for him. However, Wang Ran did not forget his current situation. So he crazily wanted to wake up from the coma, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't get out of here. Faced with this situation, although Wang Ran was anxious, he was very helpless. I can only forcefully suppress the impatience in my heart, come to feel at ease to understand the laws and classics, to improve my strength. As for what will happen next, it can only be handed over to fate. What Wang Ran can do is to improve his strength. Wang Ran was in a coma at this time, and at the Taoist Academy, thousands of miles away. The 6th grade graduation assessment had already come to an end. Rose in front of the high platform, staring solemnly into the distance, didn't know what he was thinking. Not only Ross, but Yidan, Ning Rong Rong, Qian Renxiu, and Li Ying. The brows of these people were all frowned tightly. Just now, when Wang Ran burned his life and launched an attack towards the evil, the hearts of several people's explanations jumped violently. Especially Yidan. He and Wang Ran signed a contract, so he can feel Wang Ran's condition even more. Therefore, he knew that Wang Ran definitely had something wrong just now. For the others, there was a panic in their hearts. They don't know what happened, but they know it's definitely not a good thing. Fortunately, this panic quickly disappeared. However, the panic in my heart disappeared, and the doubts did remain. So at this moment, they will frown tightly. Obviously, it is impossible for them to know the truth of the matter. In addition, the people who are in a panic will go quickly, so the doubts in the hearts of a few people are only considered to be too much. As the graduation assessment progressed, it was slowly placed in the corner, and Yidan, who knew that the panic was related to Wang Ran, didn't care too much. After all, Wang Ran was so strong, and he could still feel that Wang Ran was fine. Finally, just after few people were struggling with the matter, the graduation assessment came to an end. As expected, the top 3 are Ning Rong Rong, Xiao Wu and Eric. The 4th place was taken away by a student of noble origin. Amidst the cheers, the teachers chuckled and congratulated many students for graduating from the junior department and entering the senior department. Only Rose, who was still concerned about Wang Ran and the God Realm, spoke to Wang Ran before he left. Chapter 480 Sneak, Travel. And after hearing Rose's words, Datongma Huai, who also knew the same, understood what was going on. However, out of trust in Wang Ran, Datongma Huai didn't say much. But after Ross conveyed Wang Ran's words, the group of students still obediently dispersed. The faces of all the people were excited, but only Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong had very different expressions on their faces. Although they were equally excited, there was a lot more cunning on their faces. Of course, there is also another person who is extremely different, and that is Eric, who is next to them. Seeing the sparse crowd around him, Eric couldn't help but put a wry smile on his face. Looking at Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, Eric hesitated for a while and said, "Sister Rongrong, Sister Xiao, are we really going to do this? Wouldn't it be bad?" Upon hearing Eric's words, Xiao Wu said directly, "Oh, what's wrong? Other students have to apprentice before entering the senior department. We don't need it. What's wrong with taking this opportunity to go out and play secretly? Besides, we already know those things in the high-level department. Where can we learn? The big deal is to accumulate the questions and ask again when you come back. Eric, I can warn you, don't persuade you. Give us a hindrance. Otherwise, you have to be careful." With that said, Xiao Wu gave Eric a somewhat malicious look. After being warned by Xiao Wu, Eric didn't know what weakness he was hit. His face instantly flushed a bit, and he promised again and again, "Sister Xiao Wu, don't worry, I will never hold you back." Hearing Eric's promise of slapping his chest, Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Ning Rongrong also turned his bright big eyes, and urged, "Oh, hurry up, you two. Now that my master is not there and Uncle Rose is not at the gate, let's leave. Otherwise, getting caught by Uncle Rose in a while may be in trouble. What's more, when my master comes back, one of us will count as one. Don't even think about leaving any of us. He will definitely be caught back for special training." Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Xiao Wu seemed to see Wang Ran's seriousness. Unable to shake her body, Xiao Wu quickly said, "Oh, Rongrong said so much. Let's leave now." After that, Xiao Wu kicked her legs directly and left where she was in an instant. Ning Rongrong and Eric didn't hesitate, they hurried after Xiao Wu. As the top 3 players of the Taoist Academy, the speed of the 3 naturally does not need to be questioned. In addition, there are some teleportation arrays everywhere in the college, and the method of using the teleportation array is naturally not a secret to them. So the 3 of them didn't spend much time, they already appeared outside the gate of Taoist Academy. Sure enough, as they expected, Rose was not at the door at this time. The 3 dared not stay, and went down the mountain for the first time. It wasn't until the 3 of them completely left the scope of the Taoist Academy that they slowly slowed down their pace. Looking at the empty nature, Ning Rongrong couldn't help taking a deep breath. "Open your arms," as if to embrace the world. Squinting his eyes lightly, Ning Rongrong spoke with excitement. "I finally came out." Although the academy is also very good, the long-lost breath of freedom is really missed. Hearing Ning Rongrong's emotion, Xiao Wu also jumped and said, "Yeah, I always followed the teachers when I came out. We haven't been to many interesting places. This time, we should have a good time." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong and Eric also nodded in agreement. Although Eric was still a bit tangled at the beginning, since he made up his mind, he hasn't paid attention to what he has. During these years of study, a few of them were given the title of genius. However, the effort behind them is far beyond ordinary people. An ordinary student in the Daozang Academy, their usual efforts are not comparable to those of ordinary college students, let alone the existence of the 3 of them who work harder than their classmates. So, they should relax this time. A consensus was reached, and the 3 of them were all excitedly heading towards the outside world. At the same moment, when the 3 of Ning Rongrong thought that the teachers in the college didn't know anything, these teachers all gathered together. Of course, their purpose of gathering together is to discuss the college's work arrangements when Wang Ran is away. After all, the face of the 3 little guys is not so great. However, this does not delay a few people from discussing this issue. By the way, who are these teachers at the Taoist Academy? It has been more than 4 years and nearly 5 years since the latest batch of teachers joined the academy. At the beginning, those Soul Dulios had already broken through to Title Dulio several times. Those with a lower cultivation base have also made considerable progress. The Ditan, with the highest cultivation base, has now broken through the last hurdle, has officially entered the level, and has become a sacred beast. And this situation has become more and more obvious since they joined Zangman in the past 2 years. To put it bluntly, in the Taoist Academy at this time, Title Dulio was worthless at all. In such a Taoist Academy, how could Ning Rongrong's small actions be hidden from such a group of big men? Therefore, as early as when Ning Rongrong and the others sneaked away, everyone had discovered it. It's just that they are not going to force these 3 people back. After all, even Wang Ran himself advocated the principle of reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles. However, not bringing them back does not mean that everyone will ignore the 3 little guys. Although the 3 of Ning Rongrong were strong, they were only 12-year-olds, and they were still very dangerous in the face of the sinister society. Therefore, after Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and Eric left the academy, Ning Fengzi helplessly rubbed his eyebrows and said to everyone, "Leave the safety of the 3 children to me, and I will send someone to protect them secretly." Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, the others nodded gently. Although the society may not be friendly to a few children, some Ning Fengzi sent the masters of the 7 treasure glass sect to protect them, and the safety of the 3 of Ning Rongrong did not need to worry. Anyway, this is an interlude. As soon as the episode was over, everyone immediately returned to the theme and arranged the next plan. Chapter 481 Reconciliation. Cooperation. Time flickered, and 2 months passed almost instantly. The sea area that had been lifeless because of Wang Ran's battle with the evil at the beginning was revived by nature's powerful repair capabilities. At this moment, in the deepest part of this sea, 2 rays of light flashed suddenly in the dark place where life was extinct. However, the 2 rays of light that appeared suddenly disappeared in a flash. The source of this light was not a side, it was what bloomed in Wang Ran's eyes when he woke up. In the past 2 months, Wang Ran has been studying the laws and classics in his own spiritual world. Without the concept of space, there is no concept of time. Wang Ran didn't know how long it had passed. Although he had been comprehending the law and classics, he tried to wake up all the time. Unfortunately, these are all in vain. The spiritual world that was originally his back garden was like a prison at this time, and Wang Ran's consciousness was tightly bound here. Knowing that just now, after the feeling of hanging up, Wang Ran, who had been in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes. A gleam of light naturally flickered from Wang Ran's eyes. However, Wang Ran, who had just woke up, felt something was wrong. The underwater world is very dark, but this darkness is nothing to Wang Ran, because with the blessing of spiritual power, Wang Ran can easily see every piece of mud on the seabed. Therefore, Wang Ran just woke up and found that there were 2 people staring at him in front of him. Suddenly, Wang Ran's heart was shocked. These 2 people weren't the evil and judgment who fought with him before. In shock, terrifying energy burst out of Wang Ran's body instantly. Suddenly, the originally silent sea directly boiled. Seeing how excited Wang Ran was, the evil hurriedly said, "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous, we won't be opponents next." Upon hearing the evil words, Wang Ran frowned instantly, not understanding what the evil was saying. Seeing Wang Ran's appearance, the evil slowly explained, "Check your own physical condition, and you will know what I mean." Upon hearing the evil words, Wang Ran subconsciously checked his physical condition. Suddenly, Wang Ran was a little surprised. Before he did not hesitate to burn his essence and blood to deal with evil. His body was not just a question of how much he consumed. It can be said that Wang Ran's body was already a bit riddled with holes. But now, not only did Wang Ran's body have no injuries, he even replenished the blood that he had lost before. Wang Ran didn't think it was a self-recovery to be like this. If that were the case, he might have been in a coma for decades or even hundreds of years. Besides, if it's really that evil, it's impossible to talk about this matter alone. So, now there is only one answer. Either evil or people from the gods have taken action. Thinking of this, Wang Ran's frowned brows also eased. Looking at the evil with a calm complexion, Wang Ran asked softly, "You helped me treat my injuries?" Hearing what Wang Ran said, the evil shook his head slightly, and then replied, "Although I can cure it, I can't do it perfectly. A month ago, the God Realm sent someone to solve your problem, and there is life in it. And your wounds are treated by life. And she is an expert in this area. However, it is strange that you have been in a coma for so long. Even if we exhaust our methods, there is no way to wake you up. According to life's terms, your consciousness seems to be blocked by something, and we can't detect it at all. I don't know how long you can wake up, so I let them go back first, and I will solve your problem myself." Hearing the evil answer, Wang Ran was also relieved. Although they don't know exactly what God Realm wants to do, it seems that they don't mean to have to die by themselves. Otherwise, they would not say to heal themselves. Wouldn't it be more convenient to do it when you are injured and unconscious? In an instant, Wang Ran's aura dissipated, and the rattling atmosphere just disappeared completely. However, Wang Ran's vigilance did not decrease much. Seeing the evil's somewhat unruly appearance, Wang Ran thought for a while before asking directly, "Then what do you think of the God Realm? Do you want to reconcile with me?" Hearing Wang Ran's words, the evil face turned slightly upward. Looking at Wang Ran, the evil smiled and said, "Reconciliation? No, it should be said that cooperation is more appropriate." "Cooperation? What do you mean?" Hearing this, Wang Ran couldn't help but ask, and his brows raised slightly. After hearing Wang Ran's question, the evil did not answer immediately, but instead spoke to Wang Ran, Since it is a matter of business, should we both meet again? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Evil, and one of the gods is the current chairman of the Gods Committee. The evil god, hearing the evil words, a trace of clarity flashed in Wang Ran's heart. No wonder it's so strong. If it were him, it would not be surprising. Wang Ran, the evil god, still knows, and Rose also told him at the beginning. The evil god, one of the two great kings of the gods, is one of the strongest existences in the entire gods. However, Wang Ran's various thoughts were overwhelmed by him in an instant. After the evil finished speaking, Wang Ran nodded directly to signal that he was clear, and immediately responded, "Just call me Wang Ran." Wang Ran? Hearing Wang Ran's brief answer, the evil nodded softly, not thinking that Wang Ran was despising him or had a bad attitude. After all, Wang Ran is different from him. Wang Ran now represents himself, while evil represents the entire god realm. Therefore, the evil needs to reveal his identity so that Wang Ran knows that he can represent the entire god realm. As for Wang Ran, it was enough to just announce his name. After all, no matter how much it is said, it seems to be of no use. Therefore, after Wang Ran's voice fell, the evil whispered himself. The evil said again, "At our level, some things are no longer secrets. So, I will tell you directly. You are not from our world, but from the outside world." As the evil voice fell, the already silent underwater world instantly became quieter. The god of judgment, who was standing quietly on the side, felt even more at this moment that Hokage.me felt that his cold sweat was about to fall. Chapter 482 Evil Attitude. His judgment god is a first-class god's residence, but he and the evil god are really not on the same level. What the evil said, he had never heard of it before. What the outside world, he really heard about it for the first time. But looking at the appearance of the evil god, this is definitely the top secret. As a result, he had heard this secret now, so would he be warned by the evil next? Thinking of the horror of evil, the god of judgment couldn't help sweating. Fortunately, here is the bottom of the sea, and the most important thing is water. Therefore, the god of judgment can't see it even in cold sweat. The nervousness and evil in the heart of the god of judgment and Wang Ran naturally didn't know, and they didn't have the extra energy to pay attention to him. The evil at this moment, after asking that sentence, looked at Wang Ran without turning his eyes, looking forward to his answer. As for Wang Ran, after hearing the evil question, he was surprised. But this surprise disappeared very quickly, and how could evil be the king of the Duliwa world, one of the strongest in the entire world? At the beginning of the Hokage plane, the strongest Datongmahui was able to break the barriers of the world. Now, the evil cannot be broken, but it is not surprising that it can be sensed. Regarding this, Wang Ran didn't mean to hide it. First, because there is no point in hiding, he suddenly appeared in this world. Wang Ran didn't believe that the evil couldn't find it. Since the evil can be found, even if you conceal it, the evil will not believe it. After all, being a king and having practiced for so many years, the evil cannot be a fool. Even if the evil is a fool, it's impossible for so many people in the god realm to be fools. Furthermore, Wang Ran understood the evil posture when he saw it. The reason why the god realm did not continue to trouble Wang Ran, but used such a kind attitude. Wang Ran's status as an outsider occupies a large part of the reason. Wang Ran wasn't with the Iron Head baby either. He didn't want to fight head-on with the god realm when he had a choice. Everyone is in peace. Isn't it good to have a stable life? Although I don't know whether the god realm is afraid of the background of the outside world, that I don't know whether it exists, or whether it has any attempts to the outside world. But does this prevent Wang Ran from cooperating with them? Doesn't interfere at all. It's really not possible. Bragging Wang Ran is not impossible. After all, this is not the first time he has done this kind of thing. When he was a weak chicken, he didn't have the money to make up his own background. Now, at best, it's just going back to the old business. Moreover, in several confrontations between him and the god realm, he did not suffer, and even made a lot of money. Didn't you see that there is still a Rose watching the gate of the Taoist Academy? Therefore, Wang Ran just passed the evil words in his mind, and then slowly replied, "Since the king is so frank, then I won't hide it from you. I am indeed not from this world, and I have only been in this world for a few years." Hearing Wang Ran's affirmative answer, a relaxed expression flashed across the evil face. With Wang Ran's cooperation, his plans will be much easier next. However, even though this is the case, he still needs to know Wang Ran's purpose. If Wang Ran's purpose is not pure, then even if he lost to Wang Ran before, then he can't be blamed for not being moral. Therefore, the evil did not hesitate. After Wang Ran's voice fell, he quickly asked again. Sure enough, The strange spatial fluctuations a few days ago have something to do with you. Your Excellency Wang Ran can tell me, what is your purpose in coming to our world? After speaking, the evil pupils shrank slightly, and he put all his mental power on Wang Ran's body. Although Wang Ran is very strong, he is already good at deducing people's hearts, and he has the confidence to tell whether Wang Ran's next words are true or false. Facing the evil's caution, Wang Ran did not let him down either, and said straightforwardly, "You don't have to worry that I will destroy the world. On the contrary, I am here to save the world." Hearing Wang Ran's words, the evil raised his brows and gave Wang Ran a surprised look. "Save? What do you mean?" He can tell that Wang Ran is not lying, but because of this, he was surprised. Is it possible that in this world, there are secrets and crises that he does not know? It also saves the world. At this time, the evil would rather Wang Ran tell lies. However, this is impossible. Although Wang Ran was a little bit ambiguous, he was really telling the truth, and he didn't mean to sell it. After hearing the voice of evil doubts, he immediately said, "Yes, you can understand that there are some problems in the outside world that need a lot of experts to solve. If it cannot be resolved, then your world will receive a devastating blow. And I came to this world to represent the sect, to cultivate outstanding talents and prevent this crisis from happening." After listening to Wang Ran's explanation, the evil fell silent. He could see that Wang Ran did not lie. He thought about all the possibilities at first, but he never thought that the truth was actually like this. Although he is of evil, he is not evil himself, but he is in charge of the law of evil. As far as he is concerned, he still loves the world very much. But the evil did not remain silent for too long. After all, he was also a king who had practiced for many years. Even if there is a big risk in the road ahead, he is confident that with his own cultivation skills, he will walk out a broad road. So, after only a moment, the evil said again, "I believe your excellency. If there is a need in the future, just give it up." Hearing this, Wang Ran raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked in surprise, "Oh, do you believe me that way? Aren't you afraid I'm lying to you?" Hearing Wang Ran's words, the evil smiled lightly. Pointing to his chest, the evil spoke confidently and said, "No, I don't believe in you. I believe in myself. I believe that my judgment will not go wrong, and what you just said is indeed the truth." When the evil said that, Wang Ran couldn't help but smile. He nodded slightly at the evil, and then said, "If there is a need, I will naturally tell you. After all, there are no eggs under the covering nest. At that time, even if you don't want to, you have to lend a hand. It's just that it's too early to say this. Not just me, including you, are people in this world too weak. Before that catastrophe, we were no different from the ants. However, fortunately, there are seniors in the front line, and we still have time to grow." Chapter 483 How Can a King Have Bad Thoughts? Hearing what Wang Ran said, the evil actually wanted to ask one more question. "What is the catastrophe you mentioned? Why is it so scary?" Not just evil, but even the god of judgment on the side was shocked at this time and didn't know what else to say. Wang Ran is too weak. Evil is too weak, like ants in the face of the catastrophe. Then what is he, the little ant cub who can't catch the blow of the ant? However, although the doubts in his heart were deep, the evil ones did not go on asking questions. He is a smart man. Wang Ran didn't mean to drag it out. Naturally he had his own considerations. In terms of how to say, Wang Ran's desperate words are not very different from him. Sometimes it's better to know things more vaguely. After all, the more you know, the clearer you are, the more people worry. Therefore, facing Wang Ran's emotion, the evil only chuckled and changed the subject. "In this case, I have to work hard. Don't be compared by a bunch of younger generations. However, this also happens to be related to the cooperation I mentioned." The evil god's tone was very relaxed, which made Wang Ran, who was still a little emotional just now, relaxed. As for the god of judgment, even though he had doubts in his heart, he didn't even ask him, so he should honestly be his background. The whole person, a quiet group. Wang Ran, who was relieved, asked with interest after hearing the evil words, "Oh, what is the specific situation? Let's listen to it." Hearing Wang Ran's words, the evil had no intention of selling it off, so he said directly, "That's right, we will fully support your plan next, and you need to know how we can break through that barrier. I have a hunch that if I can break through that barrier, my strength will enter a new realm." Hearing the evil words, Wang Ran did not make the first time, but asked the evil, "Are you sure? I heard that the relationship between your gods and soul beasts doesn't love you very well, and the people I have earned in these years, but there are quite a few soul beasts. If you do this, aren't you afraid of being a rival?" Upon hearing these words, the evil also fell silent for a while. The grievances between the spirit beasts and the divine residents have been sourced for a long time. If a batch of spirit beasts were to grow up, it might really happen. However, Evil soon made up his mind. Since he chose to believe what Wang Ran said was true, then some prejudices must be put aside. If the whole world is in danger, then their internal fighting would be meaningless. Therefore, within a few breaths, the evil said, "If you don't care, soul beasts should be soul beasts. As long as they don't ask for trouble, we can't wait to provoke them." Hearing the evil words, Wang Ran nodded gently. He still believed in the truth of the evil words. As the God King of the God Realm, the evil still has the confidence to make this promise. Therefore, Wang Ran did not express any suspicion, and directly said, "In that case, I am very happy to be able to cooperate with your God Realm. It's just that I can only teach you a common practice technique. If you want a stronger classic, you can only choose to join the Tibetan Gate, which is my sect. In addition, if you want to break through, you also need to give up your position. If you have always been in God's position, unless this world can evolve, it is impossible to enter the next realm in your life." Hearing Wang Ran's words, the evil nodded lightly and replied, "I understand that Shanliang and I have already started looking for an heir, and it shouldn't be long before we can find a suitable candidate. But the cultivation method is not in a hurry. We need time to consider whether to join your clan." Hearing the evil words, Wang Ran nodded without denying it. If this matter is changed to him, he needs to consider it carefully. "In that case, I wish us a happy cooperation." After seeing Wang Ran nodding, the evil smiled and stretched out his palm towards Wang Ran. Wang Ran did the same. He directly handed out his palm and shook hands with evil, and then said, "Happy cooperation." When the words fell, the two hands separated instantly. For a while, both of them became quiet, and the atmosphere on the court became weird. Wang Ran just looked at the evil, and the evil looked at Wang Ran directly. Wang Ran feels a bit mad now. He wants to go back to the college very much now. After all, he has been in a coma for several months, and I don't know if there is something urgent in the college. Even if nothing happened, he should go back to comfort Rose and the others. But now, the evil is just looking at him straightforwardly, without speaking or leaving. This has just established a cooperative relationship, and Wang Ran does not want to spoil the atmosphere. However, the staring time was too long, so Wang Ran felt a little flustered. What does this evil mean, looking at him so directly? I'm afraid it's not a problem with his sexual orientation. Finally, Wang Ran couldn't help it. Controlling his wanting eyelids and numb scalp, Wang Ran asked aloud, "Do you have anything else? If not, I will leave first." After being out for so long, there are still things waiting for me to deal with in the college and the sect. As Wang Ran's voice fell, the evil's originally calm face instantly revealed a somewhat awkward look. Looking at Wang Ran, the evil said with a little embarrassment, "Your Excellency, have you forgotten something?" Sudden, without controlling it, Wang Ran's brow jumped fiercely. "What did you forget? What's the matter? Is it possible to still want a rebate?" But there is no rebate. In other words, the evil god. Thinking about it, Wang Ran shook his head quickly, throwing all the messy things in his mind into his mind. It is also to blame for the explosion of the information he has received before, and now his thinking is jumping too much than ordinary natives. What bad thoughts can the evil gods have? A generation of kings. He must be thinking too much. Should be. With empty thoughts, Wang Ran quickly asked, "What have I forgotten?" The King of God can just say something straightforward. In Wang Ran's previous brainstorming, the evil was naturally unclear. If he knew, he would definitely have to sign with Wang Ran. What kind of cooperation? Wait until the gesture is over. Unfortunately, the evil is not clear. Feeling a little embarrassing evil, he didn't even bother to speculate about Wang Ran's thoughts. Therefore, after hearing what Wang Ran said, the evil could only give a wry smile to the God of Judgment, and then spoke to Wang Ran with a little embarrassment. "Sir, you will lift the seal on the trial body all at once." Chapter 484. The crisis is resolved. Go home. The evil felt embarrassed at this moment, and it wouldn't work if it wasn't embarrassing. A god king himself, who was a majestic king, could not do anything about the seal set by Wang Ran. And not just him, none of the big brothers from the god realm can break Wang Ran's seal. Even they couldn't even force a breakthrough. It's not that I can't do it, but I dare not do it. The seal set by Wang Ran seemed to be integrated with the God of Judgment. If you forcefully break through the seal, it will definitely cause indelible damage to the God of Judgment. Even more serious, most of his life will be lost. The God of Judgment is also a first-class divine residence no matter what, and it is also an upper-level power in the God realm. Therefore, the entire God realm now has no method at all, and can only ask Wang Ran for the help of the initiator. In fact, The evil is not the only one who is embarrassed. The God of Judgment is also embarrassed at this time. At the beginning, I thought Wang Ran was nothing, and even attacked the one first. As a result, he was overthrown by a single move, not to mention, now that the power of the entire God realm cannot be cracked, he has to ask for help. He was also a first-class God's resident anyway, and he was also a fast-to-face person in the realm. As long as there is a little other way, he followed the big army back a month ago. However, it is a pity that God realm has nothing to do. The seals used by Wang Ran are inherited from the hidden beads. How can these seal numbers be simple things if they can be seen by a big boss of the level of Yu Daoren, without the original classics for reference? If you want to break the seal set by Wang Ran, let alone evil, you can't do it even at a higher level. In this regard, Wang Ran is also confident. The reason why I didn't think about it just now was because I just woke up and neglected to discuss cooperation with the evil. So now when he heard the evil tell the cause of the matter, Wang Ran felt relieved. He just said, "What bad thoughts can a king in the Duliu world have?" With a touch of apology on his face, Wang Ran spoke to the two with a little embarrassment. "I'm really sorry, I just ignored this matter, and this will help you unlock the seal." As he said, a dazzling light emerged from Wang Ran's hand, gently stretched out his palm toward the God of Judgment, and instantly a mysterious symbol flew out of the God of Judgment. In the next second, the mysterious symbols directly turned into countless runes, as if they had been summoned, swimming out of the body of the God of Judgment, and gathered on Wang Bin's palm. It wasn't until these runes were transformed into pure energy in Wang Ran's hands and dissipated between the heavens and the earth that the light that emerged from Wang Ran's hands slowly disappeared. With the separation of these runes, the God of Judgment felt that the divine power in his body, like a flood of gates, instantly flooded the entire Danshan. After his body was full of power again, the God of Judgment also bowed deeply to Wang Ran and expressed his gratitude. Regarding this, Wang Ran just waved his hand gently, showing that he didn't care. As for the evil god, he seriously said to Wang Ran, "Your Excellency's sealing technique can be said to have overwhelmed the entire God realm. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely study it with your Excellency." What the evil said was from his own heart, let alone Wang Ran's strength. His sealing technique alone should not be underestimated. The powerful sealing technique, at some point, can play an unexpected role. As for Wang Ran, after hearing the evil words, he nodded undeniably. If the evil succeeds in joining Zhangman, he is naturally qualified to learn this sealing technique. By the way, although Wang Ran's personal disciples are not many, he now has a lot of named disciples. Maybe Wang Ran hadn't explicitly mentioned it, but everyone who was taught the practice of cultivation by him could be counted as his named disciple. This is cause and effect. Although it seems to be useless now, the existence of such cause and effect is indispensable at certain specific points in time. Not much digression. After Wang Ran nodded at the evil, he said directly, "This is natural. If it's okay, I won't nag a few people." Hearing Wang Ran's words, the evil nodded softly and said a farewell message. Wang Ran just smiled lightly at this, and his whole person disappeared instantly. And as Wang Ran left, the evil turned his head and said to the God of Judgment, "Judgment, you go back to the God realm first." Hearing this, the judge's face looked a little stiff and gave evil a look. He returns to the God realm first. Isn't the evil going back? You know, when the God realm troops left, they deliberately told the evil to go back quickly after the matter was resolved. As a result, if the evil doesn't go back now, isn't the job that belongs to the king can only be undertaken by the kind person alone? Under such circumstances, can I still have good fruits when I go back alone? As if seeing his own future, the trial asked stiffly, "My lord God, don't you go back?" When asked about the trial, the evil waved his hand indifferently, and then said, "I'll stay and observe the situation first, and then go back when the observation is clear." So you go back first. After speaking, without giving the trial a chance to speak again, the evil also disappeared in place. Only a bitter-faced judgment god was left, helplessly alone, and returned to the god realm. At the same time, Wang Ran also returned to the Taoist Academy. As soon as he came back, many teachers in the college felt it. It's just that most people don't know the inside story, so they don't care. Only Rose, Datongma Huai, and Ditan, who knew the inside story and were god-level existence, came to ask about the situation. Wang Ran did not conceal the inquiries of several people. He talked about his previous battles with the evil and their cooperation just now, and let them know the situation. After listening to Wang Ran's words, the faces of several people also showed a relaxed look. Fortunately, the results are all happy to see the results. Otherwise, with the current Tibetan gate, even with Ross, there are only 4 divine residences. and Dishin is still a third-level divine residence. Such strength is really not enough for the gods. After communicating with several people, Wang Ran first asked about the situation of the previous graduation assessment. After knowing that Ning Rongrong won the first place unexpectedly, his face also showed a satisfied smile. But in the next second, Wang Ran raised his brows. Because just now, he probed the academy with his spiritual mind, only to find that Ning Rongrong was not there. And not only Ning Rongrong, even Xiao Wu and Eric were not there. Chapter 485 The Wonder of Fate. The college has holidays, but when is it now? 2 months have passed since Ning Rongrong's graduation assessment, and it was about time when the senior department officially opened. Now all the students who have been promoted to the senior department have returned to the academy, and have even begun to follow the teachers in class and practice. As a result, now Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and Eric are not in the academy. Wang Ran wasn't angry about this. After all, the identities of the three people were considered special among many students. While other students were still practicing and learning step by step, the three of them started to get in touch with the learning content of the advanced department early on. Therefore, where the three of them are, they can all learn. Now Wang Ran is just curious what the three of them did. After all, the entire academy's students are there, and it's strange that only three of them are not there. So, driven by curiosity, Wang Ran directly asked, "What did Rongrong, Xiao Wu and Eric do?" "Tell me." Hearing Wang Ran's question, the three of them all laughed helplessly, and then Ditan took the initiative to explain the whole incident. After hearing that the three of Ning Rongrong sneaked out to break the world, Wang Ran's face also showed a helpless look. With the protection of the masters of the Cabal Yulai sect, Wang Ran didn't worry about the safety of the three. Besides, even without the protection of a master, Wang Ran gave Ning Rongrong a lot of whole cards to save his life. As long as the God's Mansion does not emerge, no one in the entire Duluo continent can kill Ning Rongrong and the others. After a slight sigh, Ning Rongrong and the three of them are all teenage girls, and it is normal that there are some geniuses in their bones. It's just that at this stage they still have to practice and study after all, so they can't always play crazy outside. Therefore, Wang Ran asked several people again. The senior department is about to start classes too. They always have to calm down to practice and study. Do you know when the three of Rongrong will come back? Hearing Wang Ran's question, the Tan answered, "My lord, according to the news from the guards around Rongrong and the three seem to have no intention of coming back. The three of them seemed to be planning to find a high-level college to study outside, and they would come back when they were fresh enough." Hearing what Dishan said, Wang Ran also rubbed his brows helplessly. Waving his hand, Wang Ran said softly, "Okay, since they don't want to come back, just don't care. Anyway, the stuff passed to them is enough for them to study for a year or two. When they have enough fun, they will naturally come back." It just so happened, and it was taken as an experience for them. Remember to order, if it is not an emergency, no matter what they encounter, do not interfere. After speaking, Wang Ran also let a few people retreat. For Wang Ran's instructions, the people of Dishan nodded and left Wang Ran's palace without saying much. And after Ditan conveyed Wang Ran's meaning, the teachers who were still in dispute also calmed down. Originally, the teachers in the academy were still considering whether to bring back the three of Ning Rongrong, but now that Wang Ran spoke, they naturally followed Wang Ran's meaning. It may be the arrangement of fate, or the self-correction of the will of the world. At this time, Ning Rongrong and others mentioned by Wang Ran were located in the city of Soto in the kingdom of Barak. As the second-ranked city in Barak Kingdom, Soto City is naturally very prosperous. However, the excitement of Soto City is not a remarkable place for Ning Rongrong. After all, no matter how lively Soto City is, can Heavendu City still be lively? Can Kibao City be lively? This time they came to Soto City because they wanted to find a place to practice and study for a while. It's just that the faces of the three of them now have a puzzled expression. Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong looked at Eric suspiciously, and asked seriously, "Eric, are you sure there is an advanced Soul Master Academy in Soto City? Why have we been shopping for so long and haven't seen it?" Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu couldn't help wondering that if there was a high-level Soul Master Academy, a city like Soto City would definitely be built in the core area of the city. As a result, let alone the core area now, even the periphery did not see the shadow of the Senior Soul Master Academy. Not only Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, but even Eric at this time was a little unsure whether there was an advanced Soul Master Academy here. 2 days ago, Ning Rongrong suggested not to return to the Taoist Academy to study, but to find a Senior Soul Master Academy to study for a period of time. When the holiday is over, they will go home while playing. And this proposal was also approved by the three people and passed unanimously. Therefore, Eric, who was at the bottom of the food chain, was expelled to inquire about the news. And Eric didn't know where to inquire about the news, and knew that there was an advanced Soul Master Academy in Soto City, the nearest to them. It was not just about the time to enroll in school, and the three of them strolled over. As a result, after searching this big circle, I didn't see the shadow of an advanced Soul Master Academy, which made Eric feel cheated. However, even if he had a hunch that he was cheated, Eric didn't dare to say it. If Xiaowu and Ningrong knew that they hadn't figured out the situation and they dared to run around with them, he would definitely be beaten. Therefore, facing Ningrong and Xiao's question, Eric sneered in embarrassment. Sister Rongrong and Sister Xiao, don't worry, maybe we made a mistake. I think this Senior Soul Master Academy is not in the city. It should be outside the city. After all, our Taoist Academy and Dandu Imperial Academy are also outside the city. Hearing Eric's reluctant explanation, Ningrong and Xiao's face turned dark. Where is this place? Soto City. If it sounds good, it is the second largest city in the Kingdom of Barak. If it sounds bad, it is the second-tier city of an empire. Just like this, do you think it's possible to have an advanced Soul Master Academy not in the city but outside? Do you really dare to compare an ordinary, high-level Spirit Master Academy with no background to Heaven-Do Imperial Academy and Taoist Academy? Not to mention the Tibetan Academy, with the background of the Tanda Royal Academy. How many can it compare to it in the world? I haven't seen that even the Academy of the Four Elements Academy can only be honestly built inside the city. This is not only the protection of the college, but also the supervision of the college. After all, the power of the Advanced Soul Master Academy can already affect the stability of a city. This kind of academy, only by putting it under the nose, can those in power be at ease. Chapter 486 Tang San alone. So at this moment, Ningrong and Xiaowu did not reveal any expressions on their faces. They just looked straight at Eric. He inquired about the news. If something went wrong, it would naturally be troublesome for him. When Ningrong and Xiaowu looked at him like this, Eric immediately felt his cold sweat burst out. With an awkward smile, Eric quickly said, "Well, Sister Rongrong and Sister Xiao, don't worry, I will ask someone to ask." When Eric's voice fell, an ordinary-looking teenager happened to pass by Eric's side. At a glance, it seemed that the age was not much different from that of Ningrong. Although he was dressed in general, the soul guidance device belt around his waist could prove that this young man was no ordinary person. However, Eric, who was so flustered by Ningrong and Xiao's stare at this time, didn't care about the identity of the other party. Anyway, he wasn't doing anything bad, just asking a word. Besides, the identity is not simple. It is not simple to have them. Therefore, Eric didn't even think about it, and directly stopped the ordinary-looking young man. "Brother, please wait a moment." The young man who was stopped by Eric was also full of doubts at this time, not knowing what Eric meant. However, judging from Eric's dress, it is not difficult to see that Eric is a soul master. Therefore, the young man who did not stop was wary, but he politely arched his hand towards Eric and asked, "This brother, do you need help with anything?" Eric didn't talk about anything else. Didn't he see that the faces of Ningrong and Xiaowu were almost dark? After a quick return, Eric said straightforwardly, "This brother, this is the case. The three of us heard that there is an advanced Soul Master Academy in Soto City that is about to start enrolling students, so come and have a look today." However, we searched the entire city of Soto, and we did not find a high-level Soul Master Academy, so I would like to ask, do you know where this academy is? Hearing Eric's words, a relaxed expression appeared on the boy's face, and the spirit power secretly condensed in his body also dispersed. With a chuckle, the boy said to Eric, "It turned out to be like this. To be honest, I also followed the teacher's arrangement and came to sign up. This Senior Soul Master Academy in Soto City is called Shrek Academy. However, this college is a little different from ordinary colleges. According to the address given to me by my teacher, Shrek Academy was established outside the city. It's just that their enrollment time is tomorrow, so I will stay overnight in the city." Hearing the words of this ordinary-looking boy, the expression on Eric's face instantly relaxed. Regardless of asking the teenager for detailed information, Eric quickly turned his head and said to Ningrong and Xiaowu, "Sister Rongrong, Sister Xiaowu, let me just say it, my intelligence is definitely okay. After all, I spent 20 gold soul coins." Having said that, Eric could not help showing a trace of distressed expression on his face. At that time, he was anxious to inquire about the information, and was fooled by accident and lost a map with no eggs. What's even more exaggerated is that this broken map clearly sold a few copper soul coins outside, and the treacherous uncle abruptly asked him for 20 gold soul coins. Although he did not lack these 20 gold soul coins, he was born in poverty, and he was heartbroken to buy a broken map with 20 gold soul coins. However, Ningrongrong and Xiao's distress were obviously not taken to heart by Eric. After hearing the boy's words, Ningrongrong and Xiaowu both showed a look of surprise. Unexpectedly, this academy is quite powerful. It can be built outside the city. Ningrongrong and Xiaowu said with some emotion. Sure enough, master, and they were right. There are people outside, and there are heaven outside. In a small city of Soto, there is even an academy that can be built outside the city alone. Eric saw the expressions of the two and didn't say much. Anyway, the crisis has been resolved, so let's find out where the college is. Therefore, after Eric finished speaking with Ningrongrong and the others, he immediately spoke to the teenager. This brother, I don't know if you can tell us the address of Shrek Academy. Of course, everyone went to sign up. Maybe they will be classmates in the future. So if you are willing, brother, how about we walk together in these 2 days? Eric is very enthusiastic. Although the boy doesn't like to deal with many people, he does make sense when he thinks about it. After all, their goals are the same. Maybe they are classmates. In this case, he didn't want to make the relationship stiff. So after thinking about it, the boy nodded and agreed. Well, anyway, I'm alone. Why don't we go together? The smile on Eric's face increased a bit when the boy agreed. This is all right. Even the guide tomorrow is gone. Without hesitation, Eric spoke directly to the boy. That's great. Introduce yourself. My name is Eric. You just call me by name. The two of them are called Ningrongrong and Xiaowu, and I usually call them Sister Ongrong and Sister Xiaowu. If you call them too, I advise you to be like me. Otherwise, it will be harder to change your mouth if you wait until later. Hearing Eric's words, Ningrongrong and Xiao's face suddenly darkened. This guy's words didn't sound like a problem, but the more you pondered, the more things went wrong. It's simply to point them naked. You are not polite. Ningrongrong and Xiaowu went directly to one side, and one of them gave Eric a big thud. After being knocked by Ningrongrong and Xiaowu like this, Eric didn't dare to resist. So he closed his mouth in a serene manner. Ningrongrong and Xiaowu looked at the teenager apologetically and said, don't listen to him nonsense. Just call us Rongrong and Xiaowu. Hearing Ningrongrong and Xiaowu say this, the boy, like Eric, had a little stiff face. Although the 2 punches just didn't hit him on the head, he still felt a little tingling in the back of his head. And looking at the look of this buddy Eric, it's obviously not the first time it's even commonplace. At this moment, the boy felt that he somewhat understood the meaning of what Eric had just said. However, although my heart was a little convulsive, the self-cultivation of the teenager was still very good. So, just after Ningrongrong and Xiaowu finished talking, the young man immediately said, okay, how are you Eric, Rongrong and Xiaowu? My name is Tang-san, and you can call me Xiao-san, as they usually call me. Chapter 487 Dao Zhang Trio, Travel History Rose Hotel. Haha, hello mistress, then we will be companions, relax. But it's not too early. The college will only start enrolling students tomorrow, so let's find a hotel first. After listening to Tang-san's words, Eric laughed and said to several people. Hearing what Eric said, none of them objected, and nodded in agreement. Ningrongrong and Xiaowu spoke with great interest. We saw a super beautiful hotel before. Let's go somewhere to rest tonight. Hearing what Ningrongrong and Xiaowu said, Eric had no problem, and he nodded and agreed. After all, a hotel, where you live is the same. Since Ningrongrong and Xiaowu have something they like, they naturally go live with the one they like. However, Tang-san hesitated for Ningrongrong and Xiao's proposal. Originally, Tang-san was going to find a small hotel and let it go all night, but Ningrongrong and the others looked like the owner of good money. After all, Tang-san was not blind. He still knew the clinking gems on Ningrongrong's clothes. For such a wealthy child, the hotel that he values is certainly not cheap. Although he has saved a lot of money over the years, his money is useful. It is unnecessary to spend a lot of money to live at 6 o'clock. However, this hesitation was only a moment. Ningrongrong and Xiaowu were of very high nature. Although they had just met each other, Tang-san didn't want to let the atmosphere of the team cool down because of this trivial matter. So, after hesitating a little, Tang-san agreed. All the members agreed, and the few people did not waste time, and under the leadership of Ningrongrong and Xiaowu, they came to the beautiful hotel. They said, I have to say that Ningrongrong and Xiao's vision is still very good. The whole building is owned by other people's hotels. From location to design, This hotel can definitely be said to be the number bay in Soto. The 4 characters of the Gilded Rose Hotel are hung in the most conspicuous position. It's just that the design of this hotel has an ambiguous and romantic feeling. If a discerning person comes over, you can tell at a glance that this is a love hotel. However, Ning Rong Rong and the others are idiots with little experience. Even Tang-san, who had been reborn once, was a fool in this respect. Therefore, the 4 people didn't notice any abnormality at all, and they walked into the lobby of the hotel directly under the leadership of enthusiastic Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu. As soon as the 4 of them entered the door, the eyes of the waiter at the front desk lit up. No way, except for Tang-san, all of them were handsome men and beautiful women. Naturally, Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu didn't need to say much. Although Eric's appearance is not too high, his temperament is also known in the Taoist Academy. Of course, the most important thing is that Ning Rong Rong and the others are really well dressed. You don't need to be a discerning person, as long as you look at it, you know that this guy is a noble person. Therefore, the waiter who was still sitting at the front desk just stood up and greeted several people enthusiastically. How many young ladies? I don't know if you are staying in a store or eating. Hearing what the waiter said, Eric said directly, I also live in a restaurant and eat. Please help us open 2 rooms, one day, the best. Then in your restaurant, help us prepare a table of signature dishes. Hearing Eric's words, the waiter's face instantly showed an expression that I understand. He smiled mysteriously at Eric and the group, and then directly looked down at the listing. Eric and several people were directly stunned by the waiter's mysterious smile, and they didn't understand why he laughed at all. Under curiosity, Xiao Wu was even ready to ask. However, before she could ask any questions, the waiter said, sorry, a few. We only have the Red Ocean, one of the best sweets here. However, can I give you another one with a lower grade? Hearing what the waiter said, Eric waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter, just give us a lower grade. After speaking, Eric asked Tang-san again, Little San, the 2 of us live in a lower grade one. Let Rong Rong and Xiao Wu live in the best one, right? Hearing what Eric said, Tang-san nodded quickly and said, no problem. What could be the problem with him? Tang-san still wish he lived in a lower grade. In this way, he can take less room charges. However, Eric's words clearly stunned the front desk clerk. He didn't expect that Eric would arrange the room like this. You know, they are the Rose Hotel. Is it possible that the relationship between 4 people is a little more complicated than an ordinary couple? Motivated by curiosity, the waiter gave Eric and the others the formalities and asked, several young ladies, we are the Rose Hotel here. Are you sure you want to arrange this? Hearing the waiter's words, Xiao Wu raised her eyebrows and said, I know you are the Rose Hotel. Why is this arrangement not allowed? Hearing Xiao Wu's words, the smile on the waiter's face suddenly became even stranger, and his eyes swept across several people. However, he didn't dare to say much. After all, he was a distinguished guest. As a little waiter, I can only silently sigh in my heart that people in the city can really play. After finishing the formalities smoothly, the waiter handed the 2 room cards directly to Eric's hand. While passing it, he said, please keep your Red Ocean and Blue Enchantress room cards. The 2 rooms have a total of 18 gold soul coins. In addition, because you still need to order a meal, please pay 30 gold soul coins, and when you check out, you can refund more or less. Eric's expression did not change at all when he heard the waiter's words. Although he cherishes money, he is not a pick. He feels distressed for spending 20 gold soul coins to buy a worthless map, but if the value is equal, he will not mind at all. Just like now, although the hotel price is very expensive, but combined with various factors, people are worth the price. Of course, the most important thing is that he is not spending his own money at all. As the bottom of the trio, Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu both found it troublesome, so they directly handed the money to Eric for safekeeping. The 2 of them are only responsible for leaving after being chic. Therefore, Eric took out an amethyst card directly from his pocket to prepare to pay the bill. And at this time, Tang-san was still a bit shocked by the high room rate. It was just one night, and he actually asked for 30 gold soul coins. At this moment, he wanted to persuade Eric to change their hotel. However, before Tang-san could speak, a voice suddenly sounded from the door. Wait, I think this Red Ocean should be mine. Chapter 488 Dao Zhang Trio, Travel Notes. Tang-san actively invited Ying. With the sound of the sound, a man with 2 girls in his arms walked into the door of the hotel. The tall figure, dazzling blonde hair, heavy pupils, and the most noticeable are the almost identical-looking girls in his arms. However, although the man is tall and big, his face is still very immature. It can be seen that he is not very old. The tall young man looked very arrogant. After entering the door, he just glanced at Eric and his party faintly, and then looked at the hotel waiter. Looking at the waiter with a stunned look, the tall young man slowly said, "Are you new here? Didn't anyone tell you that the Red Ocean has always been reserved for me? I don't make it difficult for you to call your manager." With the voice in front of Gao Di, the twin girls in his arms instantly showed obsessive expressions. And seeing the arrogant look of the tall young man, Tang San couldn't help but speak. "Brother, you should understand the rule of first come, first come. We have already decided on the room." Although the tall young man looked difficult, Tang San wasn't a fool. He doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble. Now that the tall young man had bullied him, Tang San wouldn't be used to him. And following Tang San's words, the smell of gunpowder in the lobby instantly ignited. The waiter at the hotel saw that the situation was not right, so he ran back to call the manager. As for the tall young man, after hearing Tang San's words, he just cast a faint glance at him, and then said with some disdain, the rules are that this room belongs to me, Daimyo Bai." "You bastard. Do you want to be beaten?" Hearing the unreasonable words of the tall boy, that is, Daimyo Bai, Xiaowu, one of the senior sisters of the Taoist Institute, said directly. Tang San wouldn't be used to Daimyo Bai. Xiaowu was even more impossible. After hearing Xiaowu's threatening words, Daimyo Bai's face showed a look of interest. After taking a close look at Xiaowu's few people, Daimyo Bai's face suddenly showed a wicked smile. Although Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were young, their bodies had not yet matured. However, their faces can definitely be regarded as a disaster for the country and the people. This has already made Daimyo Bai, who came to the Rose Hotel with a pair of twin sisters, interested. Therefore, in the face of Xiaowu's provocation, Daimyo Bai replied in a slightly light tone, "Oh, little sister, do you want to beat me up just because of you? You bastard, dare you to fight me?" Hearing Daimyo Bai's lightly picking voice, Xiaowu suddenly became a little angry. After so many years, if I dared to talk to her like this. The head of the grave was 3 feet tall. However, after Xiaowu finished speaking, before Daimyo Bai could answer, the hotel manager hurried over. He also heard the conversation between Xiaowu and Daimyo Bai just now. He knew the identity of Daimyo Bai's soul master, and Xiaowu and the others were not easy at first glance. He didn't dare to let the two parties fight with him. Therefore, the manager quickly accelerated and ran over to prepare for peace. "Oh, Xiao Dai, the people below are ignorant. Please calm down your anger first. These young ladies, don't worry about you. This room has indeed been reserved for Xiao Dai. Otherwise, I will give you a room again. In addition, as an apology, you will be exempted from your consumption by our hotel." Hearing what the manager said, Xiaowu obviously had no intention of accepting it. Not only she, but even Ning Rongrong had no idea of compromise. Although the attitude of the hotel managers is very good, they are also reasonable people. However, the premise of reasoning is that the other party is reasoned with them. But Daimyo Bai was obviously not of this type. They do not lack this little money, and it is completely impossible for them to compromise because of the exemption of fees. What they want is for Daimyo Bai to apologize to them. Therefore, facing the request of the hotel manager, Ning Rongrong decisively shook his head and refused. "Impossible. I don't need you to give us a charge, as long as this guy apologizes to us." Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the hotel manager's head instantly became bigger. Things are developing in the direction he fears most. How could Daimyo Bai apologize? Sure enough, just as the hotel manager thought, Daimyo Bai snorted after hearing Ning Rongrong's words, and then said, "Apologize? An apology is impossible. I think you also have spirit power fluctuations. So you should be spirit masters too. In this case, we will use the method of a soul master. If you beat me, the room will be given to you. Otherwise, you will honestly make way for me." Hearing Daimyo Bai's words, the hotel manager's face instantly showed a bitter smile. He didn't dare to let the opponent fight. The destructive power of the soul master was not comparable to ordinary people. If they really let the two parties fight, they wouldn't want it in this lobby. Therefore, the hotel manager quickly persuaded, Dai Xiao, you calm down. It's not worth it. Stop talking nonsense. All losses count for me. Facing the jumbled hotel manager, Daimyo Bai said directly to him violently. Hearing Daimyo Bai's words, the hotel manager shut his mouth instantly. Since it can't be stopped, and the loss is also compensated, what is he talking about? Anyway, his attitude has been shown, and no one will be able to pick his thorn by then. Facing Daimyo Bai's provocation, of course Ning Rongrong and the others couldn't admit it. They have never been afraid of anyone among their peers in fighting. Although Daimyo Bai looked a lot older than them, how could it be? They won't be counseled. Therefore, facing Daimyo Bai's provocation, Eric, who has always been responsible for solving the trouble, chuckled directly, held the big sword behind him, and said softly, "Well, Since you want to use the method between Soul Masters, then we will use the method between Soul Masters. However, before Eric's great sword was drawn, Tang San took the initiative to stop Eric and said, "Eric, he will leave it to me." Don't get me wrong, the reason Tang San took the initiative to invite Ying was not because he had already integrated into Eric's team. He did this completely because he didn't trust Eric. After all, Eric was the same year as him. As an aboriginal, where can a genius go? Under the guidance of a certain theoretical master, Tang San didn't think that anyone who met on the road was the top genius in the entire continent. Tang San also hoped to win this battle. Therefore, Tang San still believed in himself more than Eric. Chapter 489 The Taozang Trio, Travel History. Eric shot Hokage. After hearing Tang San's words, Eric originally wanted to refuse. Hearing me, just when he was about to speak, he saw Ning Rong Rong winking at him. Therefore, the words that have come to the lips are also changed before exporting. Daimyo Bai and Tang San were not clear about this. Therefore, Daimyo Bai directly addressed the two of them and said, "No need to fight. I'll let you guys go together." But after Tang San heard that Eric had agreed, he stepped forward directly. Facing Daimyo Bai, Tang San said directly, "No, I am enough." Tang San, a 29th level control department Great Spirit Master, Yuhan Lan Ying Kao, please enlighten me. Hearing Tang San's words, Daimyo Bai expression revealed a touch of surprise. Lan Ying Kao, a waste martial arts soul recognized by the Soul Master world. This kind of martial arts spirit is already very difficult to cultivate, and he didn't expect Tang San to be able to cultivate to the 29th level. "Your martial soul is blue silver grass?" Daimyo Bai asked in surprise. Facing Daimyo Bai doubts, Tang San did not show any unexpected expressions. He has not experienced this kind of thing once or twice in these years. Facing Daimyo Bai question, Tang San said directly, "There is no waste of martial arts, but only waste of spirit masters." Even if it was just blue silver grass, it couldn't tolerate an ounce underestimation. Hearing Tang San's words, Daimyo Bai laughed ha ha, and then said, "Ha ha, good. Based on your words, you are a worthy opponent. You go and wait for me first. I'll be fine right away." Hearing Daimyo Bai words, the twins in his arms nodded with a smile. Before retreating, he gave him a kiss on the face. Seeing this scene, the faces of Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu clearly showed a look of disgust. However, these Daimyo Bai didn't care. After the twin sisters left, Daimyo Bai said directly, "Daimyo Bai, 37th level Assault Element Battle Soul Venerable, Yuhan Baiyu." "Come on, Tang San." After hearing Daimyo Bai words, Tang San's brows jumped. He did not expect that Daimyo Bai turned out to be a 3rd Soul Sovereign. No wonder, his tone was so loud just now. However, even if Daimyo Bai was a 3rd Soul Sovereign, Tang San was not afraid. With his whole body condensed, Tang San's body instantly moved towards Daimyo Bai. At the same time, his hands also became warm white like jade. Seeing this scene, Eric, who was watching the battle, said with some surprise, "Huh? It's not easy for Tang San to create his own soul abilities." Hearing what Eric said, Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu both nodded gently. In Duo Continent, it is indeed not easy to be able to use self-created spirit abilities. Eric didn't stop talking after feeling, but then asked Ning Rong Rong, "Sister Rong Rong, why didn't you let me take the shot just now?" "If I take the shot, Daimyo Bai will be able to take it down soon." Hearing what Eric said, Ning Rong Rong softly explained, "Indeed, Daimyo Bai will definitely be easy to win with your shot. But in this case, you couldn't see Tang San's details." Upon hearing Ning Rong Rong's words, both Xiao Wu and Eric were puzzled. In their impression, Ning Rong Rong is not such a person who likes to inquire about others' details. "What's wrong today? I actually want to inquire about Tang San's details." Ning Rong Rong clearly understood the doubts of Eric and Xiao Wu. Therefore, after speaking, Ning Rong Rong immediately explained, "That's it. From the very beginning, I felt that Tang San's breath was a bit strange, a bit similar to Xiao Wu's. That's why I wanted to see what his details are." Upon hearing Ning Rong Rong's words, both Eric and Xiao Wu leaked a surprised expression. Xiao Wu is a matter of transforming soul beasts, and it is not a secret in their small group. Therefore, they were naturally surprised to hear Ning Rong Rong say this. Is it possible that this Tang San is also a transforming spirit beast? Eric and Xiao Wu are quite confident about Ning Rong Rong's perception. After all, Ning Rong Rong was the most perceptive among them. Therefore, after Ning Rong Rong's voice fell, the three of them looked straight at Tang San, wanting to see what special resistance he had. At this time, Tang San and Daimyo Bai battle had also entered a white-hot stage. After a simple physical skill fight, both sides have already used spirit power. Although Daimyo Bai cultivation base is high, his attack power is also strong. However, the control system of the low-level spirit masters originally restrained the force attack system. In addition, Tang San was originally a genius and a reborn person. Therefore, Daimyo Bai and Tang San had a hard time fighting between them. The stalemate between the two sides also gave Ning Rongrong enough time to observe Tang San. However, after observing for a long time, the three of them did not see any problems. This Tang San is completely a human being, except that the talent is relatively good and the strength is a bit strong at the same level. There is no problem at all. So, facing this situation, Ning Rongrong gave up. Anyway, how Tang San has nothing to do with him, he was just curious. Now, everything she waited was a little irritable, mainly because she had been observing Tang San, and even watching Daimyo Bai, an annoying fellow, for a long time. Therefore, Ning Rongrong yawned directly and said to Eric, "Eric, go on, I don't want to wait anymore. If you let the two of them continue, it will take a while." Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Eric stretched his waist and said, "Don't worry, Sister Rongrong, I will solve it soon." As Eric's voice fell, Eric's figure instantly rushed towards Tang San and Daimyo Bai battle center. At this time, Daimyo Bai and Tang San's next attacks were about to collide together. The shining white tiger fierce light wave, that is, a milky white energy bomb, was about to hit the blue silver grass that Tang San stretched out. But just at the moment, a big sword suddenly appeared in the center of the two attacks. And the master holding the big sword is Eric of the Taoist trio. And with the appearance of Eric, the expressions of Daimyo Bai and Tang San changed instantly. Although the two sides were opposed at this time, even Daimyo Bai had never thought of hurting people's lives. As for the power of Daimyo Bai and Tang San's attack, you can see the tattered lobby around them. Hit people directly, it will really kill people. However, the situation they were worried about did not happen. After Eric appeared between the two attacks, the big sword he was holding tightly burst into red light. Chapter 490 The Taoist Trio, Traveling Notes. Furious Daimyo Bai as their waists turned. Their attacks instantly vanished under Eric's great sword. The only trace left is probably the deep pit on the ground. However, the attention of everyone at the scene was obviously shifted to Eric, who was holding the big sword. No way. Who told Eric to show too much strength? Although it was just a simple attack collision between Daimyo Bai and Tang San, Eric could not be underestimated if he was able to defeat the two attacks head-on. As if now, Daimyo Bai's face was full of solemnity. One Tang San is enough to cause him a headache, and now I want to add another Eric of unknown depth. However, Daimyo Bai's dignity was obviously not taken care of by Eric. After breaking up the attacks of Daimyo Bai and Tang San, Eric held the hilt of the great sword with both hands. The tip of the sword was slightly touched, and Eric had a chic smile on his face. Standing between Daimyo Bai and Tang San, Eric slowly said, "Sister Rongrong and the others are already impatient, so Tang San, next Daimyo Bai will leave it to me. But I won't take advantage of others. Since Daimyo Bai, you have just played Tang San for so long, then I will not use any spirit ring skills." Hearing what Eric said, Tang San was silent for a while and nodded in agreement. No way, Eric has already taken action. Wouldn't it be possible for him not to fight the immigrants but also to fight with Eric? Moreover, he really didn't have much confidence in defeating Daimyo Bai. Even if he continues to fight, he will see if he has a chance to outwit. Therefore, facing Eric's shot, Tang San chose to withdraw from the battlefield. However, Daimyo Bai, who was the opponent, exploded at this time. Listen, what did Eric say just now? He had consumed Daimyo Bai just now, but the consumption wasn't so great that it needed Eric to make such a concession. If you don't use spirit ring skills, why don't you say not to use spirit ring? Daimyo Bai is a genius, and he is extremely proud. Now, in Eric's body, he felt Eric's deep contempt for himself. This kind of contempt made the deep memories in his heart surface instantly. At this moment, Daimyo Bai was really angry. Asshole, Daimyo Bai, how could I need you to let me? You guy, what right do you have to despise me? With that, Daimyo Bai's figure swelled in a circle. The first spirit ring on his body instantly lit up. With a violent aura, Daimyo Bai rushed towards Eric instantly. Daimyo Bai's speed was very fast, and he reached the front of Eric as soon as he saw it, and slapped a pair of tiger palms towards Eric. However, at this moment Eric's waist suddenly twisted. The big sword in his hand was provoked and greeted Daimyo Bai tiger claws. With the sound of metal collision, Daimyo Bai figure retreated several steps. Eric took a few steps back to stabilize his figure. Although he was very strong, he was not strong enough to crush Daimyo Bai just now. What's more, Daimyo Bai attack just launched was too sudden. In fact, Eric was also very confused now. He really didn't understand why Daimyo Bai had such a big reaction. He clearly felt that his attitude just now was not bad. However, Since I didn't understand, Eric didn't want to worry too much. Since Daimubai had already taken the initiative, he naturally couldn't be passively beaten. What's more, he is now given the task of quick fight and quick decision by Ning Rong. Therefore, after repelling Daimubai, Eric's body burst into a large amount of spirit power in an instant. Along with the Scarlet Sword, also appeared in front of Eric. It's not a side, it's Eric's spirit, the Sword of Judgment. In the next second, Eric martial soul directly attached to the big sword in his hand. The two great swords of the same origin were originally fused together in an instant. The big sword, which was originally majestic, now added a bit of sacredness and solemnity. However, Eric is not the only one ready to do it again. Daimubai, who had just been repelled by Eric. The only purple spirit ring on his body lit up at this time, and the momentum on Daimubai body instantly reached a peak. In the next second, Daimubai rushed towards Eric again. However, this time Eric was already well prepared. When Daimubai launched a charge, Eric also raised the big sword in his hand. Without a trace of retreat, Eric held the sword in both hands, and hit Daimubai directly with one blow. With this seemingly simple blow, Daimubai, who faced Eric, felt like nothing to hide. If this is someone who understands swords, he will be surprised to find out now. At this time, Eric, who was only 12 years old, had already initially touched the sword intent and strength. However, Daimubai couldn't see these things. Apart from Ning Rong and Xiaowu, only Tang San, who had lived for 2 lives among the outsiders, could tell. After all, in his previous life, he was also an out-and-out master. Therefore, Daimubai, who was facing Eric at this time, had a bad feeling in his heart. However, the pride in his heart did not make him look back. After all, Eric looked like he was only 13 or 14 years old at best. No matter how strong he is, can he still reach the 4th ring soul sect? As long as Eric is still under the 4th ring, Daimubai will have the confidence to face him head-on. After all, his 3rd spirit ability, but a real best ability. Unfortunately, Daimubai miscalculated this time. Eric did not reach the cultivation base of the 4th ring soul sect, but he was a real 3-ring soul sovereign. Moreover, it was still a 35th level 3-ring soul sovereign. Don't look at his level 2 levels lower than Daimubai, but under the cultivation of the Taoist Academy, Eric and the others have a solid foundation. No matter the quality and quantity of spirit power, it far exceeds that of spirit masters of the same level. Otherwise, in the case of only pursuing levels, Eric and the others are probably already close to the Soul King. Although this slowed down their cultivation base, they were indeed invincible at the same level. Therefore, when he and Daimubai were 2 levels higher than him, Eric didn't shake his hands at all. Even if he didn't use any spirit abilities, he was confident to block Daimubai's strongest blow. What's more, he just said he didn't use spirit ring skills. Maybe he didn't use spirit skills. As a disciple of Ross, one of the strongest in the new generation of the Taoist and Tibetan Academy, his most indispensable thing is his own spirit ability. Chapter 491 Dao Zhang Trio, Travel History Shrek Academy. It was like his current sword, which seemed simple, but it was one of the self-created spirit abilities that Rose taught him. Therefore, after Daimubai and Eric's attacks collided, there was a crackling sound first, followed by Daimubai figure flying out. Originally in pursuit of a quick fight, how could Eric keep his hands? So the blow just now has caused Daimubai to suffer serious injuries. Didn't you see that blood was already flowing out of Daimubai's mouth at this time? However, Daimubai's tragic situation did not arouse the sympathy of Eric and the others. After injuring Daimubai, Eric directly put the big sword on his shoulder and said to Daimubai, "How about it? Do you want to fight?" Hearing Eric's words, Daimubai's face turned red and white. After a long time, he said coldly, "This time implanted, and the room belongs to you." After speaking, Daimubai turned around and walked toward the outside of the hotel without saying anything. However, before he could take a step, Xiaowu said, fearing that the world would not be chaotic, "Hey! Didn't you say that all losses count for you? Haven't compensated for the losses of the hotel?" Hearing Xiaowu's words, Daimubai's face instantly became even more rigid. It was not that he was reluctant to make money, but was mocked again. It was as if they had been beaten to death, and they were whipped to death. Throwing a bag of gold soul coins directly at the hotel manager, Daimubai walked out without looking back. Steps are like running away. Even the shouts of the twin sisters did not keep his footsteps. Seeing this scene, Xiaowu hummed and smiled, and Tang San glanced at the eye-catching Eric without failing. He didn't expect that Eric, who looked about his age, would be so strong. Eric is so strong, then Ning Rong and Xiaowu, who became his sisters, will be simple roles again. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but leak a touch of emotion on his face. And this scene happened to be seen by Xiao Wu. Seeing Tang San sighing with emotion, Xiao Wu subconsciously asked Tang San, "Hey, Xiao-san, what do you think?" What? Hearing Xiao's words, Tang San was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu saw what I was feeling just now. However, he reacted quickly. Now they were members of the same team, and Tang San was not prepared to explore the privacy of the Daozang trio. Therefore, facing Xiao's inquiry, Tang San had to use Daimyo Bai as a shield. "Ah, nothing, but I think Daimyo Bai is pretty good." "Yes, what is it?" "I think his appearance is a mistake." Hearing Tang San's answer, Xiao Wu said somewhat dissatisfied. She really couldn't agree with Tang San's statement. After all, Daimyo Bai didn't make sense, and even brought two girls to open the house. Can such a person be a good person? Not only Xiao Wu, but even Ning Rongrong had the same view of Daimyo Bai. It can only be said that Daimyo Bai appearance was a bit sloppy, and the first impressions of both girls were bad. However, who would care about Daimyo Bai image in Ning Rongrong and Xiao's mind? Therefore, facing Xiao's retort, Tang San just smiled and didn't say much. Without Daimyo Bai trouble, the next process would be very simple. In addition, the hotel manager is also very good at doing things, and directly eliminates the consumption of a group of 4 people. In this regard, everyone did not shirk. Only after they entered the room did they understand why the hotel attendants always looked at them with weird eyes just now. No way, who called this Dharma is a love hotel? However, although everyone responded in their hearts for a moment, they didn't think much of it. After all, excluding the factor of love hotel, Rose Hotel is indeed very beautiful. And that day passed quickly. Except that in the afternoon, Tang San mysteriously didn't know what he bought together. Everyone didn't encounter anything worth describing. In a blink of an eye, the next day has come. Today is the day for Shrek Academy to accept students. Naturally, Ning Rongrong and others rushed to Shrek Academy early. After all, they were still very curious about this Shrek Academy that could be built outside the city. Moreover, according to Tang San, his teacher admired Shrek Academy very much. The academy that can be respected by a genius like Tang San must have its own special features. This is the common idea of Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and Eric. Although they were both better than Tang San was not a student of Taoism Academy after all, so it was not easy to become a 29th level grade spirit master at the age of 12. Therefore, the Taoist trio still recognized Tang San's genius name. However, it was the academy recommended by such a genius master. They had already gone since they left the city and didn't know how far they had gone. They didn't even feel it. Looking up at the sun high in the sky, Xiao Wu asked depressedly, "Are we going in the wrong direction? Why haven't we arrived until now?" Hearing Xiao's question, Tang San was also one of the first 2 big ones. Looking at the address given by a master, and then at the direction, Tang San said with some confusion, "That's right, it's in this direction. Why haven't you arrived yet?" At this moment, even Tang San felt a little strange. What's the situation with this Shrek Academy? At this time, everyone's heart was a little weak and complaining. But there is no way. Although I am puzzled, is the college still going? Not to mention not going to school, just because of curiosity. It was enough to support them and the group to go forward honestly. Finally, the effort paid off. After a long period of time, the group finally saw the long queue for registration. However, looking along the line of registration, the faces of Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Eric, and Tang San all stiffened. What kind of huge buildings? What beautiful scenery? What can be comparable to the Taoist Academy and the Tanda Royal Academy? These are all. That's right, these previous assumptions by Ning Rongrong and others didn't all exist. Yes, it was just a dilapidated village, and there was no way to see the appearance of the Senior Soul Master Academy. If you insist on the appearance of the Advanced Soul Master Academy, it would probably be the Crooked Shrek Academy characters and a small monster portrait on the door. Chapter 492 The Taoist Trio, Travel History. If you come, you will be safe. What kind of Senior Spirit Master Academy is this? Even a Junior Spirit Master Academy surpassed him by a few blocks. Obviously, this is an ordinary country village. No matter how you look at it, this so-called Shrek Academy is like a leather school. Therefore, at this time, Ning Rongrong and the others all had the same expression, which was incredible. Even Tang San, who had lived in poverty since he was a child, was full of disbelief at this time. This Shrek Academy reminded him of the village where he lived when he was a child. It's not that I dislike it, but it's a big gap with the college he imagined in his mind that can be respected by his teachers. And Xiao Wu, the most carefree among the group, twitched the corners of her mouth a few times, and asked stiffly, "No, this so-called Advanced Soul Master Academy is here?" Unfortunately, although I didn't believe it in my heart, The answer was already obvious. Eric shrank his neck in embarrassment to count it. Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu came to Shrek Academy because of his proposal. With a helpless sigh, Tang San said calmly, "If you come, you will be safe." Since the teacher is so admired, then this Shrek Academy is naturally different. "So, I am going to stay. How about Eric, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong?" Hearing Tang San asking himself, Eric, who was a little bit wrong, didn't dare to express his opinion, but looked at Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu. If they choose to stay, Eric will naturally be together. Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu saw Eric looking at them. They looked at each other, and said helplessly, "I have come, so let's be here. Anyway, we just want to find a training academy, and we won't stay here forever." Hearing what the two said, Tang San didn't ask much. He just nodded towards the Taoist trio, and ran to the front with them to line up. The shabby Shrek Academy also has his advantage. That is, there is no need to queue for too long. After all, the academy is like this, and there are more people who are really ghosts. Therefore, there are not too many people in front of a line of 4 in the team. Of course, not many are behind them. Several people waited for a while, and finally a middle-aged male teacher with a thin body appeared in the college. Looking at the sparse team, the middle-aged teacher did not show any unexpected expressions. It can be seen that this teacher has long been used to this situation. Lazily slumped on the chair in front of the table, the teacher of Shrek pointed to the wooden sign on the table, and then said to the people in line, "The requirements are all optimistic. No one has 10 golden soul coins in the registration fee. Come here first." Hearing what the academy teacher said, the young man in the front slowly walked up to the academy teacher. There are 2 middle-aged people, a man and a woman, beside the boy. From their communication and demeanor, it can be inferred that these 2 people are the boy's parents. Seeing the 3 people approaching, the college teacher who was lying on the chair also straightened slightly. Pointing to the wooden box on the table, the college teacher said directly, "Place the registration fee inside." Hearing this, the young man's father did not dare to hesitate, and directly took out 10 gold soul coins and put them in the box. Seeing that the registration fee was paid, the college teacher said directly to the teenager who signed up, "Hands out." Hearing this, the young man stretched out his palm honestly. The teacher at the academy didn't say much. He directly held the boy's palm and touched it, and said directly, "Unqualified. Next one." Hearing what the academy teacher said, the young man was stunned and glanced at his parents at a loss. The teenager's parents were even more excited, and said in disbelief, "This teacher, you are not mistaken. My son is a 21st level Great Soul Master, and he is also a famous genius in their Junior Soul Master Academy. How could he fail?" Hearing what the young parents said, the teacher at the college pointed to the wooden board with words on the table, and said with some sneer, "Look at it clearly. Our minimum requirement is under 13 years old and over 20. Your son is 13 years old this year, and his age does not meet the requirements. Indeed, his son is over, and he just wanted to try his luck just now." As a result, the teacher just touched the palm of his hand constantly. Even so, the young father still doesn't think his son is unqualified. Therefore, upon hearing the words of the middle-aged teacher, the boy's father spoke unconvincingly, "But it's only been a few months since my son's birthday. It's almost the same." Hearing this, the teacher of Shrek spoke with disdain. "Do you know why our academy's name is Shrek?" Shrek was a kind of soul beast in ancient times. Even among the soul beasts, it was extremely powerful, and was given the name of a monster by people. Therefore, our Shrek Academy is also called the Monster Academy, and it collects monsters even more talented than geniuses. Your child, not even a genius, let alone a monster? Hearing what the college teacher said, the boy's father was speechless for a while and didn't know what to say. Ning Rong Rong, Xiao Wu, Eric, and Tang San among the crowd showed an interesting smile at the corner of their mouths after hearing what the academy teacher said. "Oh, is it a college that only recruits monsters? It's kind of interesting." Almost at the same time, several people whispered in unison. At this time, the mother who signed up for the teenager said with embarrassment, "Just your broken academy. We are not rare to go to it. Return the money to us and we will go now." Hearing that, the college teacher showed a strange smile on his face. "Want money? The money is in their Shrek Academy's hands. How can it be refunded? Don't you know that their Shrek Academy is going crazy now?" Thinking of this, Shrek's teacher directly refused. "Impossible. What is written here is plain. The registration fee is non-refundable. Therefore, I also advise you those in line not to think about fishing in troubled waters and waste the registration fee." Hearing the words of the college teacher, the teenager's parents instantly became a little angry. The teenager's mother even said unreasonably, "My mother takes care of you, so quickly refund the registration fee to my mother. Otherwise, You don't want to enroll students today. Hearing this, the academy teacher glanced at this somewhat sloppy woman and said directly, "Should you be a rogue? Dare to make trouble here? Mubai, this woman is handed over to you. Let her know that she can run wild not everywhere." Chapter 493 Dao Zhang Trio, Travel History through the 4th level. Don't worry, Teacher Lee, I will let her know that Shrek Academy is not a place where everyone can go wild. As the voice of Shrek Academy's teacher fell, the answer sounded immediately. Immediately afterwards, a tall young man jumped down from the tree and stood in front of the troubled parent. This person is not someone else, but the one Dai Mubai who robbed Ning Rong Rong and the others in the hotel yesterday. With Dai Mubai appearance, he didn't say much, but directly activated his martial spirit. In an instant, Dai Mubai figure swelled again, and 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, floated regularly on his body. Feeling the powerful aura on Dai Mubai body, the woman who was just looking for something was so scared that she couldn't speak. Pulled by the father of the teenager, the family of 3 left here as if fleeing. What is the registration fee? After all, if they can train soul masters, their knowledge is not shallow. The 3 rings are not strong, but a teenage 3-errand soul venerable with a perfect soul ring is not something they can afford. Similarly, there are many who left with this family at the same time who wanted to fish in troubled waters at first. It was just a few breaths of effort, and the team that was not originally long was even sparse now. And as the number of personnel decreased, a cold snort also passed into Dai Mubai ears. Subconsciously, Dai Mubai looked in the direction of the sound. In an instant, Dai Mubai expression became awkward. There is no other reason. The voices of Ling Rong Rong and Xiao Wu were made by Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu. They did not expect that Dai Mubai was actually a student of the college. And Dai Mubai, who was looking after him, just met Eric who defeated him just now because he had been sleeping on the trunk. Dai Mubai didn't see a few people. Otherwise, he would have left long ago and would not stay here. After all, I was really impulsive when I did something yesterday. On this point, he also reflected on himself after coming back yesterday. It's just that he didn't expect that Eric would come back to the college to sign up. After all, Eric can beat him. How can he be only 12 years old? It's a pity that Dai Mubai knowledge is still too little, and Eric is really 12 years old. At this time, Dai Mubai embarrassment was obviously noticed by the teacher surnamed Lee, and he was a little curious and asked Dai Mubai, "Mubai, what's the matter?" When asked by teacher Lee, Dai Mubai had to answer awkwardly, Nothing, just saw a few acquaintances." Dai Mubai voice is not loud, but it can still be heard by Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu. Eric and Tang San didn't say anything, and they didn't wait to see Dai Mubai, Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu, and they suddenly said, "Who is acquainted with you?" Hearing what the two said, Dai Mubai expression instantly became even more embarrassed. But because he was wrong first, he didn't have much to say. However, everyone will be classmates next, and Eric doesn't want everyone's relationship to be too stiff. Therefore, Eric showed a smile on his face, nodded to Dai Mubai to express kindness, and then spoke to Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu, "Sister Rong Rong, Sister Xiao, everyone will be classmates in the future, so don't you two get angry because of what happened yesterday." "That's right, Rong Rong Xiao." As the saying goes, if you don't know each other, yesterday is also a kind of fate. Hearing Eric's words, Tang San also persuaded him. To tell the truth, his impression of Dai Mubai was actually pretty good. Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu heard both of them say this, and they knew they were right, so they nodded lightly without saying much. Upon seeing this, Eric and Tang San were relieved, and Dai Mubai expression looked much better. The teacher surnamed Lee from Shrek Academy looked at several people back and forth, revealing a look of interest. He could see that Dai Mubai and Eric had a story, and Dai Mubai was still suffering. Otherwise, Dai Mubai would not be able to accept the expressions of others so honestly. As a teacher, he still didn't know what level Dai Mubai was. The image of Ning Rong Rong and the others in the mind of teacher Lee, who could make Dai Mubai suffer, was not easy in an instant. However, he didn't ask much, and continued to host the registration. Because of the small number of people, Ning Rong Rong quickly passed the age test. Except for Ning Rong Rong's and Tang San's martial arts, which roused the surprise of the teacher surnamed Lee, there were no other disturbances. After several people passed the test, Dai Mubai took the initiative to relieve the embarrassment between the several people. "I'll take you to the 4th level, but these two girls, can you tell me your level?" Although Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu still don't want to see Dai Mubai, they also have the meaning of easing the relationship. Therefore, after hearing Dai Mubai words, Ning Rong Rong directly replied, "It's okay to tell you our level. I'm level 37, Xiao Wu is level 36. but just take us to the 4th level. We don't want to go through the back door. Hearing what Ning Rong Rong said, Daimyo Bai was astonished instantly. Ning Rong Rong is at level 37 and Xiao Wu is at level 36. Is there any mistake? The two of them are only 12 years old, and Eric can defeat him. He must be a 3-year-old. There are exactly 3 12-year-old 3-year-old souls, and they are still advanced. Are they still human? Compared with them, Daimyo Bai felt that he was truly unworthy of being called a monster. However, astonished to return to the wrong, shocked to shock, Daimyo Bai still said with a complex expression, "Don't get me wrong, this is not a back door. The academy has regulations. Those with level 25 or above can directly participate in the last level. Brother Tang San is at the 29th level, and Brother Eric must also be at the 3rd ring. So I will ask your level." Hearing Daimyo Bai words, Tang San and the 4 of them let out a suddenly realized expression. Nodded. Several people said directly to Daimyo Bai, "That's right, I'll trouble you." "It's okay, let me talk to Teacher Lee," Daimyo Bai said after hearing several people's words. However, his complexion is still very complicated. "I'm afraid it will not be changed for a while." After speaking, Daimyo Bai directly shouted to Teacher Lee who was sitting in the chair, "Teacher Lee, Tang San and the others are qualified." I took them directly to the 4th level. Hearing Daimyo Bai words, Teacher Lee, who was still very lazy, flashed in his eyes for a moment, and his figure also sat up straight. Sure enough, just as he thought, these little guys are not simple. "Okay, you go. Come back soon and test the spirit power for the others." Chapter 494 The Taoist Trio, Traveling Notes. Zhu King hearing Teacher Lee's words, Daimyo Bai nodded, and was about to lead Tang San and his party to the 4th level. However, this scene directly displeased the rest of those who passed the preliminary test. "Everyone is the same. Why are you able to pass through the last level?" They can only climb forward little by little. Therefore, all the applicants directly exploded. Why can they go directly to the last level? That's why. In an instant, everyone muttered every word. The original small number of people abruptly made the entire gate a little restless. Hearing the hum of the crowd, Teacher Lee instantly snorted. Immediately afterwards, a powerful momentum rose from his body. A stick appeared in Teacher Lee's hand out of thin air, and 6 spirit rings slowly floated on it. The Soul Emperor, such a seemingly unreliable teacher, turned out to be a Soul Emperor. In an instant, the crowd that was still a bit noisy fell silent for an instant. Seeing the quiet people, Teacher Lee grinned and said aloud, "Why? Just because their spirit power level is above 25. If you can reach level 25 or above at the age of 12, you may not participate in the previous rounds of assessment." What? How could it be possible? This is impossible. How can it be possible to reach the 25th level at the age of 12? Upon hearing Teacher Lee's words, there were bursts of exclamation in the crowd. In the eyes of everyone, at the age of 12, it is impossible to cultivate to the 25th level. However, the ignorance of a crowd of people did not cause any change except to highlight their ignorance. However, if they continue to make trouble like this, there really is no way. Therefore, Daimyo Bai said directly to Eric, "Brother Eric, either you release your spirit ring all at once, or they estimate it will take a long time." Hearing Daimyo Bai words, Eric only hesitated for a while before agreeing. Don't get me wrong, the reason why he hesitated was not because his cultivation level was false, for fear of shame. The reason why he hesitated was mainly because he was afraid of hitting the teenagers who participated in the assessment. After all, his spirit ring configuration, even within the Taoist Academy, is the top group. Even if the contribution value is enough, his spirit ring level can be mentioned again. But this hesitation is only a moment. After all, long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. Your own spirit ring configuration is not a secret. If everyone can become classmates in the future, they will naturally know. If you can't become a classmate, so much the better. Even if the shock is received, it has nothing to do with Eric. So Eric agreed. As his mind sank, a blood-red big sword appeared in Eric's hands instantly. Eric, who was already carrying a big sword, was even more conspicuous at this time. However, the 3 spirit rings floating on Eric's body were even more conspicuous. The 12-year-old 3-year-old soul venerable had already surpassed everyone's imagination. What's more, this 3-year-old soul venerable still had a purple soul ring configuration completely beyond the scope of the soul master's cognition. This time, facing Eric, who had released his spirit ring, not only the applicants who didn't believe it in their hearts were closed, even the self-proclaimed Daimyo Bai, Tang San and even Teacher Lee were stunned at this moment. Especially Tang San, as a disciple of the Soul Master World Theory Master, he believed in the Master's theory deeply. But now, Eric's spirit ring configuration has completely exceeded his cognition. However, Even though he was shocked, Tang San still did not ask his doubts in public. Not to mention that the relationship between the two parties has not yet reached that point, and it is obviously not the time to ask this. Tang San didn't even ask a question, and the others were even more unlikely to speak. Therefore, after a moment of stunned, Daimyo Bai immediately prepared to leave with a few people. As for Teacher Lee, the corners of his mouth were almost reaching the back of his head, and it was even more impossible to stop him. After all, this is a real little monster. The sooner such a genius enters the academy, the sooner he can feel at ease. But at this time, a cold voice suddenly came from the crowd. Teacher, if it's only grade 25, then I think I can also directly participate in the 4th round of assessment. As the body voice fell, a young girl in a black tights walked out of the crowd. Of course, compared with what she said, she is obviously more attractive to others. No way. Who said that the girl's figure is really good? Even a woman in her 20s who is fully grown up is far less popular than a 12-year-old girl. Even Ning Rong and Xiao Wu showed a look of envy when they looked at the girl at this time. The two secretly talked about what the girl was eating to make her figure so popular at the age of 12. Oh, your name is Zuzuking Mu Bai. Take a soul power test ball for her to test it. Hearing the words of the girl Zuzuking, Teacher Lee immediately spoke happily. I don't know what day it is today. The good news is really one after another. Today, Shrek Academy is probably an unprecedented harvest. And Daimyo Bai, who was named by Teacher Lee, also recovered from his stunnedness. When he first saw Zuzuking, he had a strange feeling, as if the martial arts of the two were very compatible. Now as Zuzuking approaches, his feeling is stronger. However, he didn't say much. He just took a deep look at Zuzuking, and took a crystal ball to test his spirit power, and said to Zuzuking, this crystal ball can test up to 40 level soul power, you can test it with confidence. Hearing Daimyo Bai words, Zuzuking just glanced at him coldly, then nodded to convey his spirit power into the crystal ball. In an instant, the light above the crystal ball was bright. Seeing this, Teacher Lee nodded in relief. The 26th level, although only just past the 25th level. He knew that Zuzuking had just reached the age of 12, which meant that Zuzuking had practiced for at least half a year less than others. In half a year, Zuzuking might be able to hit level 30. This kind of talent can already be said to be the top batch on the mainland. There is a peerless genius. Teacher Lee's mood at this time no longer knows how to describe. Haha laughed. Teacher Lee directly spoke to Zuzuking. Haha, 26th level. Very good. It already meets the requirements of the academy. Follow Mu Bai and the others to the 4th level. Chapter 495 The Taoist Trio, Travel Notes. Zuzuking's gaze. Oscar's sausage this time. No one dared to raise objections. After all, his own strength is not good enough. No wonder anyone else. What's more, are the 6 spirit rings on Teacher Lee really making fun? If it really angered a soul emperor, even if they were beaten to death, ordinary soul masters like them would have no place to reason. And the number of people who went to the 4th level to participate in the assessment has officially increased from 4 to 5. The place for the 4th test is a square inches the college. Of course, to put it bluntly, it was a large open space in the village, which was used as a training ground. However, the location of this training ground is still somewhat distant from the gate. As the group was on their way to the training ground, Daimyo Bai gaze would from time to time swept towards Zuzuking, who made him feel very close. But in the face of Daimyo Bai concern, Zuzuking didn't care at all, even slightly indifferent. But just such a girl who looked very cold, stared straight at Eric on the way. Even to cover up. Do not hide. In this scene, Ning Rong and Xiao Wu laughed secretly, and they speculated that Zuzuking, the hot young lady, would look at Eric, their stupid brother, from time to time. Not only Ning Rong and Xiao Wu, but even Tang San and Daimyo Bai felt that there was a problem. Of course, Daimyo Bai was not angry because of it. After all, now he and Zuzuking can't even know each other, and the martial soul match is only the martial soul match. No matter what Zuzuking does, he has nothing to do with him. At this point, Daimyo Bai was still very open. However, compared to other people's gossip, Eric, one of the parties involved, is called a man's back at this time. Seeing Zuzuking like this, Eric felt that he was uncomfortable even walking. To be honest, as one of the big 3 in the processing department of the Taoist Institute, Eric's admirers are not few. However, this does not mean that the person who thought Zuzuking was like this, has been staring straight at him. Just when Eric was still uncomfortable, a scream suddenly came into his ears. Sausage, big sausage, Oscar brand big sausage. In an instant, Eric seemed to have found a savior and said directly to everyone, Sister Rong, Sister Xiao, I'll buy you a sausage to eat. wait for me. With that said, Eric didn't give a few people a chance to refuse, and ran directly to the mobile stall selling sausages. Hey, wait. Daimyobai opened his mouth, trying to stop Eric. After all, he knew the details of this sausage. Unfortunately, Eric's speed was too fast. Before he could say his words, Eric had already ran to the stall. Why, is there any problem? Seeing that Daimyobai didn't say anything, Tang-san asked with some doubts. Not just him, but Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu also looked at Daimyobai suspiciously. At this time, Suzuki was the only one, still looking at Eric straightforwardly, as if to see him as a flower. Hey! Hearing Tang-san's question, Daimyobai sighed softly, then continued to speak. Forget it, you will come with me, you will know in a while. With that said, Daimyobai walked directly towards Eric and the sausage stall. The others naturally followed up together. As the distance drew in, several people also saw that the sausage seller was a man with a thick beard. At this time, Eric had 6 big sausages with beautiful colors in his hands. And the man with the thick beard was also the one who kept stroking the silver soul coins. As if that silver currency is a peerless beauty. 6 sausages, Eric's meaning is obvious. 1 per person. I have to say that the color of the sausage is very good and it smells very good. However, just after Daimyobai arrived, Daimyobai directly viciously said to the man selling sausages, Oscar, how many times have I told you? Don't sell your sausages in school. Do you want everyone to spit it out? Hearing Daimyobai voice, Oscar, the sausage seller, smiled slyly. Knowing that he was wrong, he didn't dare to refute. He could only say to Daimyobai with a smile, Boss Dai, it's not that the younger students are coming. I will provide them with some supplies. Hearing the conversation between the two, Xiao Wu asked curiously, Daimyobai, do you know the uncle who sells sausages? Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Oscar couldn't calm down instantly. Uncle, he is a handsome boy, okay? Therefore, he was ready to refute. He didn't even care about Xiao Wu's name for Daimyobai. Of course, this has a great relationship with the arrival of 3 beautiful girls. This schoolgirl, I am not a big uncle, I am only 14 years old this year, okay? Introduce myself, my name is Oscar, a student of Shrek Academy, and it is very likely that I am your senior. Hearing Oscar's words, everyone except Daimyobai showed an unbelievable look. Even Eric, who just bought sausages, is no exception at this time. 14, how is this possible? With regard to the density of the beard, some people believed him when he was 40 years old. Seeing everyone's surprise, Daimyobai took the initiative to explain. He didn't lie. He is indeed 14 years old. It's just that this guy is a little sick. As long as he doesn't shave for a day, his beard will grow. He still dyed up at first, but later, his beard grew too fast, and the college couldn't recruit new students, so he was lazy to fight. Hearing Daimyobai words, Oscar was a little unhappy. However, due to Daimyobai obscene power, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only mutter and mutter. What is a fault? Isn't it just a small defect? Oscar's mumbling was naturally not noticed by everyone. After hearing Daimyobai words, everyone nodded and accepted the incredible fact that Oscar was only 14 years old. By the way, Daimyobai, why did you say you wouldn't let him buy sausages in the academy? After accepting Oscar's age setting, Ning Rong Rong asked curiously. As Ning Rong Rong asked, everyone also cast curious eyes. In an instant, Oscar's face became awkward. Daimyobai looked at Oscar and said, Xiao, did you come by yourself, or did I force you? Hearing Daimyobai words, Oscar's awkward expression instantly stiffened. Looking at a few charming elementary school girls, Oscar really didn't want his first impression of others to be wretched, so he turned his head and asked stiffly towards Daimyobai. Boss Dai, can I refuse? Chapter 496 The Taoist Trio, Travel Notes. Oscar's ambiguous spell. Hearing Oscar's words, Daimyobai did not give an accurate answer, but looked at Oscar with a smile, and then slowly asked, Xiao, do you think it's okay? Hearing Daimyobai words, Oscar's complexion condensed, and he muttered in a low voice, I think it's okay. Xiao, what are you talking about? Hurry up and make one of your sausages. I'm doing this for your own good. If they find out in the future, I won't be able to stop you even if you are beaten. Hearing Oscar's muttering voice, Daimyobai voice suddenly increased a bit. After Daimyobai shouted, Oscar knew that he had no retreat, and could only reluctantly summon his martial soul. As Oscar's palm stretched out, a sausage instantly floated on Oscar's palm. The 2 yellow century-souled spirit rings surrounding him proved that Oscar's spirit was a sausage. After Oscar summoned Yuhan, the first spirit ring on Oscar's body instantly floated above Oscar's Yuhan sausage. With the bright light of this spirit ring, A curse slowly floated from Oscar's mouth. This is a characteristic of food-type spirit masters. Every time a spirit ability is activated, a spell is required. Otherwise, the effect of the food produced will be greatly reduced or even no effect. Originally it was nothing, just chant a spell. However, Oscar's spell is really weird. I have a big sausage. As the spell blurted out, Oscar's martial arts instantly split into two, and one of them slowly turned into the look on Eric's hand. Hearing Oscar's spell, everyone's mouth and face twitched, except for Daimyo Bai, who was already clear. Seeing this scene, Oscar's heart was instantly refreshed. Putting away the spirit, Oscar could only weakly explain, "In fact, I can't blame me for this. The main reason is that the spell is too bad. I can only call this if I want to make sausages." After all, he was a classmate who had been with each other day and night for several years. After hearing Oscar's explanation, Daimyo Bai also echoed, "Now you know. Why should I stop you from eating sausages?" But what Xiaoao said is true. If you ignore this disgusting spell, Xiaoao's sausage is actually pretty good. Hearing Daimyo Bai words, Oscar instantly looked at him with tears in his eyes. Of course, if there was a choice, Daimyo Bai chose him rather than say that, because Oscar directly handed the sausage just made in front of Daimyo Bai. While passing it, Oscar said, "Boss Dai, you really moved my brother. In return, I will buy you this super recovery sausage just made at half price." Facing Oscar's sales promotion, Daimyo Bai's face instantly twitched. Although we have been together for so long, he doesn't want to eat Oscar's sausage when it's okay. However, before he refused, Eric, who had been listening to the conversation between the two with the sausage in his hand, took a bite directly at the one. With refusal, Eric's eyes light up a little. Surprisingly, the taste of this sausage is really good. "Hey Eric, you." Seeing Eric's movements, Tang San stretched out his hand, and shouted in surprise. However, he only said the beginning. After all, Oscar is still here. He can't just say that this sausage is disgusting. However, even so, Tang San's voice also attracted the attention of Daimyo Bai and Oscar, who were messing around. Listening to Tang San's voice, the two turned their eyes to Eric, who was eating sausage. At this moment, an expression of surprise leaked out of their faces. Obviously, they didn't expect that everything was clear, and Eric could actually eat it. However, the shock of several people did not get Eric's response. After swallowing the sausage in his mouth in twos or threes, Eric directly handed the remaining pieces to Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu. "Sister Rong Rong, Sister Xiao, you two quickly try it. The taste of this sausage is really good. Tang San, Zuzu, you two also try it." Hearing what Eric said, Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu instantly became interested. Without hesitation, the two directly took a sausage and took a bite to taste it. As they ate, the two murmured, "Really? It's almost as good as the taste at home. It's been a long time since I had such a delicious one." "Right, I think so too." "Tang San, don't you Zuzu eat it?" Hearing what Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu said, Eric smiled and said, compared with Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu's swiftness, Tang San and Zuzu, who heard Eric's invitation, hesitated for a moment. Especially Zuzu, she is not the same as Tang San. What was Tang San's saying? His mental age at this time was 40 years old after he had lived again. And Zuzu, that is a real 12-year-old lorry. Therefore, Zuzu-King's eyes are full of entanglements at this time. However, this entanglement quickly became firm. Zuzu-King, who didn't know what he thought of, walked directly in front of Eric. After saying thank you in a low voice, he took a sausage and ate slowly. Tang San couldn't help showing a wry smile when he saw this scene. Really, no matter what the weather, Tang San would even hesitate because of a little psychological obstacle. Zuzu-King, a little girl, is more straightforward than him. Thinking of this, Tang San instantly straightened his face, took a sausage from Eric, and reflected on himself while eating. But as time went by, Daimyo Bai and Oscar, who had fallen into surprise, returned to their senses. Seeing Eric, who was eating the fragrant sausage, Oscar clasped his shoulder in excitement. "Brother, you are really my soulmate. There is enough food. If you don't have enough, please tell me. I will ask you to eat." Oscar's voice is very excited. No way, it is really no fault of him. After all these years, Eric and the others were the first people their age who didn't dislike his spell at all. In this case, anyone who comes will be excited, because Eric and the others are in agreement with Oscar. It is very important for a teenager to be recognized by others. However, compared to Oscar's excitement, Eric was a bit dumbfounded. "I didn't do anything, just look at the excitement of other children." However, since Oscar said so, Eric didn't mean to be polite, and he said directly, "Then trouble you. Give me 2 more. Chapter 497 The Taoist Trio, Travel History Representative, Zhao Wuqi. Facing Eric's bluntness, Oscar didn't care at all. even a little excited in his heart. Without hesitation, Oscar directly summoned Yuhan, ready to make two of the freshest for Eric. And looking at Daimyo from the side, she couldn't help it now. Walking to everyone, Daimyo asked incredulously, "Don't you care about Xiao's spell at all? You can still eat it, so fragrant." Hearing Daimyo words, Oscar instantly became unhappy. Eric's position in Oscar's mind now increased sharply, and Daimyo dared to instigate discord at this time. It was really tolerable or unbearable. Even if he was oppressed by Daimyo for a long time, Oscar still weakly retorted, "Boss Dai, can I control my spell? Besides, if you don't think about it, it's okay." Hearing Oscar's words, Daimyo didn't say anything, but looked at Eric curiously. Hearing Daimyo question and feeling Daimyo surprised gaze, Ningrong spoke directly, "What's this?" "It's a spell. No matter how disgusting, this thing is still a sausage. You know, when we were going to be tested in the field, we had eaten all kinds of weird things." Speaking of this, Ningrong, Xiaowu, and Eric again remembered the energy of the initial assessment, and the whole person shuddered, and their expressions were a lot weird. They didn't understand how Wang Ran's brain circuits grew, and they even had to learn to survive in the wild. But this effect is really very good. Not only has their strength and survivability improved a lot, but even their psychological barriers have been broken through. But if possible, they definitely don't want to do it again. Seeing Ningrong's reaction, Daimyo instantly understood that the so-called survival in the wild was definitely not a fun thing. Moreover, the forces behind Ningrong and the others could be cultivated. Therefore, Daimyo was very wise and did not continue to ask. The episode was over everywhere, but in order to prevent Oscar from continuing to harm people, Daimyo took him with him and led everyone to participate in the 4th level. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive at the Shrek Academy's training ground. At this time, on the empty training ground, a burly, but not very tall middle-aged man was lying on a bench. As everyone came, the middle-aged man stood up directly from the recliner. Looking at everyone, the man directly asked, "There are a lot of people this year. Mubai, you are ready to finish the 4th stage quickly? Don't disturb my sleep." Hearing the man's words, Daimyo's face instantly leaked a wry smile. Looking at the middle-aged man, Daimyo said directly, "Miss Zhou, they all went straight to the 4th level. Moreover, coming to this 4th level is a cutscene. I am not their opponent." Hearing Daimyo's words, the man's face instantly showed a look of interest. Going through the 4th level shows that the talents of several people are all the best. And what Daimyo said was that he was not the opponent of a few people, not that he couldn't prevent them from passing the assessment. This kind of difference is big. Being able to make Daimyo say these words shows that one or a few of these people absolutely defeated Daimyo. What does this show? It shows that Eric and they are all real little monsters. Suddenly, the man's interest rose. Looking at Eric and his party, the man said directly, "This year is really good. There are 5 little monsters. In that case, I will take care of the assessment of the 4th level." Hearing the man's words, the expressions of Daimyo and Oscar changed instantly. Eric and the others don't know the strength of the man, but the two of them are very clear. That was a real soul sage, and it was also a powerful faction in the soul sage. Therefore, Daimyo said directly, "Miss Zhou, it's not good, it's not compliant. If you let the dean know, you wouldn't be easy to explain." Hearing Daimyo words, the man snorted indifferently, and then said, "What's wrong with this? I'll do whatever the dean is not in the college. Don't worry, I don't bully them. I only use the strength of the soul, as long as they can hold a stick of incense in my hand, even if they win. Mubai, tell them about my information and let them discuss the tactics against me. The assessment will begin in half an hour." Hearing what the man said, Daimyo also understood that things hadn't turned around, so he could only sigh helplessly, and then led Eric and the others to a secluded corner. Oscar on the side also asked with some worry, "Boss Dai, Eric and they are okay. I still want to be classmates with them." Hearing what Oscar said, Daimyo shrugged and said, "It is no problem to pass the assessment, but it is probably going to suffer a bit." Hearing Daimyo words, Ningrong suddenly spoke unhappily. "Hey, Daimyo, don't underestimate us. Didn't Teacher Zhao say that? He only uses the strength of the soul sovereign. In this case, we can easily win." Hearing Ningrong's words, Daimyo didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He was really fearless if he didn't know. With a helpless sigh, Daimyo said directly, "Do you know who he is? Forget it. I will tell you about Teacher Zhou's information, and you will understand that this assessment is very difficult. Teacher Zhou's name is Zhao Wuki, and his martial soul is a dark golden terrifying claw bear. a 72nd-level soul sage, and many more. Hearing Daimyo by introduction, Ningrong suddenly interrupted Daimyo by words, and then asked, Zawuki, is he the Fudo king? It's also a coincidence that Zawuki's name shouldn't be known by Ningrong. After all, Zawuki retired years ago. But why did the courses of Taoism Institute involve Zawuki? Although he was only one of the representatives in the Wuhan introduction class, Zawuki's name was still remembered by Ningrong and the others. Therefore, Ningrong would ask questions at this time. After hearing Ningrong's question, Daimyo nodded gently. He was not surprised that Ningrong and the others knew Zawuki's name. After all, in Daimyo mind, Ningrong and the others were also from great powers. It is not surprising to hear about some information. Ningrong, Xiaowu, and Eric saw Daimyo confessing, showing a suddenly realized expression. No wonder Daimyo had such a solemn expression. Regarding this, Tang-san and Zuzuking were a little confused. Ming Wang Zawuki, famous. Chapter 498. This is, do you want to confess? Seeing the expressions of Tang-san and Zuzuking, Ningrong also understood their doubts, so he took the initiative to explain. Fudo Ming Wang Zawuki, one of the most famous things was that when he was more than 60 levels, he faced the siege of many opponents of the same level in the Wuhan Palace, successfully counter-killed several people, and escaped the pursuit. It was just not found. Zawuki, who had been missing for many years, would appear here, and he had already broken through to become a soul saint. Hearing Ningrong's explanation, both Tang-san and Zuzuking leaked a surprised expression. Obviously, they did not expect that such a dilapidated academy would have such characters. Compared to Tang-san and Zuzuking's shock, Daimyo only showed a helpless expression. With a soft sigh, Daimyo said to several people, now that you know the identity of Teacher Zhao, you should also understand that Teacher Zhao's martial soul, Dark Golden Duraclaw Bear, is a top martial soul that integrates attack and defense. Ordinary soul masters are inherently weaker in the face of such top martial souls. What's more, although Teacher Zhao uses the strength of the soul sovereign to fight you, no matter what, Teacher Zhao is always a soul sage. Even if he suppressed his strength, the increase in his physical body should not be underestimated. That's why I said you are going to suffer. But you don't have to worry too much. With your talent, it is impossible for Teacher Zhao to really eliminate you. During this incense-sticking time, I suggest that you fight more roundabouts and delay time. After listening to Daimyo words, Tang-san nodded in agreement, and then answered aloud, I think so too, but because everyone is not too familiar with it, I still recommend that you introduce yourself to the direction you are good at first, so as to cooperate. Upon hearing this, Ningrong, Xiaowu, and Eric glanced at each other, making the queen laugh instantly. Seeing the appearance of the three of them, Tang-san and the others instantly filled with question marks. As for Zawuki in the distance, a surprised smile appeared on his face. What's the matter with these kids? Have you found a way to deal with me? Lying on the recliner, looking at Ningrong, Xiaowu, and Eric who were all smiles, Zawuki whispered. Zawuki's murmur was not heard by the people in the corner. Tang-san, who was puzzled at this time, asked aloud in confusion, Wrong. What are you guys laughing at? Hearing Tang-san's question, Ningrong and the others straightened their expressions, and then said, this Teacher Zhao, no matter how strong he is, but in a while, he can only display the strength of the soul. Even if there are all aspects of strengthening, but if so many of us can't beat him, I'm afraid that we will be scolded to death by the master after returning home. Not surprisingly, upon hearing Ningrong's words, a few people from the Daozang Academy had a shocked look on their faces. Victory? There is no mistake. While they were still considering how to delay a stick of incense, Ningrong and the others wanted to defeat Zawuki. To put it bluntly, Zawuki is already a dimensionality reduction blow. It's just because of their fledgling little rookies who want to defeat Zawuki. To be honest, even Tang-san, who was 2 lives, dare not think about it. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Ningrong also understood their thoughts. Therefore, after the voice fell, Ningrong leaked a relaxed and playful smile on his face, and then said to several people, don't worry, no matter how strong Teacher Zhao is, relying only on the strength of the soul is definitely not our opponent. As long as Teacher Zhao is forced to use strength beyond the soul sovereign level, we will be considered a winner. So, this matter is quite simple. Tang-san, you are a control spirit master, and you will try to harass Teacher Zhao for a while. By the way, Zuzuking and you, what kind of soul master are you? With that said, Ningrong looked at Zuzuking and asked softly. Hearing what Ningrong said, Zuzuking did not hesitate, and directly replied, my spirit is a ghost cat, a spirit warrior of the sensitive attack type. Hearing Zuzu King's words, Ningrongrong nodded lightly, and then continued, the minute's attack department, but Xiaowu is about the same. In that case, Zhu King and Xiaowu together harassed Teacher Zhao. As for the main attack, leave it to Eric. I will assist you when the time comes. I will try to let Teacher Zhao use the strength that exceeds the Soul Sovereign level to resist. As Ningrongrong's voice fell, Eric showed a big smile directly at her. He patted his chest. Eric said confidently, Sister Rongrong, don't worry if you leave the matter to me. With your help, I will lose if I don't force Teacher Zhao out of the Soul King's strength. Seeing Eric's self-confident look, both Tang San and Daimyo Bai showed a worried look. Although Ningrongrong's idea is correct, it is not that simple to operate. Compared to Tang San and Daimyo Bai worries, Zuzu King looked at Eric with bright eyes. As for Oscar, he was already attracted by Ningrongrong's charm at this time, thinking in his heart whether to go back and dress up. Oscar's careful thoughts did not show, and everyone did not notice the abnormality in his eyes looking at Ningrongrong. Because at this time the attention of several people has been attracted by Eric. Not because of Eric's confident speech just now, but because of what Eric said next. That Zuzu King, if you have something to say, you can just say it directly. If I can help, I will definitely help. Being stared at by Zuzu King, Eric, who had just been energetic, was directly defeated. No way. Zuzu King was staring all the way. He clearly felt that the light in Zuzu King's eyes became even more hot. Eric really didn't want to bear this kind of uncomfortable feeling, and his words obviously attracted the attention of several people. Even the assessments that were just connected are not even bothersome. Here comes the legendary confession of love at first sight. At this moment, the hearts of the two girls, Ningrongrong and Xiaowu, were even more full of gossip fire, staring at Eric and Zuzu King without turning, looking forward to their next story development. However, it is a pity that the plot of the story took a 180-degree turn, and it did not move in the direction they expected. Eric, can I trouble you to teach me how to become stronger? After hesitating for a moment, Zuzu King finally mustered up the courage and said to Eric. Because of the embarrassment, Zuzu King's cheeks even rose with 2 blushes. Chapter 499 5 people join forces. This kind of asking strangers to teach oneself to become stronger is still too embarrassing for a little girl, Zuzu King. Although, Zuzu King is much more mature and stronger than most of his peers. However, Zuzu King blushed, and Eric, who was standing across from Zuzu King, stared at him. Suddenly, Eric forgot to answer. No way, a girl blushing like an iceberg, and still a pretty lady. The contrast in this, even Eric can't hold it. However, Eric's hesitation has become a rejection in Zuzu King. But think about it, the way to become stronger must be Samyeon's secret. How can you tell others? Not to mention anything else, the first 3 spirit rings were all configured for 1,000 years, which was enough to cause a tumult in the spirit master world. With a helpless sigh, Zuzu King took the initiative and said, if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. Hearing Zuzu King's words, Eric also recovered. Quickly waved his hand. Eric said aloud, it's not impossible, mainly because I didn't expect you to do this. I can guide you in your practice, but you should also understand some things. They are all inherited from the sect and cannot be taught to you. Moreover, without the help of the teachers and elders, I can't do many things. Hearing Eric's words, Zuzu King's eyes flashed with surprise. It's okay. This is enough. But the sect you mentioned, can I join? Zuzu King asked with some excitement. At this moment, she seemed to see a chance to get rid of her own destiny. And hearing Zuzu King's words, Eric smiled awkwardly. How would he answer Zuzu King's question? Scratching his head embarrassedly, Eric said with a tangled voice, what about this? To be honest, I am not actually a member of the sect, so I haven't learned much about this kind of thing. If you want to join, you can ask Rongrong or Xiaowu to help you ask. With that, Eric looked directly at Ningrongrong and Xiaowu. When Eric said so, Ningrongrong and Xiaowu rolled their eyes. Don't get me wrong, they were speechless purely because of Eric's situation. Except for not being registered. What is the difference between you and us? You have even been to the Zongman residence in Zangman. Ningrongrong said softly. Because I was a little disappointed not to see that. I wanted to watch the confession scene. Ningrongrong's tone was a little lacking at this time. It's not just him, Xiaowu is the same. And Eric, after hearing Ningrongrong's words, also shook his head helplessly. He was also very helpless about this matter. To be honest, he still wanted to join Zangman. But there is no way. Rose does not join the Tibetan gate. As a disciple, it is useless to think about it. Fortunately, Ningrongrong and Xiaowu did not ignore Zuzu King's question just now. After making a weak spit on Eric, the two directly spoke to Zuzu King, Zuking, let's do this. When we go back, we will take you back together and let Master give you a chance to test. The two didn't pack their tickets. If Zuking himself couldn't do it, no matter how good the relationship was, they wouldn't be able to help brainlessly. However, this answer of the two is enough. Wrong, Xiaowu, Eric, thank you. At this time Zuking was already very satisfied, and she was not an insatiable person. Such help was already rare. When things were finalized, Oscar, Daimyo Bai, and Tang San all glanced at Zuking with some envy. Just looking at Ning Rong, Xiaowu and Eric, the three of them can understand that the forces behind the three are definitely not simple. With this kind of power training, no matter it is, anyone can improve a lot. But they would understand, but they were embarrassed to say this. As the episode ended, everyone's expressions became serious. Next, there is one more test. With a straight look, Ning Rong said solemnly, the strategy just now is okay. If there is no problem, let's hurry and start. Hearing what Ning Rong said, the people who were about to participate in the assessment nodded solemnly. Several people stood up directly, and walked towards the center of the training ground. As soon as Zhao Wuqi saw it, he stood up and asked with a light smile, little guys, are you ready? If you are not ready, you can prepare for a while and still have some time. Hearing Zhao Wuqi's words, several people explained that they shook their heads solemnly, and said firmly, Miss Zhou, we are ready, please enlighten me. As the voice fell, the atmosphere on the court instantly became serious. Daimyo Bai, who was originally going to go back to assist the first few levels of assessment, didn't have that thought anymore, and now waiting outside the court for the start of this battle. And Zhao Wuqi laughed as soon as he heard the words of several people, and said loudly, okay, let me see what you little monsters have. As the voice fell, Zhao Wuqi kicked the recliner beside the sound out of the field with a single kick, and directly released his martial soul. Seeing Zhao Wuqi's body becoming more burly, Ning Rong's eyes condensed, and he directly said, now, go all out. Following Ning Rong's voice, the five immediately released their martial souls. 9 treasures have colored glaze when they are transferred out. One is strength, the other is speed, and the third is soul. Ning Rong took the lead, and the 3 spirit rings on her body lit up at the same time, and several rays of light directly landed on everyone including herself. The main reason why Ning Rong is strong is that most of her soul abilities can be used on her. Imagine that a soul master can continuously buff and restore his state, even if it hurts a soul master who is not strong in the attack system. It is extremely terrifying. And with Ning Rong's increase, everyone felt that their strength instantly soared by more than 30%. Although Tang San and Zuking, 2 people who were not familiar with Ning Rong, were shocked, they also knew that it was not the time to be shocked. Therefore, Tang San, who was a control system, reacted immediately, and the first spirit ring on his body instantly lit up. The first spirit ability, Entanglement. In an instant, several sturdy blue-silver grasses rushed towards Zhao Wuqi. Such an attack could have been easily avoided by Zhao Wuqi, even if Tang San had received the blessing of Ning Rong. Even Tang San thought about the next countermeasures. However, Zhao Wuqi seemed to be distracted, and was immediately entangled by Tang San's blue-silver grass. Chapter 500 Zhao Wuqi. Of course, it wasn't that Zhao Wuqi released the water, it was all because he was stunned. Eric, Xiaowu, Ning Rong, the 3 and Soul Sovereigns in all purple configurations, whoever comes will be shocked. However, this mistake made by Zhao Wuqi was quickly reflected by himself. Although he kept muttering little monsters and little monsters in his heart, his movements were still very agile. Zhao Wuqi, who was entangled in the blue-silver grass, made a violent fight, and a terrifying brute force burst out from all over his body. Under Zhao Wuqi's powerful strength, this seemingly tough blue-silver grass was torn apart for less than a second. However, this is enough. With Tang San's interference, Zuking and Xiaowu, who were soul masters of the sensitive attack system, had already come to Zhao Wuqi. The 2 dared not keep their hands. The spirit ring on their bodies lit up, explaining that they had launched their own special skills. At this moment, Zhao Wuqi, who had just broken free from Tang San's blue-silver grass, had no time to dodge, so he could only forcibly accept the attacks of Zuking and Xiaowu. However, he didn't support the big. Zuking didn't say anything. Xiaowu, who possessed 3 purple spirit rings, was definitely not weak in attack power. Sure enough, Zuking's sharp attack was really useless against Zhao Wuqi, who had amazing defensive power, but Xiaowa's seemingly slender figure burst out with a terrifying force. Even if it was Zhao Wuqi, facing Xiaowa's full stare from below, he was shot into the air in an instant. However, the first spirit ring on Zhao Wuqi also lit up. Under the blessing of spirit ability, Zhao Wuqi just felt a little pain. However, Ning Rong Rong's abacus jingle, their attack on Zhao Wuqi. How could it be so simple to end? Just after Zhao Wuji was kicked into the sky by Xiao Wu, Ning Rong Rong, who had just been an auxiliary soul master, teleported into the air in an instant. Sky hand. Facing Zhao Wuqi, who was temporarily unable to attack, Ning Rong Rong unceremoniously moved the attack. However, she looked directly at a few unsuspecting people. Oscar off the court asked Daimyo Bai beside him in disbelief. Boss Dai, are you sure that Ning Rong Rong is an auxiliary spirit master? Whenever the auxiliary spirit masters can launch a frontal attack. Moreover, I think her attack is better than you. Boss Dai. Hearing Oscar's words, Daimyo Bai mouth twitched. What does it mean to be stronger than him? Is it too strong? Daimyo Bai was sure that Ning Rong Rong's offensive power was definitely not comparable to the current one. However, Ning Rong Rong is a spirit master of the auxiliary department. Isn't he shameless wearing Mu Bai? That Xiao Wu, too, kicked Zhao Wuqi, who had used his first spirit ability, into the sky with one kick. Sure enough, Eric, Ning Rong Rong, and Xiao Wu are all perverts, and they cannot be inferred by common sense. Of course, not just Oscar and Daimyo Bai, Tang San, Zhu Zuqing and even Zhao Wuqi were all embarrassed at this time. Oh my god, the life is broken. The auxiliary soul master actually launched a frontal attack. Fortunately, Tang San and Zhu Zuqing were shocked, but their current tasks have been completed. The two of them now just need to wait patiently for the result. But Zhao Wuqi couldn't do it anymore. He was shocked, and he did not make effective counterattack and resistance at all. Of course, even if his mind was calm, Zhao Wuqi couldn't do more. He could only passively be beaten. The bear is king on the ground, but in the sky, haha. Boom! Exclamation mark. With a loud noise, Ning Rong Rong's handprints instantly landed on Zhao Wuqi. Facing Ning Rong Rong's blow, even if the energy in Zhao Wuqi's body had already circulated quickly to resist, he still grinned in pain. The whole body, like a cannonball, slammed into the ground fiercely. After all, using only the strength of the Soul Venerable, even the rough-skinned Zhao Wuqi could not withstand Ning Rong Rong's attack. Zhao Wuqi, who was hit, has only one thought now, that is, there will be no stronger attacks next. Just this time, he almost broke the power. If there is another stronger one, then he really needs to use a strength that surpasses Soul Venerable. No, it should be said that he has already used more strength than Soul Venerable. After all, he has the bonus of Soul Saint physique, and it is impossible for ordinary Soul Venerable to accept the attack from Ning Rong Rong just now. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhao Wuqi wants to counterattack. Being called Fu De Mingwing is not because Zhao Wuqi can be beaten all the time. Just like this, he was hung up and hammered by a group of little ghosts. Not to mention that Zhao Wuqi's violent temper was unacceptable, but his face, he didn't know where to throw it. However, Zhao Wuqi's expectations fell to nothing, because all of the previous ones were all paving the way for Eric's attack. In terms of attack power alone, Eric's strength was something that Ning Rong Rong believed to be inferior. As Zhao Wuqi landed, there was another roar. On the ground, a big pit appeared instantly. In this scene, Daimyo Bai and Oscar outside the court were shocked. If this hits them, I'm afraid that half-life will be lost. As the protagonist who was attacked, at this time Zheng Zhao Wuqi was lying in the big pit created by him. Before he got up, he saw a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, and then an astonishing attack, directly locking his body. In an instant, Zhao Wuqi's face became extremely ugly. What kind of shadow is this? This is clearly Eric, who is leaping high, preparing to launch an attack. In the face of Eric's attack, Zhao Wuqi found that he was the same as just before. There was no way to evade. He could only force the next step. However, this attack is completely different from just now. Is it good? If only relying on the strength of the Soul Sovereign, even Zhao Wuqi will be injured. Zhao Wuqi is not afraid of injury, but he is afraid of losing face. No way. The spirit power on Zhao Wuqi's body broke out in an instant, and just a little bit of induction, he could sense that this had already exceeded the range of the Soul Sovereign. At the same time, the second and fifth spirit rings on Zhao Wuqi's body directly lit up. Strong diamond palm. Gravity squeeze. In an instant, Eric, who launched an attack on Zhao Wuqi, felt the gravity around his body, which increased several times out of thin air. The body, which was originally extremely relaxed, now seemed to be filled with lead, which was extremely heavy. However, Eric seemed to have not felt it. His expression still serious, and the big sword in his hand did not stop at all, and the palm of his hand shot at Zhao Wuqi was a fierce slash. Great sword. Trial.